Day 2 of M2 group stage doubled the excitement with impressive performances from the winners and losers of Group C and D. Kicking off the day, we had Alter Ego taking on 10 Seconds Gaming Frost.
World goes down, and now the Blazing Duet. Oh my goodness, where did they all go? Sully Boy all by himself. He needs to make it through. The killing spree gives him a little bit of help, but not enough to stop this game. This has been it's a 1v1 between Udil as well as Kuro, but it's not enough.
Nice!
Next, Evo's SG welcomed Dream Max of Brazil with impeccable hospitality.
3 kills already. Cabral tries to pull Aeon right in, but Maker cannot respond. Here comes Pokemon as well. He gets that double kill. My goodness me!
Right place, right time, and look at this Polystar Moon on 4!
Oh, away on the Dragon with the flicker as well. Combos in. Maker goes down, and now with the Blazing Duet, shredding them to pieces.
Back in Group C, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost is fighting for their lives against Bren Esports.
Ooh, there's a rampaging Sandstorm into his own death. Pico gets destroyed by Flapteasy, and that's going to be 1. Papa shuts him down, but Calteasy makes the others pay anyways. 3 for 1, immediately traded out. Make that a 4 for 1. Nice pull in by Lusty, and they are going to go for the finish.
And over in Group D, DreamMax bowed down to the King of Kings, RQ Hoshi.
They have to respond to this turtle, and he might just snatch it away. RQ Hoshi dives right in.
DreamMax here, they are forced back to their base. RQ just gnawing on the base, and another 2-0.
While Bren Esports and Alter Ego duked it out to decide who will be advancing to the upper bracket.
He has to 2v1 this situation, perfectly able to cleanse himself out of there. They need to go in. Leo Murphy, can he find the catch? Yes, he can. No! Calteasy, he makes it out. Battle Mirror Image comes in. Blazing Duet, he's got it! And there you have it!
And finally, a mini El Clasico between RQ Hoshi and Evo Singapore.
They are finding ways to catch them all out. R7's the next one to fall.
Potato getting caught out.
Wait a minute, he's going on a 1v1. And he walks out with a kill. Lemon, are you insane or what? You're still going for it. And oh my, so as well as JPL, they are going down. And the Indonesian side finally see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Join the fight and join us for Day 3 of the M2 World Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mobile Legends BangBang M2 World Championship 2020, powered by Moonton.
Going from zero to hero, and is made possible in Singapore and supported by the following Singapore Tourism Board official Instagram account at visit_Singapore. And don't forget to hashtag Passion Made Possible to share your fondest memories of Singapore.
This is also supported by Skoga, an NTUC associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008. We would also like to thank our partners in esports: IMDA, Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, MiWatch, Cathay Cinema, and Razer, M2's official gaming gear, for making this possible. At your service for today, welcome to phase 2 of the group stages. My name is Leo, joined here by Gideon, and my guy. Have the competitions been just up to par or even beyond?
I think at this point it really is beyond what a lot of people have been expecting here. Even though the results, I mean, if you didn't watch the games and you're looking at the results, it's like, oh yeah, this was expected. But looking at the games itself, it was so much closer, unfortunately, for a lot of these teams. And especially for the top tier teams, they're realizing that the gap has been closing really, really quick, especially with the Indonesian regions.
And as we go into phase 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, it actually is going to be a heart-wrenching experience because today, dreams live on and some just get snuffed out.
Yeah, this is going to be the elimination rounds as we are going to decide who is going to make it into the playoffs and who has to bow out of the tournament. So, our upcoming games today, it's going to be a lot more weight than usual.
It's going to be 4 best of 3s coming at you, and we are going to be also talking about what the day looks like. But just the same, we are going to explain once more how the group stages work. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go once more. Let's see what the group stage here at M2 is all about.
January 2021, in the midst of this pandemic, Mobile Legends BangBang M2 World Championship 2020 re-emerges. 12 teams from 9 countries will come together and enter 3 stages in their journey to be crowned the best team in the world. First up, they'll enter phase 1 of the group stage. These teams will be divided into 4 groups of 3, and they'll play best of 3s in a round-robin format. In Group A, we have Burmese Ghouls, RSG, Unique Devu. In Group B, we have Todak, Omega Esports, and Impunity KH. In Group C, we have Bren Esports, Alter Ego Esports, and 10 Second Gaming Frost. And in Group D, we have RRQ Hoshi, Evos SG, and DreamMax. Winning a best of 3 match will earn them 1 point. The top 1 of each group will proceed directly to the upper bracket of the playoffs. Second and third place teams will proceed to phase 2 of the group stage. In the event of a tiebreaker, the tied teams will be ranked by their game points. Teams will be given 1 point for winning a game and deducted 1 point for losing a game. If tied teams have equal amounts of game points, teams will be ranked by head-to-head record. If multiple teams are tied and unable to determine the winner, an additional best of 1 will be held with all the teams involved. At phase 2, 8 teams will play a total of 4 matches. Second place from Group A will play against third placing from Group C. Third placing from Group A will play against second placing from Group C. Second placing from Group B will play against third placing from Group D. Last but not least, third placing from Group B will play against second placing from Group D. Only the 4 winning teams will proceed to the lower bracket of the playoffs, while the 4 losing teams will be eliminated from the tournament. At the playoffs, 4 teams from Phase 1 will play in the upper brackets, while the other 4 teams qualifying from Phase 2 will play in the lower brackets. All matches will be played in a best-of-3 format, except for 2 semifinal matches to be played in best-of-5 and the grand finals of best-of-7. Who will make it to the end to lift the trophy and bring honor to their country? We'll find out at Mobile Legends BangBang M2 World Championship 2020. Join the fight.
Luckily enough, we did not have any tiebreakers from phase 1. It was tight, but not to the point where it was difficult to see who's going into the upper bracket. So yeah, 4 teams have already settled in. That's going to be the Burmese Ghouls, Omega Esports, Bren Esports, and RRQ Hoshi.
Yep, everybody very happy to be in the spot that they're in, but now it's time to determine who's going to make it into the lower bracket playoffs, and obviously not the best position to be in, but you don't want to get eliminated either.
If anything, this is where champions really are made of.
Absolutely.
Where in hard work and just holding on, just the confidence in faith, actually just all the more matters. Lower bracket slots up for grabs right now, and here is what the lay of the land looks like. It's going to be 4 best of 3s once more. We're starting a little later, but just the same, it's going to be just as tight. RSG versus 10 Seconds Gaming Frost going to be starting us strong, followed by Unique Devo facing off against Alter Ego.
Yep, following them up, it's going to be Todak against DreamMax, and after that, to finish off the day, Impunity KH versus Evos SG. So, with the lineup here today, I mean, these teams are going to be sweating it out. They've got to have, they got to bring out everything. They need to be in tip-top shape. They can't make any more excuses of themselves saying, oh, no, I'm going to underestimate these teams. No, no, no. You cannot afford this, especially with elimination looking them right in the face.
If anything, half of the matches here are a clash of styles. The other half are just going to rely on hard resets and just a matter of reps. So I'm hoping that the past 24, 40 hours have been kind to these teams fighting for the lower bracket slot. And with that being said, I think again, we're looking for an upset.
Yep.
The 4 teams already in the upper bracket slots, I don't think any of those teams were ever in doubt. Like, they were all just very strong. They all very much deserved to be where they are. But right now, it's either a David versus Goliath story we're looking at, or just an all-out brawl. That's what's going to happen today.
I think it really is for a lot of these teams. Like it is tough. But let's look at the very first game itself and have a look at the players that are going to be battling up against each other. This is going to be RSG up first with LY4, Sync, Jason, Sana, and KZP as the main lineup.
I love it. These are the hometown heroes, the boys from SG. They literally just rolled out of bed and then just came on over to fight. Like, that's what this is all about for them. And yesterday, they did put up an awesome clinic. Like, literally, the last match was all about just who could get one over, right? It was just a matter of forcing the issue. But today, I think going up against 10 Seconds Gaming, Frost, Obuyan, Sheena, Sevnia, Koro, and Pico, man, I think it's all about 10 Seconds Gaming Frost learning from yesterday's draft.
Absolutely. And I think the adaptation is going to be so important. They need to cover the holes in their own gameplay. They need to make it solid and clean. They've got the foundations, but the reactionary movements as well as the executions have been a little bit lacking coming out of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. And considering their run in M1, it looks like, the gap for them has definitely increased, and the level of play for a lot of the MPL teams have jumped up. But let's look at the two players we should keep our eyes on. It's going to be Jason from RSG and Obuyan from 10 Second Gaming Frost.
These are mid-lane players, essentially the secondary backbone, right? If you're looking at tanks, this is what makes the tank's job possible to help out the carry, the jungler, the core. So looking at Jason, 3.6 average KDA. Obviously, as a mid player, you get a lot of damage on the board, and then you've got damage per minute a little higher on Jason, but Obuyan gets the trump card over in kill participation just a little bit, 65%.
Yeah, and I think, in this situation where Obuyan is a very dedicated support mage player, while Jason, on the other hand, very multi-roles. He can, as we saw in day one itself, they were kind of shifting around their roster a little bit, going into many different positions, playing in off positions as well, looking kind of good in certain areas, in certain aspects actually, and not looking so great overall. However, I don't think this is going to be the situation for today.
Yeah, and that's what scares me. I mean, the fact that we saw 10 Seconds Gaming Frost go for very linear strategies. Again, just make Sheena shine. The Bruno, just pump it up, make the wave of the world hurt. Going up against a team like RSG with LY4 at the helm, just give this young man a good hero, let him get his farm, and you are going to have a good day. 4.5 KDA going up against 3.4. Able to farm up maybe 50 gold more on the average than Sheena. Damage per minute a little higher as well. It's looking dire for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost.
Absolutely, because Sheena, he hasn't been able to get that hard carry moment for his team. In a lot of these situations, the rest of his team members get absolutely punished in the early game, making his job very much harder, especially when he wants to go for that farm. He won't have that pressure anymore, so they cut down his backbone, cut down the ankle, cut him right at the ankle so he can't stand up properly.
No space. That's exactly what's happening here. No space. If you see Sevnia and you see Obuyan having a hard time, you can expect Sheena here to just fall short as well, but that's not the story for LY4. So I'm looking at this right now, and maybe, just maybe, they woke up on the right side of the bed, and I think they played 2 more games here. RSG, they played 2 more games than 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. So one thing that 10S can do is watch the additional VODs.
Yeah, I think this is just going to give them a little bit more of an idea of what to expect when going up against RSG. But looking at just the damage numbers alone, team damage per minute significantly higher than 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. And mind you, I will preface the fact that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they did lose all 4 of their games in the group stages. So the stats are definitely going to look a lot more inflated to RSG side, who have played more games in a lot of these situations.
Average game score is also going to look a little better for RSG, which does average out. But if there's anything that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost can fight on, is on the neutral objectives front. Like, make sure that you can score or even steal the Lord, even if you're behind. Comebacks aren't impossible, and all the more they're significant to maybe turn the tides of battle. But just the same, turrets count. So again, we've been talking about opening up the main artery. That's mid lane. If you do open up your opponent's mid lane, if 10 Seconds Gaming Frost can take down mid, all the more Sheena can breathe.
Yeah, and now looking at the last two stats, the average kills per game, 17.828 here, which honestly you would say, oh, that's really, really good for RSG. But if you look back at those games, it's because it's overly extended. A lot of these games just drag out for a lot longer when they could have closed it out in a lot of those situations. So it's not exactly the most notable stat for RSG. And more importantly, for both of these sides, it's those unique heroes picked, because RSG, they are just like a bunch of it's just a deck full of colorful cards.
And of course, they had 2 full drafts. They had 2 full drafts more than 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, but the deficit here, 4 heroes, that's very small. That's very small compared to how many more games and how many more drafts RSG had. But let's all remember, who brought out the Minotaur? Who brought out the Minotaur yesterday? And that was 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. I wonder if they've figured out that formula, and I wonder if we're going to be seeing that again today.
I mean, you say that, but RSG is like, oh, who brought the Alucard that one time as well? So, I mean, it's really funny because both of these teams kind of have their own, like, really interesting picks that they pull out once in a while. So if they were going to, you know, mess around, now may not necessarily be the time unless it's a lot more polished and it doesn't look as rough around the edges.
And if it is the silver bullet you need, and given that, I think both teams should just pull out all the stops. No holds barred, essentially. If you gotta play dirty, you gonna play dirty. Like, just don't even think of what the playoffs is going to look like. The key here is to get there.
Yep, the focus is on the present here for both RSG and 10 Seconds here. And especially for 10 Seconds, because they are outside of the MPL regions, they're not going to be as well polished and as well practiced in comparison to the harsher environments in the MPL. I mean, ecosystem is super, super important in these situations.
Yep, it's a matter of reps. But right now, before we get into the battle, we're about 1 minute and 47 seconds left before we begin. We would like to remind you guys of the M2 in-game event happening right now. Complete tasks and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange these coins for exclusive rewards, which include the M2 special avatar border, the M2 exclusive skin, the new battle emote, and that new sacred statue. By the way, that skin is the Clint Shadow Omen skin, and I think just this morning I picked up the special avatar border. It is looking fine. You can get all of these, by the way, by playing, but if you just want the skin right now and a few coins to go with it, you can go ahead and spend $8.99 diamonds. This all happens until the 24th.
I'm so annoyed because I missed out one day and all I wanted to get was the emote, and I'm just 10 coins away. It's really, really frustrating, and it's boiling me up inside. So hopefully for this particular game, we're going to see somebody actually whipping out the skin, showing those emotes, really flexing on them. It's just like, hey, check out my swag.
I've been trying to get that to happen. I don't know who I have to get into a meeting with, but Clint is a thing. I think Clint is a thing. Like, we deserve to see Clint, especially when you see Claude 1-1 banned out, usual. Like, if it's dire in the gold lane, I'm pretty sure Clint might be okay. Like, he has mobility, he has damage, he can clear waves, but that's neither here nor there. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, my wishes don't matter. It's all about these two teams right now. 10S and RSG. KZP on camera right now. I'm thinking he had a great morning.
Yeah, he's looking fine. He is a cheery guy all the time. And I mean, now coming into this game, it looks like they are, taking it easy and not looking stressed, which is a very, very good sign.
Yeah. This is essentially what we've seen across so many MPLs and so many big ticket tournaments, that when a team is having fun, when a team is focused and just ready to play the game that we all love, then they perform all the better. Here we go, RSG on the play. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost going to be answering back again. We are trying to figure out a pattern here for the past couple of days. What's better, being the first pick priority or having those 2 pick gambits right now? Natalia enjoyed, for sure. RSG don't want that. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, the Brody and the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I definitely feel like first pick has its advantages, but after watching the RRQ versus EVOS SG game, that really showed the depth and level of drafting that this game can actually go for, where RRQ was stealing away picks and trying to minimize the damage that could be done for EVOS SG. And for a lot of these other teams, it's really that guessing game of like, what else do you have in your pocket? For these two teams, it's super frustrating. We saw the stats, the unique hero picks. That is super annoying. Oh, I'm getting rid of one. Oh, I still have something else. Get rid of another and steal it away. Nah. I've got something else in my back pocket.
Yeah, The fact that the metagame is so open and that we're seeing Benedettas and Lapu-Lapus picked up in the second phase. In the second phase just shows how free players are to pick and be creative. So yeah, again, there is a strength in the first pick and there is a strength in the second. But right now, RSG not wasting any time after the Hayabusa and Harith ban. That's going to be the Benedetta pickup.
Look at how quick these guys are locking in their picks. The Benedetta, the Sylvana, the Lapu Lapu. So now RSG looking to return the favor here. Most likely, I would assume it's going to be the Yuzong, and then looking to probably get a support along the way.
Get something onto your boy Jason. I do think that's going to be... Yep. Ooh, Jason's going to go into the jungle this time.
Oh, okay.
They switch it up. It's Sana now going to play mid.
Okay. Let's see what it's going to be. And I think it's going to be... Oh, there we go. The Kaja... sorry, not the Kaja. The Kagura has been locked in for the side of 10 Seconds Gaming. Now, this is interesting because RSG has strayed away a lot more from their offlaner here. So they're flexing the Benedetta to go wherever she wants to go. Yuzong is probably going to get banned out from 10 Seconds Gaming, and they probably need to start banning some of the offlaners, pseudo offlaners as well. Like the Harith, great pickup because great ban from 10 Seconds Gaming. Can go into the offlane, can go into that mid support.
Or they can actually choke out tanks.
Yes, we've seen that come up recently.
Tanks are okay. If anything, RSG might go ahead and get rid of Sevnia's signature Tigreal. That's going to be bothersome to 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. And again, forced him into the Minotaur, which, by the way, is not very good right now.
Yeah.
Minotaur is, in hindsight, Minotaur sucks because of the amount of iframes a lot of heroes have, like Benedetta, and the amount of anti-CC we're seeing. Like, again, Kagura has a Purify, Sylvana can jump onto people, and of course you have Yuzong with the Black Dragon form who doesn't care. So yeah, he does get banned, as well as Ling for RSG. Oh, they're choking out Sheena.
Yeah, they really are. They're making sure that he's not going to have much of a hero pool here, especially since they didn't get Sheena a hero in the first phase of the game. So RSG looking to clamp down as hard as possible. But remember, 10 Second Gaming Frost, they have first pick on red side when it comes to the second pick ban phase.
And then they have that last slot. They have last say to shore up any weaknesses. In this current metagame, there's very few hard counters, so the best you could get are soft. So by the way, hard just means totally shutting folks down. Soft means maybe you'll play around it. So right now, last ban for 10 seconds is going to be the Akai. So that gives KZP a lot to think about.
Yep, it does. But that just means that Tigreal is on the table unless RSG bans it out right here, right now. No, they get rid of the Cho. So 10 Seconds Gaming, they can take up the Tigreal for themselves if they really, really wanted to. But the fact that they have Sylvana, do they really want to flex that Sylvana into the offlane? Personally, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. So I'm guessing right now with Kagura, then it's going to definitely be just tank Sylvana, and they're trying to still fill Sheena and Koro. I kind of feel for Papa. Papa didn't have a very good day one for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, so now that's going to be Koro coming in. What cores are left? There's still Claude.
There is still Claude. I mean, there's still Wanwan as well, but I think it's one of those things where you're holding up the Wanwan for later on, just in case you want to go into the offlane. But the fact that they picked up the Ruby looks like they're going to stray away from it. Let's see what RSG have to say in return. They've got the Yishin Shin for scaling, but now they're missing an offlaner. They're still missing an offlaner and their jungler as well.
Gold laner, I'm guessing.
Oh, sorry, gold laner, yes.
Yeah, but since Yuzhong is out, might just go ahead for... Khalid is still good. Khalid plus a tank, or you go ahead and... Yeah, Wanwan is open. Oh, it's going to be gold lane Alice and tank Hilda. Oh, they really want to bother Sheena. They really just want to give him a hard first 5 minutes.
Yeah, and this is the composition that they played very similarly against 10 Second Gaming Frost in the group stages itself. So it's going to be interesting. We saw LY4, he scaled really hard into that game and really turned things over for them against 10 Second Gaming. So something to consider here, while KZP going to be on a more aggressive support this time around with the Hilda.
Now, it's a core choice. Who you go send into the jungle? Who is Sheena going to pick? That's going to be the Claude. Again, all reliable. You don't want to go too crazy. He's a little too close to Kagura for my comfort. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, the cards have been drawn. These are the hands these folks are playing with. RSG versus 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. That's great damage coverage coming in from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. It's a good amount of magic across the board, but I give sustainability over to RSG. Like, RSG wants long, drawn-out fights.
Yep.
That go back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, they really do, and they've got some really good AoE spells as well, so it's something to consider when they're selecting fights around in the jungle, especially in those really, really tight corners and narrow pathways. So it's going to be a selection of fights and item power spikes here for the side of 10 Second Gaming Frost, when the RSG side, as long as they kind of, absorb the pressure and wait to scale in towards the later stages of the game, they're going to start dominating once more.
And for the side of 10 Seconds Gaming, it looks like Sheena understands now. I'm hoping that Sheena understands now to be less linear and to actually join fights sooner than he's ready, because you can never say that I'm not ready. You can never say that. So with the Sylvana, I'm guessing this is going to be a more proactive 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, because, ladies and gentlemen, the thing with Sylvana is you just want to burst people down. So as soon as you see someone get hit with the Imperial Justice, you blow them up with the Blazing the Wit. That's what I'm seeing for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost to at least make this work. Here we go. Game 1 in a best of 3. Let's begin. Let us commence. RSG versus 10 Seconds Gaming Frost from Singapore versus Japan.
Yep, the games have begun and the lane assignments have been set. It looks like Obuyan is going to be having to control this mid lane here to make sure that the rest of the team doesn't get a little too aggressive. With Jason and Sana in the mid lane, they clear it up really quick and make that rotation up towards that purple.
Early game, definitely going to give it over to RSG here. No doubt. Again, KZP going to bother LY4 here, but Sevnia able to help out and leash. Ooh, nice use of the Spiral Strangling, already taking away the incentive. Nice blow up there with the Concussive Blast. Really making Sheena work for the orange here.
Yeah, he just needs to make sure that Sevnia is going to be really, really low. And now Paquito coming to respond to this. KCP, he doesn't really mind. As long as he's running in between brushes, he's just going to get a shield and naturally start regenerating up back to full. So he's at no real loss, especially considering that I'm guessing he's already bought the Wooden Mask at this point.
And I think that was a win. I think despite Sheena getting the orange, he made Sevnia go home. You see that? Sevnia already in the first minute of the game goes for the recall.
I mean, this is a very standard line of play for a lot of these teams. Luckily, it's only the supports that are getting affected by this, so if they go back into the base, they're at no real loss. The Wooden Mask kind of compensates them for going back to recall and Sing actually going for the trade against Koro for now, losing it out. Oh, that's a huge chunk.
Yep, I think at this point, the Ruby is very sustainable. The Ruby can lifesteal, but not in 2 minutes time. Not like this, not so soon. So I love the pressure RG's putting, but hold up, Jason gets caught out. That's going to be the Mountain Shocker set in. Oh, go retreat. Sevnia in trouble. KZP wailing away, does not have the power of wildness just yet. Still at level 2, and that was a close call.
Very close call as well. And remember, KZP didn't take Execute. He did actually take the Purify, making sure that he can get out of these really tight situations, especially when you have a Yin-Yang overturn, you have the Imperial Justice, Cosmic Lance, sorry, as well as Peko, who could make the play with stuns.
Now starting up the turtle, the very first turtle of the game, LY4 helping Jason out, and relatively with no contest. I mean, I think that's what's so strong about the Hilda these days. Some people will argue, experts will say that Hilda has fallen off once joining Baksha and Jawhead in the upper echelons of tanks, but as we're seeing, like, she still has something that no other hero in the pool can do. Like, she can annoy people to death, she can get away with it, and when the stacks are on the power of wildness, like, that's scary, that's good damage.
Yeah, because again, with this composition coming in from RSG, their main objective is to have that information so they can kind of defend themselves against 10 Second Gaming Frost. They want to select their fights very carefully because, again, they don't, in the early games, they're not that great, so they have to wait for that scaling, slow style of gameplay.
Already. That's going to be KCP stealing the orange away from Sheena. So that's it. The early choke happening. 3 minutes in. Sync, Sword Intent out of here. Pico putting him at quite low HP, about a fifth. And that's going to be a recall. Oh, Obuyan spots him out. Nice swap there.
Really nicely done. Really nicely done. And Sylvana on towards the top side here. Looks like they're going to look for the dive.
KCP picking a fight already. That's a 3v1. Just forcing him into the bush. I do believe that was a bait that just 10 Second Gaming Frost was not buying.
Yeah, I mean, good defense on RSG's side. They can kind of foretell what is going to happen. And it's great that they have KCP around because he can really face check these brushes in the early stages of the game.
Face check McGee. That's what we're calling him right now until fights happen. Because I do believe that in the end, that's why he chose Purify, is because he wants to be aggressive. In the end, he wants to join these fights and be a proactive active damage dealer. So that's why even if you try to stun, and again, the Hilda catches these CCs, she'll be fine. Now, again, taking another fight. Mountain Shocker being sent in. Sevnia looking low. This might be first blood. Oh, able to catch the Cyclone Eye alongside using the ult, but Pico might be the next target. Oh, first blood onto Sheena. That's going to be Sync pulling it, and another fight is happening here in the purple side of the jungle. 10 seconds Gaming Frost is in trouble. Koro is not going to get away here. Blood Ode. Sync gets the final blow in, and let's see, will Sheena lose his purple as well? That's going to be 2 buffs stolen away so early on, not even 5 minutes.
Yeah, and also Turtle. Oh, who's going to get it? Okay, I'm not entirely sure, but Obion tries to go for some big plays here. LY4 running just behind him. These short trades aren't exactly working out too well for 10 seconds Gaming Frost, especially since Sheena was caught out on that rotation towards the purple buff. That should not happen, and a great punish from RSG's side.
And they converted with very little effort, if any, right? 3 for none. They grow the advantage, the lead in 2 minutes in just a blink of an eye. And the thing is, Turtle went over to RSG, so that's 2 for 2 already.
Yep, big wins all across the board. They did break a bottom tier 1 as well. 10 seconds Gaming Frost, again, not exactly the best early game, but they are only 2k behind at 6 minutes into the game. Not that big of a deal. They can easily come back with just a single team fight. So all in all, it doesn't hurt too much. It just means that RSG is going to scale just slightly faster. 10
seconds Gaming Frost have to work on this, and I do believe that's going to be a Mount Shocker. KCP looking for an engage. Ooh. Not the best target. Lapu Lapu very chunky if we've learned anything from yesterday's games. Now, Sheena needs to play this safe. He does not have a purple, so he's not as fast on the uptake as he should be.
Yeah, and more importantly, RSG are now in towards the mid game where a lot of their heroes are going to be pretty relevant with their ultimates. So as long as they are just pressuring Sheena out of the jungle, making sure that he doesn't feel safe in every situation, forcing 10 second Gaming actually to move towards the side that Sheena is going to farm it just to protect him early on.
That's another kind of funneling. That's an aggressive type of funneling where you're moving your opponents out of the way. Now, instead, that's going to be Sync forcing the fight. Oh, already there's going to be an engagement. Sync regrets this, almost completely sorted 10 out after surviving an Imperial Justice assault. Now from the back, LY4 pops the ode, cancels it. That's going to be KZP right in the middle of all of this. Has chosen his target. It's going to be Koro, and there's going to be the flow swap. And oh, in the back, Sevnia is going to go down. Sync gets his revenge, while LY4 picks up the enchanted talisman, no longer going to be needing help with his mana.
See, now, I mean, RSG are making such good reads. They're going to go and try and steal this purple buff as well. Are they going to get it? Not entirely sure. Is the rest of Koro? Oh, nah, they were able to take it away. Nice thing, nice moves coming in from Jason.
Yep, I think he did use Retribution there, so it is what you need to do. And yeah, here we go. Main artery about to open up.
This is not looking good for 10 seconds Gaming Frost. It's not like they are falling too far behind. It's the fact that they're losing a lot of pressure on the map because RSG is coordinating their team to force 10 seconds Gaming to stay in certain areas of the match which they can telegraph very easily. And once they have that kind of information, they can start selecting places on the map to fight.
Yep. Oh, Imperial Justice here started off with a hook. Sync is not going to get away. Oh, there's not enough hold. Pico goes ahead and pops the ult flicker in. Oh, he might regret it. That's going to be Sana taking him out with a dispersion and rotation, and it looks like 10 second Gaming Frost just regret this whole engagement right now. Mountain Shocker pinning people down. Sevnia. Oh, Sheena goes for the Blazing Duet, but there's just not enough damage. He goes ahead, Battle Mirror Image out, but Jason catches him with a stray arrow, and Koro from underneath survives, but just barely. They are going to change their targets and now go for the push.
Some really good play coming in from Sana. He is clutch saved 2 times and making sure that Jason can pick up those kills, putting a lot of people to 1 HP, so that's an easy execute with the Mountain Shocker.
I'm loving how Sync is baiting. This reminds me of a lot of the vendettas we saw yesterday, wherein if you're not juking running away, you're juking to just force people into your whole team's just clashing wherein you're ahead. All right, so 10 seconds Gaming Frost, they haven't gotten a single kill, and it's because of how KZP and Sync have been doing just exactly that.
Yeah, and I mean, they're getting even more aggressive now. Now, RSG really ramping up, putting a foot on the gas as they've already locked down KZP, but the fight's about to go.
Here we go in. is Sync. Mountain Shocker once more to pin him down. LY4 in the face of Obuyan. And you know what? Even if they don't actually just escalate to a full team fight, this is once more another choke, another steal on the purple.
Yeah, I mean, 10 Seconds Gaming, they are looking for picks here. They don't necessarily want to go into a full team fight. They know they can't win the entire team fight unless they have an advantage on their side of the map. So unless they can force something, RSG can play defensively and just slowly macro them out. And this is very different because, again, we saw their average kills, 17. That's a big, big number. But now, it's 9 minutes into the game. 6 kills at 9 minutes. They are not trying to go for that Fiesta. They're just trying to play slow and controlled.
Nickel and diming 10 Seconds Gaming Frost so far. And boy, oh boy, has it been paying off. Man, they're up 7K. RSG's up 7K, and they look to grow this once more. KZP in the middle of all of this. Jason pushing the turret down bottom. That's less damage. And Sevnia using the Imperial Justice to get away. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, one thing we can say at least that's good for them is they know that they should not be biting.
Yeah, and 10 Seconds Gaming Frost just forced to back away. Sevnia has been trying really hard with those Imperial Justice. You have to give him props for that. But the rest of the team of RSG making sure that they aren't making the same mistakes they did in the group stages, being very wary here of all the movements that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost have made thus far.
Must note the amazing deficit that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost has when it comes to vision and engagement range. Like, yes, you have Battle Mirror Image, but a lot of them are going to be blind. As compared to RSG, who just sees almost everything. Like, they got CCTV on the whole land of Dawn, man.
Yeah.
Because, look, you have Sana with the diversion, you have the Mountain Shocker, and you have KZP just willy-nilly walking into bushes. He doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing such a great job. Oh, LY4, this is a full-on fight.
Oh, no, here we go. Is that going to be a rotation? Sana solo jumps in, and Sevnia once more looking low. Oh, from the back, Sheena tries to help out with a defensive Blazing Duet. They're able to push back, but if anything here, I think RSG is just pushing them away so that they can slowly march towards the Lord.
Yep, this is a stranglehold at this point. They don't necessarily care. Oh yeah, fight all you want as long as you don't take any of our members down. We will gain pressure over the map. And RSG just macroing out 10 Seconds Gaming Frost here, knowing that they have such a lead and they are just bullying them out of the map itself.
There's going to be a rotation here by Sana from all the way back. The range of the spells of this Luo Yi now reminds me once more, ever since her release, she has seen a renaissance and just reminds us of why she should be banned. Mountain Shocker, just to make sure, secures the Lord here is Jason, and that's going to enhance all of the siege minions on the side of RSG. All of those wagons are going to hurt now, so it's just a matter of, yes, nickel and diming, finding the little kills, not even going into 5v5s, and managing the waves. And next thing you know, 10S is penetrated.
Yeah, I mean, Sana and LY4 are both taking Winter Truncheons, very defensive items. Most of the time you would expect to see it, you know, third item purchase for a lot of these mages, but RSG, they know we're really far ahead. We can't afford a death. As long as we play defensively, we will win.
Yeah, and that just shows, right? Like, RSG is way ahead now, but they are just being very disciplined. They're showing us that, all right, we know we're winning, but we will still have our priorities straight. Is because all the damage is coming from Jason. A lot of it is coming from Sync as well. And now look at this, a jump in by Sevnia. Oh, regrets it immediately as well. There's going to be the Mountain Shocker as Lord wails down on bottom. That's Koro taken out by LY4. Sheena blazing the wet for his life. He's able to survive, but for how long? Into the back, Pico able to just get some heals in time to survive. It's currently 4 defenders. KZP looking low, looking for a bush. LY4 still in here, and I think the coast is clear.
Yep, LY4 just waiting for that flowing blood to get over the flowing blood to get over the wall, and they've cracked open the inhibitor. Now they have to wait for the next Lord as 10 Seconds Gaming at this point of time, it's 12K behind. RSG, this could be the moment they could force the fight, and that's what it looks like they want to do. Yep,
and they keep just pushing Sheena back. This is his own base, and if he's not at home, if he's not comfortable in his own skin, then all the more that's the worst for a jungler. That's the worst for a core. But one thing we can say is this game has been super disciplined. Again, man, we're approaching 14 minutes now, and it's still just 7-0. 7-0.
7-0. This is the worst kind of domination because it's not that 10 Seconds Gaming isn't making any moves or they're just letting it slip out of their hand. It's the fact that RSG is acting as this brick wall where every mistake you have made thus far, every time you force the play, it is just going to be punished and punished and punished and punished. RSG not even having to force anything out of 10 Seconds Gaming, just let them fall into your hands, and now with such a fat lead, they could start saying, hey, we can force anything we want.
Exactly. It feels like a Cold War, and now it looks like they're biting. Sevnia here caught out. Oh, the damage is real. Oh, she's gonna survive though. All right, so this is one of those times wherein you're glad you picked up Concussive Blast because you have a little extra damage. Oh, sorry, a little extra defense. But now it looks like they're gonna force the issue. In comes RSG. We want this turret. We want some lives. We want to end it right now. Pico goes ahead and gets a few hits, but will survive nonetheless. Still 5 defenders in the base. That's going to be Koro taking a chunk of damage. LY4 gets him, and right now there's only 4 left. Sheena with the Blazing Duet. Battle Mirror Image out, back into his base. Pico now down. That's going to be 3 left. Oh, 5 still alive for RSG, and they're smelling blood, man. There's a good wave coming up top. There is still a wagon in mid. Down bottom, they're marching in as well. Sheena looking low. That's going to be it. Mountain Shocker just to make sure that's game 1 taken here by RSG. 14 minutes, 45 seconds.
They could smell it. They could smell it. And they wanted to go for the throat. They went for it, and they got the jugular. That was some masterclass macro coming in from RSG, all starting from the early stages of the game with full control over mid, making it the late game. Basically, they were just playing chess.
Exactly, that's what it is. You send a pawn, okay. You send another pawn, okay. We're slowly marching towards your base. It wasn't at all aggressive. And again, it just reminds me of what RSG looked like in the early game. Like before the draft even started, they were all smiles and they were just calm and collected. The total opposite for 10S. Obuyan here, he is in distress. Ladies and gentlemen, their dreams of pushing forward in M2 lay in the very next moments, in the very next game.
Yeah, it's so frustrating to watch, especially, I definitely feel for 10 Seconds Gaming. It's not like they were making bad moves across the board.
Not at
yes,
all.
It happened later on, but those were very small micro things that you didn't really have to worry about. And more importantly, they were trying to make plays in the early game, and they were looking good. Unfortunately, weren't able to get the kill that they needed. Some survived with a little bit of HP, but still good defense, solid defense from RSG.
Yep, and I think to break down exactly how this happened, we're going to hear from our analyst, Wolf, in just a bit. But right now, we would like to thank Tumi for being the partner in esports for M2. As the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack, you can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out tumi.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
And don't forget, to keep our players safe and protected, M2 has partnered with SUTL to ensure the event venue has been coated with SD Pro, an antimicrobial self-disinfectant coating that eliminates bacteria and viruses 24/7 for 180 days. To find out more about what SUTL Envirotech offers, visit sdst.com.
It's been an exciting tournament so far, and right now, I know you guys are also holding on to your seats. Is 10 Seconds Gaming Frost going to stay in the tournament? But for now, Razer, our official gaming gear partner, is about to make things a whole lot more interesting. If you guys are looking to score some easy loot, then join the legendary loot hunt. Go ahead and go to the Razer X M2 campaign page to get started, and we wish you all a good luck. Right now, Leo and Gideon going to be signing off for just a bit because it's going to be Wolf breaking down this first game between 10S and RSG. Wolf, howl away.
Man, I wish I could, but honestly, this particular game that happened, it was summarized perfectly well when the casters were trying to wrap up their cast. It was just a methodical approach and a macro win coming out from RSG that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost could not recover from. My name is Wolf, and let's talk about that macro-based game or macro-based win that RSG just had against the Japanese team. Well, here's the thing. Why is it a macro-based win coming out from RSG? If you'll notice, they did not get any kills in the first, 3 minutes, 4 minutes of the match, and then just snowballed when they first got their 3 kills. If you're thinking about it, it's just like a 0 kill actually. It went 0 kills for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. It was 10-0 against 10 Seconds Gaming Frost just because of the fact that, well, RSG just focused on the macro. Well, you can see that in the items or in the item build page that we are looking at, there's really not much to talk about. But I do want to take note that the side of RSG, the way that they drafted this is more based on defending against the physical damage output of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, where the cores really just naturally thrive at. This is Lapu Lapu, Ruby, as well as Claude. And not only that, they also rely heavily on hitting RSG for them to be successful with it. Now, what RSG did was to have KZP rush this anti-Kiras, because you do know that Dreadnought armor into Kiras is just way too good against physical damage in small bursts. And then obviously you'll get LY4, get the Durance. And which is interesting because normally you would put the Durance into the Luyi, but instead it's LY4 because he knew that he already won his lane matchup. He was winning his lane, and because of that he gets so much farm. I think he did. He went for, Mystery Shop, which meant that he will get the Block of Destiny very quickly, then transitioned into Durance, and then became aggressive against the lineup of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. What it did essentially is that when the power spike was there for RSG, it was impossible for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost to win those fights. Because imagine this, you have a very defensive itemization coming out from KZP, a very utility-based composition item build coming out from the Alice, which is the Durance after the Clock of Destiny. And when the fights did happen, it was just so telegraphed from RSG. Now, the MVP of the match is Jason with this Yisen Shin. And now we go back to the previous point we're talking about, the masterclass of a macro-based strategy from RSG. I think that if you've been watching me all throughout the M2, all throughout the 3 broadcast days that we had, I always say and mention that Yisen Shin drafts are macro-based drafts, objective-based drafts, wherein you maximize your damage output onto turrets and to turtles and to jungle creeps, not really on the heroes. Obviously, you get so much damage onto heroes if you snowball enough, right? But in order for you to snowball as the Yisen Shin, you have to utilize your kit into securing those objectives and taking over parts of the map. So how do you do that? Well, RSG just really showed us how they did it. It was KZP being aggressive in the early stages to make space for the Yisen Shin. Now, you wait for the Yisen Shin's power spike, which is really quite fast, honestly, to get the Mountain Shocker and get enough items to get into the first turtle. Now, you pop the Mountain Shocker, you get vision of the opponents, you position yourself well, you take the fights that you can, and just, if you're not getting, they did commit into the fight. That's where they tried to bait out where the Lapu Lapu was, and my oh my, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost really bit that trap. They really sprung the trap, and when they did, when they were too aggressive, they were duly punished for that. Remember the Lapu Lapu just being baited out by the members of RSG, and when 10 Seconds Gaming Frost already committed, it was LY4 and the gang to commit, because again, there's really easy punishments coming out from of RSG was well maintained and well understood by the Singaporean team, right? They knew exactly when they can fight, well, and they knew their win conditions. Again, during the time where they cannot fight, they just pop the Mountain Shocker, make another part of the map theirs, and just take over the farm so quickly. There was a point where it came down to like a 5-0 in the mid stages of the game, wherein RSG were incredibly farmed over 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, but they don't even engage in fights because they have understood that they can really hold and choke the members of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost by just winning over the map. Really methodical, really surgical. I think this is one of the textbook approaches on how you can win with Yisen Shin. You're right. So I think the biggest lesson here is how to utilize the Yisen Shin. If you really recall one of the other executions of this kind of draft in the past games here in the M2 World Championships, you'll notice that this is all about macro control. That has been it for my analysis for this particular game. I think I've said a lot of things, but I'm sure that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost will have to go back to the drawing board. They are literally one game away from getting eliminated in the M2 World Championship, and I just hope that they show us something come game number 2. Game number 2. Now, coming up, let's bring it back to the wonderful duo Leo and Gideon. What do you think about that one?
We wholeheartedly agree. Thank you so much, Wolf. Maybe later we'll hear you howl. Welcome back to game number 2. Special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or y'all can just visit secretlab.co.
And not forgetting to thank Singtel, our partner in esports, to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on the road to Mythic in MLBB with Singtel, the Singaporeans' fastest 5G network.
Did you know that there is an official live screening event for M2 in Singapore at the Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? It's called MVP. You'll be able to catch all the M2 action on a big cinema screen. What's more is you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in activities and lucky draw. I wish I was there, but we're all here. We're a part of the show, but MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP. Once more, at your service, it's been an honor so far. My name is Leo. This right here is Gideon, and we'll be bringing you game number 2 for this matchup. Is it going to be a sweep? Will the Japanese call it quits, or will they, again, cross fingers, hoping for that anime comeback and bring us into a clutch moment against the hometown heroes?
Yeah, I don't know about this one. The hometown heroes, it looks like they have a set strategy in place to take down the Japanese foes, and it's looking real tough all around the board here, especially since they are taking this as seriously as possible.
We're about a minute and 40 seconds away from the draft, so stay with us. We'd like to remind you guys of a little something that we call Battle Night. It's happening on the 30th of January, and we're pleased to announce that this also coincides with the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin once more on the 30th of January, and it'll feature a new upgrade system called Blessing. There'll be a new little commander, a new map, and all synergies will be revamped, and we all get free trials of the advanced skins. It all awaits us on the 30th. I can't wait, but first we got to get through the playoffs. Once more, Battle Night happening on January 30th. Oh, by the way, did I mention there's a free skin?
Oh, yeah. So make sure you are just jotting down those dates on the 30th to check out the new content later on. And that's happening after M2, so keep your eyes stuck on here because this game is about to begin.
Moonton just don't let us breathe, man. Like, after the championships, you're like, okay, so there's this big thing happening up next. I guess more Mobile Legends for me. But right now, back into reality. You're looking into the eyes of one of the players of 10S. And Gideon, I'm wondering, man, what could be going on in their minds right now?
I think at this point they're trying to figure out, it's just, what is the issue? How do we deal with this? Can we get a composition that allows us to execute really comfortably and get the largest amount of profits when the play does happen? Because so far, they have these high execution costs, but unfortunately, RSG has been, developing these strategies to kind of negate a lot of the plays being made with a little bit of thing called intel and foresight, a little bit of game sense. I suspect they're down towards bottom side. Let's go send Hilda and figure some stuff out. So I think in the drafting phase, they need to get rid of these, information gathering type supports like Hilda, who can face check more times than they should.
Oh, yeah. So right now, I'm wondering if they're going to be reactive, or once more, will they just put the pedal to the metal? Obuyan on your screens right now. Just go high speeds. High risk, high reward. RSG once more on the play. 10 seconds, Gaming Frost answering back. It's the Benedetta and Jawhead banned out already. We're waiting for 10 seconds, Gaming Frost to take out one more after Brody.
This is a little stressful, especially for 10-second Gaming Frost. They decided to stay on the red side, which I don't think is the best idea, especially against RSG, because again, they have to change something up. And while RSG is on the blue side, they can determine what they get within the first phase of the game. So they ban out the Jawhead, they ban out the Natalia, as well as the Benedetta. A slight variation here, but 10 seconds Gaming Frost, it looks like they are going for the exact same things, the Brody as well as the Esmeralda.
And again, while we're waiting for this third ban, what's really irking me here is the fact that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, the one thing that I've seen just drawn across all their drafts is that they're a fan of these wombo combo lineups. Did you see that? Like Imperial Justice into the Yin Yang Overturn into Lapu Lapu's ult. Like it's always the wham, bam, 1, 2, 3 combo. I think the change that they need here, the change that should just turn the tables, if you will, is a lineup that is relatively independent, that allows each member to just function on their own. So I think 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they're on the right track here by taking out Luo Yi for two things. One, RSG just used Luo Yi earlier on just amazingly, right? It was no question a great pickup with all the information that they had. Second is, it takes away 10 Seconds Gaming Frost's tendency to play with the Luo Yi. Obuyan is a great player, for sure. I love Obuyan as an athlete and as a professional, but how they used it yesterday, it was just a little too much.
Yeah, I think it definitely was a little too much. However, 10 Second Gaming Frost, I think their major issue is that a lot of their players aren't going to be as mechanically inclined in comparison to a lot of the MPL regions here. I do think Sheena and Obuyan do have, a better game sense, but, Sevnia and Koro really need to start being very careful with the way that they're executing some of these plays, because they're not exactly the cleanest, and sometimes their responses are a little slower in comparison to RSG, where you can tell, a little bit of that gift of foresight, or what we call game sense, seeing, we've done this so many times, we see a lot of teams play this is only the most natural play to make. Yep,
muscle memory, reps, whatever you want to call it, it's just really the fact that RSG is an MPL caliber team. Our 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, as much studying and as much scrims as they do, it's just going to be hard to meet. Right now, picks already on 10S. It's going to be the Sylvana once more, and then you have the Yu Sun Shin. This is looking good, at least so far. Again, very high win rate on Yu Sun Shin. For Sylvana, they have the benefit of the doubt here. They have the flex. And do note, Pico has sat this one out because Papa's back in.
Yeah, it looks like they, switching up the roster a little bit. They need to make sure that change is necessary, especially when you are on the knife's edge and at the risk of elimination here. Now, Selena finally being picked up here. Selena has been slipping through the cracks more times than it should, and nobody has been able to prioritize it just yet. But RSG will take it, and alongside with the Alice as well.
Okay, all right. LY4 on the Alice in game number 1 was amazing. Right now, I think they're just going to be trying to play the same game. Like, we have good vision, mobility through the roof, and our engagement range is just beyond what you can do right now. As nice as we can say is the Imperial Justice, again, whether it's on a Flicker, Sylvana, or what have you, it's still just no match to the vision and the information that a Selena can give. So, that's still on the board. RSG still has that in spades.
Yeah, I totally agree here. And RSG is getting more and more comfortable with this composition where LY4 sits on this Alice, waits to scale towards the later stages of the game, and you have a very early game support just to kind of play defensively. However, this is a higher risk support with a Selena because she's very dependent on the Abyssal Arrows. She can follow. If you win harder with a Selena. But if you lose even harder from Selena. Selena can't pull you out of that rut no matter how hard you try.
She almost does nothing.
Yeah.
At worst, she is a ward. That's all she is. She's just vision. At best, she's going to bury your opponents in value. So right now, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they have another ban coming up. So they do take out Ling, choking out Jason. RSG thinking about Obuyan here, taking out the Matilda. But do note who picked the Sylvana. It's Obuyan. So they're running here on the fact that you don't know who Sevnia is. You don't know if this is Sevnia right here or if it's Obuyan.
Exactly, and I think getting rid of the Matilda like this for the side of RSG, definitely it's like, okay, you didn't pick it up earlier on. That's absolutely fine. It's not like you knew what our draft was going to be, especially when Yuzong doesn't really show you too much here in a lot of these situations. So 10 Seconds Gaming Frost naturally is going to have to reply, get rid of something that scales into the game other than that Alice. All right, so Claude, that would be Claude, Roger, Ling, Hayabusa, Lancelot. One of these 5s would absolutely do fine.
So now 10 Seconds Gaming Frost goes ahead, bans out Akai. So yeah, that's KZP, still a big question mark. Obviously, it's a cleaner draft for RSG. I mean, a little more easy to read. You have Sana in mid, Selena, XP lane, Yu Zhong. You have LY4 back in the gold lane. it really is cards on the table for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost here. They know what RSG is doing, but hold up.
Okay.
Are we seeing the resurgence, no pun intended, for Popol and Koopa tank? Because this kind of makes sense, although I don't know. Obuy and Mage, I kind of see it.
I mean, we could assume a couple of things. We could say that this is going to be a secondary support, or their mid laner on Sevnia, or Sevnia could be going into the off lane. Arguably, we don't know for sure just yet. But Obian holding on to the Sylvana, no matter what, the Divine Justice is going to be good. But looking over at RSG side, speaking of unique picks, the Grok, the Hanzo is coming out. Kagura comes out as well, just to make sure the Hanzo is going to be as effective. But I don't know. This is I was thinking that 10 Seconds Gaming banning out the Akai was a little bit kind of like, okay, you're prioritizing defending the Imperial Justice a little bit too much, and that'd be a little narrow. But I think it doesn't matter because this is a very hard read to do for Resurgence or even 10 Seconds Gaming side. Like
RSG here, RSG, dude. For them, it's way back Wednesday, dude. Let's throw back to when Hanzo was amazing. Let's throw back to when Grok were bullying people out of their own buffs.
Yeah.
So, as odd as, the Popol and Koopa was, I think RSG know what they're doing exactly. It's not like Hanzo and Grok are just bad. It's just that the metagame dictates that they just don't belong anymore. But looking at what 10 Seconds Gaming Frost drafted, that's not what the metagame looks like in general.
Yeah, no. I mean, okay, so take into consideration what Game 1 was looking like here. They brought the Hilda playing for that information here, playing for that information. But the moment that Popol and Kupal comes up, that tells you something. Oh, they have a lot more CC than I would have expected. And I only have a Selena back me up. It's not a Lo Yi who can kind of walk up and say, hey, I deal so much damage that I don't necessarily have to land my abilities, and they're so short on cooldowns that pressure alone, her presence is deadly. But Grok, now it's something independent. I can walk into your jungle. Oh, I don't need to take a Purify. You stun me? Who cares? I'm just going to walk away.
You got that ancient gift. That blessing of clean CCs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost lay on the edge of disappointment because this could be their last game in all of M2 versus RSG. Right now, KZP, I think he's just he's checking in his reach. He did not cross over as far, but he does know that that's going to be Obuyan on that's Obuyan as the mage, Sylvana, and then Sevnia as tank Popol and Koopa. That's exactly what we read.
Yeah, exactly what we read here, and I think it's good that KZP understands. He's playing with the team here. He's making sure that, hey, I show up. I don't need to face check anything, especially since that 10 Seconds Gaming, their level 1s are way stronger with Sevnia as Popol and Koopa to guarantee that stun. So yeah, push it into us. We don't really care. You can't invade our buffs because it's Hanzo, and he just yoinks them away with the Devour.
What I'm looking forward to here is the fact that Hanzo could be the one pulling the early invades here. I'm waiting on Jason here to cross over. But right now, Obuyan and Sevnia playing great defense, locking Sana out. Oh, Sana's gonna jump in with the Garrote, but just missed the kill onto Sevnia. Oh, he's looking for the swing. Charges it up. First blood for KZP, the clothesline from hell.
Oh my goodness, what were those? I mean, that was a huge chunk. I tend to, we haven't seen Grok in a while. And his power of nature, it still hurts.
Throwback to 2019.
Oh my goodness, oh wow, okay. Didn't expect that I didn't expect the early kills to come out to happen that quickly. Oh, Jason's gonna get hit by Papa here, and Sheena as well. They get the catch off of that rotation. Jason, you can't be walking out in the river like that.
Okay, that was obviously a miscommunication, because clearly Sheena wasn't in lane. Clearly Papa was also missing. I think LY4 should have told him. But yeah, that just, again, shows how weak a Hanzo is early game. But now look at this, Sync jumping in, Black Dragon form, Sevnia and his little baby dog gonna be in the way. Half Dragon now, Sync is, in comes Sana with the arrow, hits one for full duration, but Sevnia is not having any of this, and they disengage. Turtle still up for grabs.
I don't think RSG can really do too much about that position here, especially since that 10 Second Gaming Frost, they have their level 4s and they're just purely stronger in this position, especially with Papa as well. Like LY4, yes, he can, spell vamp 4 people, but again, it's not worth the risk. Papa doing some big damage on LY4.
Ooh, I guess LY4 just has enough mana in the tank to survive, but just barely, just barely. Blood Ode not as strong just yet. Ooh, real quick, Turtle was taken. I wonder on who, but right now that's going to be Jason engaging full damage. There's the barrier by KZP. This is not a fight they want to pick just yet.
Absolutely. I mean, RSG, they were the ones who took the turtle because of 10-second Gaming Frost. They're really, really scared of LY4 and just the capabilities that Jason could come in, especially when it comes to those team fights around those neutral objectives. They don't want to get stuck together.
And if you do get stuck together, KZP is going to make you pay. If anything, I think when you're looking at damage overall on the board, if stats like that were able to show, I think KZP would just be through the roof.
Totally agree. And, I mean, I feel like 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they need to show a little bit more disrespect towards RSG, because now, I think after that game one, they did try and disrespect them. They tried to go for those bigger plays, and then they got punished. So now it's just reserved, cold, calculated, but they're getting too much into their heads.
Yep, and again, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, it's not like they're in great shape already, as you can see in their faces. On camera, you saw, but right now Jason gets caught out once more. That's going to be Imperial Justice. Sevnia puts the nail in the coffin, and Sync is looking for revenge. Vindication, not enough shot energy to save him here. Oh, hold up, he gets caught out. That's going to be another, I believe, taken out by Papa. 2 for none. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost looking great in the early game.
I mean, great in the early game, but they're losing pressure on the top side of the map. Oh no, Sana is going to get landed missile arrow onto Papa. Luckily, he is playing with fire here, getting real close, and he can't afford to die like that, especially since the top side is about to break.
Oh, it's close. LY4 not able to push as fast as 10 Seconds Gaming Frost down bottom. Ooh, and Papa missed by just an inch.
Yeah, sorry, I meant bottom side was about to break. Top side still having the full, but almost pretty much the shield, because it is an LY4 and he can't really, you know, auto attack him to death. He is a magic-based hero, but bot side, 10 Seconds Gaming doing a good job looking for that punish. And now Turtle is up for grabs.
Oh no, KZP destroyed here, not near any walls. It's not going to work like that, fam. And right now, LY4 is going to be in the middle. Sevnia looking low. Sync looks for the revenge kill, and he's not going to get it. So far, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost is in better shape than they ever were in game number 1. 5 minutes in, they're 3 kills ahead, 1 turret ahead, and RSG seems to be picking fights that they have no business doing.
Yeah, I think that, you know, one of the bigger issues is the fact that Jason is getting caught out more times than he should. 2 deaths already is going to slow him down, and Sheena, this might be his opportunity to really catch up into this game.
Right now, Sheena is not anywhere to be found as Obuyan gets bursted down. He's a little too far in, and KZP goes ahead, uses the flicker. In comes Sync. Black Dragon form once more. He's keeping him in. He's keeping him in, but who's going to be the damage? LY4 is a little too far up. They are rotating in towards this turtle. I think this is going to be worth it. Oh, Jason with the orange comes in, lets a few spikes down. Sync is taken out by Papa. Lapu Lapu in the building. He's going to try to dash out of here. Ooh, looking for a target underneath. LY4 is getting bursted down as well. And it's going to be an extended fight as KZP charges up and disengages.
Yep, it's a 4v5. Not exactly the best position B. A mounted chucker just to give Pure all the information that 10 Seconds Gaming need to kind of just hold down the bunker and even catching KZP along the side.
And KZP is going to get bursted down here. Oh, wild charge, not going to save him. Obuyan gets it as well. Sheena picks up, I believe, the second turtle.
Yeah, this is no, sorry, this is 10 Seconds Gaming's first turtle because RSG took the first one.
Oh, RSG was good with 1. Okay, there you go. So far, I'm missing out on Jason. Jason isn't doing as great, but Sync, do note, ladies and gentlemen, this is not Purify, this is not Flicker, this is actually Petrify, Yuzhong.
I think Sync just wants to be able to set up better for LY4, but now I think they're losing a little bit more pressure. RSG, they're okay with it. Jason getting caught again.
Oh no, bit down by Koopa. That's going to be Obuya taking a lot of damage, but Papa here to finish the job. Down you go, you sneaky ninja. And KZP gonna get caught out as well. Why are RSG walking into 10 Second Gaming Frost straps? Oh, Sana, real quick. I get 1 though. Sevnia bites it.
Yep. Oh no, that's not the end of it though.
Nuh-uh, because Sync is not going to be saved by his Black Dragon form, or is he? Oh, the old classic Wings by Wings trick. He's going to come in, and Papa just can't finish it. Nice save! The mechanics on this man.
Just being able to go out of the map, you know, no big deal, no big deal. I can see Wolf on the side. He is not happy about that.
Yep. Oh, wow, I can only imagine how frustrated Papa is too, but just the same, I would be feeling great if I was 10 Seconds Gaming Frost because they're pushing turrets, they're losing kills, but the kills that they lose, they don't mind. Like, they're still winning across the board, so conversion is through the roof. This is great. Oh, wild charge on the Papa. He does not survive. Nice trap set in by Sana. Okay, so far, it's not as clean, but they're winning. I can say they're winning.
Yeah, you can confidently say that they're winning. They have pressure all across the map. RSG just can't seem to push them back in a lot of these situations. And more importantly, they've caught Jason 3 times already off of those rotations. And Jason, even though he wants to go and invade 10-second gaming jungle, he can't clear those jungle camps fast in his spirit form unless he has items. So he has to get his physical body in there to activate the Devour.
Yep, and so far, it's been miserable. So far, it hasn't been great for Jason. The second that 10 seconds Gaming Frost sees him, he's bursted down. And just with that turtle, all 3 get an item. Papa, Sevnia, and Koro. Power spikes abound. 8 minutes, 30 seconds in.
Yep, and RSG not too far behind from 10 seconds gaming. 4 now, a big item spike coming in. Ooh, Blade of Despair as well from Sheena. They're going to be doing mountains of damage here as KZP looking for more information. Can't necessarily set up the fight against so many opponents.
Ooh, LY4 caught out here by a Divine. Nay, an Imperial Justice set in by Obuyan. And it's these little pickoffs that's happening way too often that's gonna bury RSG. And now, oh, nice catch on the KZP. Obuyan wants one. Mountain Shocker cannot pin Grok down here. He lives, but for how long?
He has to hold his ground somehow. The rest of the team won't be able to make it in time before Tier 2 is going to be destroyed. And nothing that RSG can force is 10 Seconds Gaming doing exactly what RSG did in the previous matchup, just zoning them out off of their item power spike, and RSG showing them a lot of respect. Hey, you're pulling some of the same tricks. We get it. We know what we should be doing.
Oh, in comes Sync. Black Dragon form set in. Oh, the blades by Jason. Not dealing enough unless it's Sevnia going down. That's one by Sync. He's looking for another. That's 1 stack on the Festival of Blood. Another! Although taken out by Papa 1 for 1. Here we go, looking for more. Let's see Sheena. Oh, just from behind KCP. Fails to block the assault. They are going to keep pushing in. Now, 10 minutes in, we're approaching the late game slowly. I feel like Jason is thinking twice about this Hanzo.
Yeah, he is struggling to get in on these fights, and I think, I definitely think that Obuyan is doing hell of a lot of work. Like, his Imperial Justices and just his Cosmic Lances are slowing down the Alice from getting into those big fights. Sync, amazing engagement. Gotta give him credit for that, but LY4 and Jason could not close the distance in time.
And now Obuyan is gonna go all the more with impunity. Not the team, but just the fact that he cannot be punished. He has a flicker. He has the Imperial Justice to disengage. And now with the Immortality. Athena shield picked up by KZP. I do believe at 10 minutes, 45 seconds, we could go for an item check. Because I want to know who's carrying the anti-healing. Who's carrying the Deadly Blade. Because when Papa was fighting Sync earlier, there was that status effect. So I'm guessing it's this heavy sustain that they're going for. Obuyan catches one. That's going to be Sync in trouble. Taken out just like that. It's a pickoff. And it's looking like 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. We asked for it, now we're getting it. The anime comeback might be inevitable.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, they're literally 5K ahead of their opponents here, and RSG just have to give away this Lord. But you can see the rest of them are rotating towards bot side to try and make something happen here. They're just cutting the waves, clearing them up as soon as possible, looking to invade and try to get some deep traps inside of their jungle for later on.
That's going to be a 6K gold deficit here for RSG. And what does that translate to? Obuyan here already has the Necklace of Durance. Papa. Okay, so it wasn't off of Papa. He's not carrying a casual Deadly Blade at all. What's Jason looking like? He has the Hunter's Strike. He does oh no, he's so behind in farm!
He really is, and Sana getting caught out once more, and even the flame shot coming out of Koro just to ensure that he goes down. No time to react to this as 10 Seconds Gaming playing a very clean game.
And this is going to be a push. There's a clean wave here. Sheena has an orange. He did steal the orange on the side of RSG, and I think it's just a matter of time, man. Jason and Sana just not showing up in this game here.
Yep. Those catchers really did hurt them at the end of the day, but 10 Seconds Gaming now with the Lord on their side. They're going to force the fight coming in from Sync.
Oh no, Black Dragon form! Oh, somehow it's happening! Somehow it's working! Down goes Koro. KZP is still alive in here. Jason picks up the DHS in sync goes down. Sheena still dealing a lot of damage, and it looks like they are gonna get what they wanted. Mission accomplished. Pushed in mid, pushed as well down bottom, and there's 4 defenders left, 4 attackers left, still quite down the middle, but just the same, it's looking pretty hard for RSG to come back.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is just a great showing coming out from both of these teams. RSG showing some masterclass macro plays on towards the game 1. 10 Seconds Gaming is like, okay, you want to play Yishin Shin? No, I'm going to show you how to play Yishin Shin. And now 10 Seconds Gaming showing some great class on the macro.
Now, Papa, note, this man 5, 1, and 2 got stacks on the FOB. Sheena not dying once, all right? Not dying once. I don't expect him to be giving up at all because I'm feeling, man, he's in the zone. He's in a state of flow right now. And there you go, the awe mask onto Sevnia. That's another layer of CC. So I think even if you do put it on KZP, as long as you push him away from the wall, this Grok, instead of feeling like a rock, is going to feel like paper. And right now they're pushing in up top. Oh no, that's it. All super minions across the board.
Yeah, it's not looking great. RSG, if they are looking to force play, they need to take out the key members here. But if we look at the items, I'm pretty sure Koro is going to be stacked up. His Yin Yang overturn is going to deal so much damage. So even off of the best situation, you are expecting Koro to land that ult.
And he does have the flame shot to end fights wherein you just need a little more range, and you lost the swap. You don't have it anymore. Just pew! The range on a flame shot, ladies and gentlemen, is just amazing. It's odd how far it goes. All right, but so far, I hate how we mentioned it. It's now coming true. Sana on the Selena, just not feeling it right now. There's just not much he's doing, and it's the same with Jason. It's the same with Jason. The last time we checked for items, what, less than 5 minutes ago? He only had 1 major item.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been able to invade, which is what he's been wanting to do. He's been caught out every single time he tries, and those early catches really bit him back at the end of the day. Oh no, Sana out of position. He has to flicker.
And that's going to be the Blood Ode set in by LY4 Sync with the Black Dragon form looking for targets, and it's just not there. He does not have enough shot energy to go ahead and deal damage. That's what? A trade. Obuyan for LY4, and finally Jason. We're feeling Jason.
Yep, and can he actually make this work out? It's a 1-for-2 trade, but there he goes. KZP is the next to fall. This is an end angle here for 10 Second Gaming Frost.
Sana gets bursted down here. That's just 2 defenders left, Jason and Sync. As Jason gets bursted down, Sync the only one left. There's no way they're going to defend this. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, the anime comeback we've all been asking for, they have delivered. That's 1-1 in this game number 2. We're clutching it. Game number 3.
Yeah, calm and collected. The Japanese squad finally getting their first win in M2 itself, and that's going to feel real good. But RSG, on the other hand, going to be a little disappointed with their performance. They're thinking that they could execute that a little bit better for sure, but now they're going to have to take a step back. Okay, that's fine. We drop a game, we got to come back stronger.
It's so odd how RSG always goes the distance like this. I wonder if it's because of how quote-unquote creative they can get sometimes, how they're able to like swap around roles, play with interesting heroes, or really did 10 Seconds Gaming Frost just level up here?
Well, I do think 10 Seconds Gaming Frost identified almost instantaneously what exactly RSG were trying to do. So when it did occur, all right, first of all, they try to go for these little, cheeky plays, see what KZP is doing. Okay, they get a good feel of it, and then they identified, okay, as long as Jason doesn't get ahead, they basically got nothing left to scale. So they caught him out each and every time on those rotations, and that just made this game so much easier for them to play.
And again, the vision advantage that Sheena had with the Mountain Shocker kind of neutralized the information that the traps set in by Sana could provide. And again, you already have foils on foils. There is the Popolin Koopa by Sevnia, which I doubted, but now I regret. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost looking amazing. Real quick, a reminder, you guys could catch the live streaming of the mega event Mobile Legends BangBang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch, happening from the 18th to the 24th of January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG. And EVOS SG from Singapore will be competing for a grand total of $300,000 US. Show some support, show some love from RSG because they need it right now as well for EVOS SG later on in the group stage. Right now, we're going to be throwing over to Wolf. Explain to us how this happened. Analyst man, take it away.
Analyst man. Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Gideon and Leo. Let's talk about game number 2 and a recovery coming out from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. My name is Wolf, and I'm going to be bringing you the analysis of game number 2, which is more about 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, just probably understanding more about the meta game of Mobile Legends. It's just weird. Why is it that in their last possible match, that's the only time where I can say that they have learned from their from the lessons of the past, right? Because one thing's for sure, I think 10 Seconds Gaming Frost have been screaming around here in Singapore for the last 2 weeks. Maybe they have been seeing a lot of how the Indonesian teams or the Filipino teams or the Malaysian teams have been playing, or the Southeast Asian teams have been tackling Mobile Legends, and they have been using the heroes that they were using. But where is the disconnect? Why does it seem like they have not been playing accordingly? Like, they are drafting like the other teams, but they have not been playing like the other teams. In this particular game, I think that they have been applying what they learned with the Yisun titles draft, but also they now know how to counter the Hanzo kind of drafts that they have faced before. And not only that, I think that they are also utilizing their heroes accordingly. Like, for example, this Sylvana with Sevnia's Popol and Koopa, I think that they have mastered now how the supports work, or at least the mid lane and the tank supports work. So now they were aggressively taking parts of the map, particularly in the East Asian side. And also the way that they utilize their side lanes, which is the Lapu-Lapu, I think that it's much better than they have used it in game number 1 and their usage of their side lanes from before. Now, the MVP is Obion on this Sylvana, not played as a tank, more played as a mid laner. And they also abuse the fact that they can farm well with this Sylvana. Farming well meaning they can actually get minions in the mid lane and just let the Yisun just take objectives and jungle creeps. Now, the ending result of this was Sylvana getting the Durance in about 4 minutes timing or 5 minutes timing. And I saw that, which is nice, because now Sylvana does have impact in the game. And he was able to just make sure that the Grok was really non-impactful, right? And also the Alice, when he tried to go for the fights during the mid-game stages of the game, it was just Sylvana just making it sure that there's not much impact when it comes to sustain. This allowed the Yisun to be successful. Sevnia on this Popol and Koopa tank, I think that he absolutely understood this hero, and I love it because he utilized it in a way that it is aggressive, and it makes it so that the Hanzo will not be comfortable in just landing on those damage. And I think that the Selena only caught him once or twice, but in the grand scheme of things, you just step on all of those traps with Koopa. I think Koopa's the wolf, right? But he was able to just step on the traps and take control of the map. It's like mind sweeping through all of the Selena traps and also catching some of those arrows with him and just landing those almost instant stuns, which you get from the spear, right? And what really is most valuable about the Popol and Koopa is that your stun is a targeted stun, so you can really peel through your opponents. And this is how they were able to just get into the Hanzo, get to the backlines into the Hanzo, make it so that they will just get through the Grok, because Grok is not really that effective as much. I think that Obion was able to just bully through the Grok, which is weird because Grok should be the one who is bullying, right? It has been a long time since we've seen the Grok. I'm a Grok main myself, and I can say with absolute certainty that Grok is not really the best tank in the meta that we have right now. So all those things coupled up together, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost finally recovering when it comes to just understanding the meta game, them utilizing the Yisun Shin to full effect, and them abusing the farm that you can get out of the mid lane from the mid lane or the quote-unquote supports, and just applying it all against Resurgence or RSG. That was just so amazing. I am so excited about game number 3, however. Will it be Resurgence just or RSG just recovering from 10-second game force, or 10-second game force? Are they gonna ride this momentum and maybe take their first series victory? Let's find out. Now, let's get it back to the casters. Day and Gideon. That's all we need. Back to you guys. Oh, sorry. We are gonna be throwing back to the break for now. I'll see you after this, guys.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
Serve.
Download for free. Mobile Legends BangBang.
Welcome back. You guys are watching the Mobile Legends BangBang M2 World Championship 2020 at your service. My name is Leo, and this right here is Gideon, and we will be delivering to you game number 3 in this eliminations matchup. 10S Gaming Frost versus RSG. I love it. The Japanese were all like, ask and you shall receive.
I mean, they're getting there, and they are one more game away to make themselves push into the big playoffs here. Lower brackets, but still knocking out home favorites RSG. That's going to be a big statement.
I can only imagine the pressure right now on RSG, but just the same, this is no strange place for them. They've been here, they know what game 3 is like, and they know what weird drafts look like. And for game number 3, I'm guessing for RSG, they have to dial it back, all right? Maybe one odd and exotic pick, but not two, like the Grok and the Hanzo.
I would agree. I would totally agree. And my guess is that they're going to revert to LY4, going back in towards the regular marksman position. They're going to take blue side, as they always usually do, send Jason back in towards the support, into the support role, while everybody else kind of reverts back to what they usually play during their MPL. So this is going to be a tough one, because they are extremely comfortable with that particular play style, and I think 10 Seconds Gaming are in for a treat here.
I think the real winner here is all of us, the viewers, the fans.
Oh, yeah.
Because who doesn't love a good underdog story? Who doesn't love a David versus Goliath? Here you see a bunch of, young athletes, young professionals who love Mobile Legends flying out thousands of miles into the beautiful country of Singapore to compete with a team as strong as RSG. This is essentially an away game for 10S.
Yeah, they're battling an entire nation here, and that's difficult. That's real difficult, especially that most of the netizens here are going to be rooting for RSG, especially when you're on their home turf. This is going to be a huge upset if they do take it, but a huge win for the Japanese as a nation, and especially for their Mobile Legends scene.
You know what? I would love to see more craziness, but for both teams, for their sake, I think we again have to dial it back. We have to respect the meta game, and we have to understand that maybe game 2 was just a little too crazy for neither of them. RSG still, as you did say, gonna be on the play blue side, while 10 Seconds Gaming Frost gonna be answering back. Very, very similar bands just across the board from even 2 days back.
Yeah, and RSG following the exact same bans that they've been following throughout their matches against 10 Second Gaming. 10 Second Gaming, on the other hand, again, it's going to be I would assume it's pretty much the same thing, and I think for this last pick, they're considering, okay, maybe we might need to get rid of the Yishin Shin instead of being able to pick it up, because again, RSG, when they are pushed back into the corner, they revert to a composition they are comfortable to play with, and I'm pretty sure 10 Second Gaming Frost is extremely aware of that.
Yep, so far in this series, it's been about Yushin Shin, the winningest hero, all right, so far in this game. But right now, as you can see, the smile on KZP's face earlier, still there, but I'm loving it when I see it on Obuyan. Like, it's just so nice to see that the Japanese have found their groove, and I think they really do believe that they have a chance, and we all do. We all would love to see an upset right here, but now back to reality. Let's snap back. Again, respecting the current metagame, still one of the best heroes with amazing skills in their kit. It's Benedetta first pickup by RSG.
Yeah, this is a little bit different. It's very similar to game 1 itself. I mean, Sync showing Benedetta doesn't really tell too much about the composition at all. Like, in comparison to when he picked Yuzong, at least you have a general idea, okay, they want to go for that team fight, they want to go for a little bit more than that. But 10 Seconds Gaming, if it works, don't change it. Yishin Shin as well as the Sylvana, still A-okay. RSG, they've got deep pockets. It's not too much of a hindrance, but at least they know that 10 Seconds Gaming are on the same wavelength when it comes to their compositions from game 2.
Yep, don't reinvent the wheel. But just the same, RSG, they know how the wheel works, man. They know how the wheel works. So figure it out, pull the brakes. RSG, they pick up the Lapu Lapu and the Farsa. Now, man, they mean business. This is just power pick upon power pick.
Yeah.
10 Seconds Gaming Frost answer back, though, by just trying to do exactly what they did game number 2.
No, it's not going to work this time, because 10 Seconds... It's not going to work because, again, they haven't showed anything that... they haven't showed their cores. They're not looking for picks, and it's going to be extremely difficult, especially when you have a Farsa and a Benedetta on your side who can dodge a lot of abilities, high mobility characters, and not to mention, Farsa completely outranges Popol and Koopa at level 4, so he's going to have a really tough time.
Yep, that's what we're calling a soft counter. That's Farsa soft countering the Popoling Koopa. But something tells me maybe Obuyan aims to just overload. But then again, you're allotting 2 heroes to answer 1, and then you have the rest of them to figure out. Might be a little too much. But just the same, I'm looking forward to the bans, and nothing has changed. They still want LY4 or Jason off of the link.
Oh, that's really... I initially thought that KZP was the one who was going to be picking up the Farsa, which would have been really, really weird because Jason, naturally, that's his go-to pick. That is his pick itself. And it looks like the bans are going to be out and about. Ling as well as the Cho, RG making sure that they are getting rid of utility-based heroes.
I think that's going to be the Cho that they're looking out for to protect whoever the jungler might be. They're afraid that the fragile jungler, might it be a Claude, or even if they're looking for a double core setup, might be a 1-1 in their midst. They want to protect said hero from Cho. But yeah, I think side lane Cho these days not as effective, so it might be a half-missed draft anyways.
I mean, yeah, Cho has a lot of bad matchups now. Before this, it's like, oh yeah, he can go even to pretty much everything, but as the meta has progressed and a lot of new heroes have come out, it's like he can't beat Benedetta, he can't really beat Lapu Lapu. Yuzong, he's about 50-50, really depends on mechanics, and just those 2 very big offlaners, it's so difficult to beat, so therefore, it's really a big risk.
Yep, and now RSG looking to get their last ban. It's going to be the Yuzong. There you go. And that's Gaming Frost. They respect KZP. I love it. Face check McGee, no more. That's the Hilda out, so they want Sheena to have a good game.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they don't exactly have the same information as they do before, and I think it's a really good shout because Tencent Gaming going for the exact same composition that has been working out. If it works, don't change it. And that's the philosophy that Tencent Gaming Frost will be taking, as RSG now looking to go for their final picks here to finish off the composition.
Yeah, good question though, because for 10-second Gaming Frost, they literally have 4 out of 5 that they use in game number 2. Who did they substitute for Lapu Lapu? They did have a Lapu Lapu in game number 2, and right now they're missing out on that. So who might this be? Khalid? Who might this be? Like a Tams? Because they still need a good EXP laner. RSG, they lock in LY4's jungler. That's going to be it with KZP on the Akai. This is looking like a solid 2021 lineup. This is an M2 lineup if I've ever seen one.
Exactly, and this is the lineup that I would have expected RSG to take, mainly because these are all their, literally all of their comfort picks. Farsa on Jason, KZP on Akai. He's been playing it since Season 1. Sana, extremely solid offlaner. It doesn't matter how many mechanics you need, as long as it's not the Benedetta that Sync has been constantly playing in his streams, in his solo queues as well. You know, he's pretty nutty on it. And LY4, give him the marksman with mobility, give him a farm-heavy type, 2 items, he will start to pop off. 10 Seconds Gaming have to reply strong.
10 Seconds Gaming, I'm feeling like they need more burst. Interesting. I guess they're trying to get LY4 pinned down and have Papa pick fights against Sync and Sana with the I'm offended. I don't know how successful this is going to be because it feels very blunt right now. It feels like trying to, I don't know, cut open a watermelon with a coconut. That's what this lineup feels like. 10S Gaming Frost, I think they could have done better than a Ruby.
I think Ruby is an extremely safe pick. They don't want to risk a high execution hero. Ruby, oh, you miss your ult, no big deal. Khalid, you miss your ult, oh, I can't do anything anymore.
Yes.
That's the big difference here between the two. So I think 10 Seconds Gaming going for a very safe pick, while RSG here, everything they have in their lineup, extremely comfortable. My only problem right now is that 10 Seconds Gaming, they're going to be lacking a little bit of damage. They do scale. The Kagura is great. Popol and Kupal, I'm guessing he's still going to be in that tank form. Yishin, absolutely great. However, 2 big red targets that RSG just want to clamp on.
Yep, RSG, their lineup is as M2 as it gets. This, ladies and gentlemen, if you're trying to play ranked, like just pick any of these heroes and you're fine. Here we go. It all comes down to this. One of these teams go home. One of these teams get eliminated from M2. This is game number 3. RSG versus 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Well, I don't know. RSG is just gonna stay in town, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, yep, let's see how this game is going to go between these two teams with a classic setup here. The classic setup coming in from RSG, letting the mid-wave push into them. That's how, oh no, Sync in trouble, tries to cut the wave, and now he might get punished.
Yep, Sword Intent not enough because Obuyan draws a first blood. Sync was in too deep.
Way too deep. I think he kind of forgot that Sevnia is playing Popol and Kupal. You don't get to see it very often, but just getting a point-and-click stun with that Wolf, oh my goodness, it's so frustrating.
Grr, I'm angry, not even needed just yet. They just need to be able to confirm the stun. And now look at this. Wow, a bold invade, Sevnia and Obuyan. They don't really mean to like steal it, they just want to bother LY4.
Absolutely, I mean, it's the most annoying thing in the world. Jason having to use wing by wings to get on out of there, because at the end of the day, 10 Seconds Gaming's level 1 and level 2 is superiorly better than RSG's.
I'm loving how they're using the extra body on Sevnia. Koopa is a damage sponge. Like, even if he does go down, you can pray that the wolf comes back, and that's what, 45 seconds. Oh! Hold up! A stolen small camp. Koro is just grinning right now.
Yeah, he's probably a little happy with himself, like, alright, I took that away. But now on the top side here, looks like, I mean, 10 Seconds Gaming are just pushing and pulling against RSG, waiting to see if there's going to be a crack before they fully punish them while they are at their strongest.
Interesting engage up here. Oh, KCP caught out, uses the flicker already into the other bush. And I gotta say, Koro using the flame shot right there, that was perfect timing. Is because that's a 40-second-ish cooldown on the flame shot. It's not bad. I think he timed that properly, that the next team fight's gonna happen right then.
Yeah, and now they get another catch onto KCP here, who doesn't have the items, but oh, is he gonna go down? Yes, he is, with Jason looking for the return kills.
Nice feathered airstrike trading out for Obuyan. Sevnia survives, but I think that's exactly what they needed. They baited out the feathered airstrike so that Sheena gets a clean go at the turtle. That's one secured. Sheena's looking great. They are up 1,000.
Yeah, they're up quite a bit, and Koro's actually winning his lane here after that level, the initial level 1 invade sync. Oh, so close, about to die. Still hasn't hit that level 4. Koro, a whole level above him, missing that first wave, ended up being huge.
Yeah, and he's about to get a ton of gold. I love it. Energy shield in the early game on these outer turrets. It's amazing. It just snowballed you, and now LY4 got out by Obuyan. Blazing Duet did nothing. Oh my god, this is scary.
2K ahead, 3 minutes into the game. This has got to be one of the worst feelings in the world and one of the best openings for 10 Second Gaming Frost. They might actually knock out RSG if they don't pull themselves together.
This feels like a whole new team, man. This feels like a whole new team. And right now, Obuyan gets bursted, but he's feeling all right. They burned the feathered airstrike. It's a good chunk of a minute before they have it once more. And I gotta say, folks right now hanging out at the Cathay Cineleisure Orchard, they must be at the edge of their seats. Evo says she's fine later on, but RSG right now, this is it for all of them. Right here, this is it. Oh, they get KZP. That's going to be the Hurricane Dance. He gets pulled back in. And he gets looking for another bite. Sheena with an orange, able to survive. Is KZP finally gonna bite? Oh, he's fine. He's okay.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, managed the 1,000-pounder away. Oh no.
Oh no, that's gonna be the Imperial Justice on Sana. With that, Koro gets his Clock of Destiny.
Yeah, and 10 Seconds Gaming here, hyper aggressive. Something inside of them has unlocked. They're making the right moves. They are doing it at the right time. And now their game sense is over 9,000.
What? Obuyan from the bushes catches LY4. The man had no idea that there was an assassin in his midst.
Yeah, and Obuyan, he is going for Mystery Shop instead of that Concussive Blast, instead of the Impure Rage. He knows that all he has is that early game transition into mid game, and after that, he's not going to be as strong, but oh boy, he is growing big fast.
Yeah, here it is once more, another Imperial Justice. Lapu Lapu, you're way too far from home. They are chonking away at, once more, the outer turret energy shield, and this lead has grown, man. It's grown to about 3,500, close to 4.
Yeah, I mean, they did do the lane swap up into top side. Like, Cinco needed to go against Papa here, where he can't really do too much. Where he can't do too much overall. Papa actually matching him as well. Oh no, KZP now under the turret.
Obuyan here is dealing a lot of damage. Oh, they failed to pin him down, but because of this diversion play, Koro down bottom able to go. Oh, that's going to be the Imperial Justice onto KZP. Strangling! The Panda falls and Sync barely gets away. Who is this new team? Who is 10 Seconds Gaming Frost right now?
I mean, they've unlocked the Ultra Instinct at this point. Alpha Wolf has been coming out, and now they are 4K ahead 5 minutes into this game. Turtle coming back up in about 50 seconds or so. This is a completely different 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Why haven't we seen this sooner?
I don't know. I bet they're asking themselves the same question. But hey, whatever gets them to the lower bracket of the playoffs, right?
Anything really at this point. I'm just trying to figure out, have 10 Seconds Gaming Frost been trying to, play this, the Southeast Asian metagame and holding on to their own cards just to kind of get a good feel, willing to give up that top bracket spot?
I mean, even if you do take the long way around, as long as you get there. Now KZP gets blasted down as well, Sana. That was a feathered airstrike in vain.
Yeah, that was a fat ult from Obuyan and Koro. I mean, the yin-yang overturn on top of the Imperial Justice, you ain't getting out of that for sure.
All right, we take it back. I'm eating my words. Apparently, it's enough damage. I mean, you bury your opponent in this much value, 6 minutes in, you're 8 kills ahead. You're about more than 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead. Yeah, there's enough damage. There is enough damage.
I want to look at the items. Let's have a look at the items. So just to scratch my curiosity here, and if I'm correct, they should be going for damage onto Obuya. No, he doesn't. He only has the Shadow Masks as the... oh, wait, no, not even the Shadow Mask. That's a Durant already.
Yeah.
Changing things up. Okay, let's see later on whether he's going to go full damage.
And already Sevnia, I just saw, picked up the Awe Mask, and all the more, it's not just the Imperial Justice that's going to be pinning you down. It's also the bites, the basic bites.
This is so difficult to play, and now the next play going to be set.
Here we go. That's going to be an initial blast here. The salvo from Jason, but Sevnia goes down. Finally, 1 kill for RSG, and that's double now. Oh, they get Sana and LY4 traded out for Sevnia. KZP gonna bite it here. Hold up, he survives. Papa misses it, but at the price of a turret, I think that's fine. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, man, they just have so many stuns.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of CC that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost have right now is absolutely ridiculous. And I mean, Obuya and Sevnia and Papa, this is the moment that they've been waiting for. We've been highlighting Sheena and Obuyan for quite a while, but now Koro is stepping up to the plate. He's been getting some really, really good yin-yang overturns even before setting it up for the Imperial Justice at times.
I'm loving it, man. Clock of Destiny on Koro here, as well as a Lightning Truncheon. You have the Magic Penetration Boots as well. What time is it? It's clobbering time, he says. There's the Feathered Airstrike to start of the fight. Now KCB caught in. Hurricane Dance, is it going to save you? That's a bite by the Koopa and the Mountain Shocker just to push them back. And so far, RSG, they're in no shape for any engagements. They're going to have to surrender this purple.
Yep, and they don't have a choice. And, you know, RSG, they are literally 10K behind at 8 minutes. This is a death sentence in an MPL region. And 10 Seconds Gaming just saying, hey, MPL don't need that to do this time round. And maybe even knocking them out of the tournament if this continues on.
Now they're fighting for survival. It's all inhibitors left here for the side of RSG. And man, what they're lacking in damage initially in the draft, we forgot. They make up more than in stuns and CC. Now KCP caught in by the Imperial Justice. And oh, inside the orange buff pit, that's going to be a bursted down Sync. Sheena gets the kill. Is there another? Oh, from behind, Papa blows up one. That's gonna be a blazing the way that's successful, but still, it's a 2-for-1 Sync and Sana for Papa. And I'm not sure if it was worth it, but right now, if they are gonna get this Lord, I'd say it is.
Well, let's double check. Papa was the one who did fall. Sheena is still alive, so he can solo this no problem. Let's look at the item list real quick to get a better idea where LY4 is. He only has a Demon Hunter sword. Ah, man, this is going to be a real tough game here. LY4, it's on his back to be able to carry this game at this point in time. KZP, even though he does have the anti-QRS, it's good, it's a decent item, but in comparison to where Sheena is at right now, Blade of Despair, Demon Hunter Sword, he's getting really close to building that Endless Battle as well. You look over at Koro, he himself, Clock of Destiny's Holy Crystal as well, on top of the Lightning Truncheon, that damage, magic damage as well, KZP is not allowed to walk up.
More so that all he has against magic is the tough boots. It's not looking great. He's actually still building the Dreadnought armor, so he does show respect for Sheena. But that aside, yeah, you are gonna melt once Obuyan and Koro get their hands on you. This is gonna be Lord marching up on top lane. All siege minions have been enhanced here. It's just a matter of time before they get into the base.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, they don't even have this. This is a very good end situation that 10 Second Gaming Cross have been waiting to do all day long, and here it comes.
Here we go. Feathered Airstrike started up. Jason gets a good clear, and that's going to be the Immortality pop on to Obuyan, but they do get pushed on mid. They fail the finish, and that's going to be Blazing Duet. LY4 helps out Sync to get 1 kill. That's Obuyan destroyed. Endless Battle picked up by Sheena. I don't think they should be forcing this. They do push 2 lanes. I think this is mission accomplished for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Back to the drawing board.
Oh, wow. That chunk Jason out. That nearly one-shot him as well. The scaling on a flame shot. So good. Papa looking for a pick.
Oh, no. That's going to be... Oh, Sheena destroyed by Sync. And Sevnia and the gang are sent packing. RSG, they're still in it.
Yep. I mean, KZP found a really good catch there and a great synchronization attack coming in from RSG's side to try and punish 10 Second Gaming from all across the board here. However, RSG, they can't translate this into anything. It just gets individual goal, which is, you know, a plus point. But let's look at this 1v1. 2v1 up top side.
Yeah, the fact that RSG are able to, you know, squeeze out these kills leaves some room to hope, because this is LY4 on a Claude, and the Claude, say what you will, scales infinitely better than a YSS. The YSS has some utility, but when it comes to duels, I'm speaking about the Blazing Duet with stacks. Like, yeah, I think LY4 is going to blow Sheena out of the water. But right now, we're talking about a macro game. We're talking about a 5v5, not a 1v1. And Zink is running for his life.
Yeah, I mean, they can't get any pressure just yet. And the next item, Power Spike, is coming soon, but may not be soon enough, especially with 10 Seconds Gaming breaking into the 40k mark.
40k to 31k, we're still looking at a 9k deficit against 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. So by no means can RSG say that they're out of the clear just yet. They still have so much to do, and one of them is to save this last turret up top.
See, here's the thing. This is going to be 10 Seconds Gaming second last opportunity to end this game. Oh, they finally catch on the KZP. Wait, no, they get pushed in back.
Nice pin down onto Obuyan. Feathered Airstrike. They're going to try to take him down. Sevnia gets blown up here by Sync. That's 1 down for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, and RSG is feeling it. I think this is the right thing to do, man. Just win skirmishes, pick off one, pick off another, clear your waves, and then we might just get ourselves a slobber knocker.
Yeah, and I mean, RSG are playing from behind, and this is exactly what you want to do. When you go for these 50-50 trades, even if you go trading 3-4-3, it's so much worse for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost because they can't push their advantage, and it forces that stalemate.
Papa here, playing with fire, KZP. The thing about KZP is he's so good at Akai. And earlier, you know, I think one of the few things that's leading up to this somewhat comeback from RSG is because of how good KZP is at baiting out the ults and pinning down important members of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. I'm talking about the kills he's getting on Obuyan, the kills that he's threatening onto Sheena. And again, Sheena's just feeling it right now. He is still in the zone.
I would like to say he is in the zone, but I think it's going to be a very, very close bout. We need to see this next upcoming Lord push, because they're going to go for this Luminous Lord here, and this could be a make it or break it for RSG. It's either they lose the game right here, right now, off of the Luminous Lord, and if they do survive, they have one more opportunity to even out the score where the gold isn't going to matter, and then, as you said, it's going to be a slobber knocker.
Yep, stretch it out. Oh, Obuyan catches one. KZP getting bursted down from the back. Feathered Airstrike, pulled a little late. Down goes Sana. Sheena knocks him out. Coral is down. Jason gets that kill. Now KZP from behind. He's still good. He has an immortality. LY4 destroyed by Sheena, and that's one big source of damage taken out of the equation by RSG, and they're forced to retreat. They have to manage the waves, and this now opens up 10 Seconds Gaming Frost to take this Luminous Lord.
That was tough. That was tough. The Y4 getting hit by the stunts coming in by Sevnia, and oh, booyah. I mean, I think he went in seeing, oh, the Cosmic Lance and the Divine Justice has been used. What he did forget was Sevenia does have the Alpha Wolf, and that is just a good way to lock him down, just enough for the rest of the team to close him out.
I wish we could have seen, man. There were so many things happening, and I'm wondering now what caught LY4 out. Maybe later when the analysis comes in, but this is a huge defense that RSG have to mount.
Yep, Luminous Lord is coming on in, but wait, Tencent Gaming isn't escorting it as hard as they should have, and now Luminous Lord has just been wasted. A micro mistake, but can Tencent Gaming force a fight?
That's KZP jumping in. Note he does have still an Immortality. Hurricane Dance already popped in here. Sync trying to manage his wave up top. Obuyan doing his best as well. That's going to be all turrets taken out. 10 seconds Game Frost, they can breathe here, knowing that all waves are crashing in for lethal.
Yep, this is big, and they're just going to trade them out one by one.
Oh, Sync is looking low. After the Mountain Shocker, it's just a few moments left, Gideon. This is scary. That's going to be one knockout, and that might be it. Ladies and gentlemen, Koro destroyed here. Papa as well. They're surviving. They're surviving. But 10 Seconds Gaming knock out RSG. The Japanese make it into the playoffs.
Just look at Sheena. He is just like, oh my goodness, we did it. We did it. Oh, Buyan is just so stressed out there. He is finally taking a deep sigh of relief, and that's going to be RSG having to take the L. Oh my goodness. GG. Well played to 10 Seconds Gaming, as once again, they're going to be making it in towards the playoffs.
There are several layers here, man. There's so many emotions to process, so many things to consider. One, this is exactly what M1 was looking like for the Japanese as well.
Oh, yeah.
They showed up, and they showed up in Malaysia. This time around in Singapore, they don't disappoint. Second, RSG. What happened? Was Game 2 supposed to be that way? Did they take too many risks with the Grok and the Hanzo? And what's this going to spell for the folks over here in Singapore? I can only imagine.
Well, it now, from a 2-horse race, it now becomes to a 1-horse race representing Singapore. It's going to be into the hands of EVOS SG now.
A lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, and it's going to be really tough, even if they do make it into playoffs. So we're just going to have to wait and see. But because 10 Second Gaming, oh my goodness, this Ultra Instinct that came out of this team all of a sudden.
Man, it's Mushin no Shin, the mind without mind. That's what I saw when I looked into Obian's eyes. He just played the best ML he ever has in all his life. I'm thinking, because that's what it takes here to make it into the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor it has been to bring you the action here in the opening series of day number 3. Phase 2 of the group stages. We've locked in one lower bracket slot. I wonder what the analyst here, Wolf, could say. Man, there's so many things to understand. Gideon and Leo signing off for this one. Wolf, tell us what went down.
Man, that was an anime episode for sure. I think this is the arc. That 10 Seconds Gaming Frost will be able to just write in their storybook, right? This is a manga in writing for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. But kidding aside, I think that we have to set aside all of those anime references and think about how 10 Seconds Gaming Frost approached this game. And I think that it's all about trading, which I will be talking about later. It's very important to take note that in the early stages of the match, Koro was able to just win his matchup, and Obuyan really played his heart out. I think the casters talked about this, and look at that specific. Oh my goodness, that snipe was perfect. Killing. I mean, you're a mid laner, you're a support technically speaking, and you were able to get the kill onto the enemy score. I think was perfect. And another one, commitment of the flicker up top lane. I love that Obuyan is just using all of his skills in there. And look at this, Koro finally going into the fight after really just destroying his lane matchup. And continuously, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they were just trading and trading and trading. They're not getting the cleanest of fights. They maybe losing one heroes, or just sacrificing one of their supports. But in the end, they still get the bigger part of the trade, which is either just a better hero trade-off, or maybe just getting more out of the map, like the lords, the turrets, and all that jazz. And 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they will evidently lose this particular clash, but not for free, because they were able to get get two inhibitors, and this is the clash where we have to pause because this is just immaculate coming out from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Do take note that in this clash, you will see that Koro, the Kagura, was able to pierce through the backlines in here. And what this does actually is just to give away all of the positions of RSG, because now if you're looking at your mini map, it is going to be that Claude and that Farsa into the backside of the map, and as a result, the ability of the aggressiveness that he was able to show with this particular kind of movement is really making it difficult for RSG to position themselves, because now where will you go if you are the Claude and the Farsa? Normally, Claude and Farsa, the way that they utilize their abilities, they have high damage input, right? But Claude needs to get in front of their opponents, and then the Farsa kind of needs to sit at the back. And I think that this movement coming out from Koro on this Kagura, utilizing his ability to just burst down the damage, is amazing. He will lose his life in process, but not for free, because now KZP, your main damage dealer coming out from the side of the main control coming out from RSG, wherein you get all of those stuns, is already down and out. And if we play this particular clash, we will see how easy it is. And now we can pause once again because this is perfect. Now, if you can see, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they have peeled through already. This is the best lesson for peeling your opponents, right? Because now you can see that LY4 moved from this part into here, and then he will try to go to the back lines, and there was somebody else coming out from top, and they were so separated. The ultimate coming out from the Farsa is no longer is already negligible at this point, because he will not be able to reach through the backlines. His area of control is just right about here, as you can see in your minimap, which is just right at the edge of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost's hero, so that they will not be affected by the feathered airstrike. As we noted before, Koro will be sacrificing his life, but in exchange, they will get a kill in this particular part of the map, and LY4 will be the next target. So that the trade-off will be really good for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. This will end up as a 2-for-1, but most importantly, that's a kill on the Claude and a take on another Luminous Lord, which was, you know, evidently the best when it comes to the late game scenarios. And if we play this once again, we can see how amazing they identified their good targets. LY4 will be eventually be separated from his teammates, and that will be a double kill for the Yi Shin, automatically checkmate for RSG in this particular clash. Now, this is this is probably one of the most anime approaches coming up from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Literally just giving it all in this last clash. You can see Sheena just gonna be focusing on. You can see Sheena just focusing onto that base building, onto the crystal, and as well as Sevnia. And KCP and the rest of the gang, they cannot do anything about this. If you will notice, they were trying to just clear out the waves. I think the Farsa is just trying to just destroy all of those minions, just kill all those minions, but it will not be enough. And at the last possible HP that Sheena can do, and the last possible arrow that he can just give out, and you can see the 10 Seconds Gaming Frost just takes this game. And you know what? Obuyan, it was so funny because Obuyan was like, it was a best of sigh of relief for him after that particular clash. It was just a wonderful feeling from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Obviously, not the most perfect execution from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, but it is what it is. What matters most is the victory, right? 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, the items. Looking at Obuyan, I just want you to focus very quickly on this guy with this Durance. This was picked up as his first item. Normally, Sylvana will pick up the pull yourself together emblem for more teamfight presence, or sometimes the concussive blast, but he went for mystery shop so that he will get this Durance as early as possible, and it was the perfect item of choice for himself. Now, he was able to just counter the Lapu-Lapu sustain as well as the lifesteal coming out from both the Benedetta as well as the Claude, and he was just hammering through RSG. There was nothing that RSG can do about it. Do take note, Sevnea also went for the casual Deadly Blade, as you can see in his itemization, another anti-sustain type of item. Now, RSG, they don't have enough farm to actually match 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. I think that they are itemizing correctly, but they didn't have enough time. Koro, by the way, just got so much out of the map. Him winning his first matchup into the bottom lane, just bullying Benedetta out of there and just winning that matchup. There was a point that this guy is level 5 while Benedetta was level 3. Well, at 2 minutes 30, I think he was about to get level 4, and Kagura was well over level 5. And you know what happens in there? Benedetta cannot lane anymore. The truncheon was picked up so early that the damage was so much. Clock of Destiny and the penetration boots, I think that was just massive because he got this during the mid game wherein there's only one item available for each of the members of the RSG squad, and there was just overwhelming amount of damage coming out from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Do take note, however, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, it wasn't the cleanest of fights. Yes, they did go for the objectives, and yes, they did control the early stages of the game, but they had to trade almost all the time. Probably because RSG was also doing great in this particular game. They might have lost this series, but my oh my, they did show how the 10 Seconds Gaming Frost can bleed. The trades did favor 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, and we'll see more of them for sure. But for M2 World Championship, there's still 3 more elimination series, and we'll see that after this break. See you guys after this.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert. Serve.
Download for free Mobile Legends BangBang.
to Mobile Legends!
Go win, go win. Paquito win.
A knockout!
Victory!
Huh?
We'll be competing in a 1v1 best-of-1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals, where it will be a best-of-3. Before we start the fight, we have to talk about the rules for a bit. Both players will only be allowed to play in the mid lanes and cannot touch any other minions from other lanes. Both players cannot kill any neutral creeps except for the Little Wanderer in the river. The winner is determined by whoever gets the first 3 kills or destroys 2 mid lane towers first. With all the formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Oh, they trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double command from Fenrir, but that's not going to be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco's already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the turret range and perhaps even the score lines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute, using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double flurries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close.
Alright, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Goals taking on Eunice de los Vol, and my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
One shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Brand versus Brand. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ, he takes this one.
And EJ gonna capitalize on that kill by taking the second tower and taking the game.
Now we move on to the next match.
Oh no, OP stopped his recall. He's getting greedy for that wave. Wow! Oh! Whoa!
Whoa! My goodness!
1 HP! He was able to survive with a single turret shot. He was able to get the full combination out before he could respawn. OP, he wants a little bit more. He misses his own jab. He's got the knockout strike, but this is right under the turret. We know how these goes, and courtesy, he's learned his lesson, destroyed the turret, and he knows he has taken this game away with his life lead.
This is match number 4 between Matthew and Luis. It's Evos SG taking on DMX DreamHack. Low 5 for Matthew right now. He's got parry up as well as the jab. He can actually set up a dive. He's got the execute going, and this will be first blood headed towards Evos SG Matthew.
All right, now Matthew's coming in. He's already been zoning out Luis. He took a little bit of a bad trade, but he's still a level up, and he has the item advantage.
Indeed, and now it's going to be a little bit of the moves coming in. Jabs landing off with his Omlet, finishing off the member of DMX, and it seems like EVOS SG will advance forward.
The hero is actually really fun. I was quite surprised how fun it was. The combos and the element of surprise. So I think like even the game that I lost to Curtizi, he came the brush and he just comboed me. I didn't expect it, and I think in general the hero has a lot of potential, and even for like casual viewers, I think it will just be very satisfying in general.
Những pha lấy hero nên được 40 hiện bạn lấy thì các skill với hiện vậy nhảy chứ kia hiện vậy nhảy hay ta nhưng cái tập skill bọn hero nó sang người ta chơi mà phải mấy nhân còn một hai giờ bạn ấy thấy auto bạn thì hero mình vậy này rồi sẽ đạp nhóm hero nó nhân cho trình skill với lọ thòng tha bây giờ combo chơi thấy skill với lướn hay đừng combo tới stand to lại trình.
I think it's hard, yeah. I feel Paquito is a very fast-paced hero. He requires a lot of mechanics. He won't be a very simple hero for most players. Paquito has this passive where when you hit 4 bars, you're changed to a different stance. And every time you change to a different stance, your whole skill will reset. And you have to take note of the cooldowns also. So it's not very easy to just tap and play it.
To find out who will be the champion, don't forget to check out our next episode of the Paquito Challenge.
Wow.
Welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020. My name is Contra. Alongside with me is Butters, bringing you match number 2 of our group stage phase 2. And M2 World Championship is supported as well as powered by Hunton, Singapore Tourism Board, and Skoga. We'd like to thank our partners in esports, IMDA, for making this possible. And that includes every one of you fans who are currently cheering for your favorite teams. And don't forget to share the stream to all of your friends out there. And we celebrate Mobile Legends around the world all together. And the M2 is currently happening from now till the 24th. So make sure you tune in every single day for all the action.
And going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account, visit _Singapore, and don't forget to hashtag passion made possible to share your fondest memories of Singapore, like we are doing right now, M2 World Championships.
That's right, and early on, of course, we witnessed quite a big upset with 10 Seconds Gaming Frost defeating home favorites here, RSG, and unfortunately RSG will not be able to advance into the playoffs, but hey, they have shown tremendous amount of talent. And with that being said, you know, speaking of which, you guys have to check out Skoga, as Skoga is a NTUC U associate championing esports talent and careers in Singapore since 2008. And well, honestly, RSG tried their best, but that very final game was way too tough for them.
Yeah, and the talent was there for RSG. They fell short. Tennis Gaming Frost, they will be the ones who's going to advance to the playoffs. Now, this is going to be an important day in terms of M2 World Championship, because after this day ends, we will know the ones or the teams, the 8 teams that will make it to the playoffs.
That's right, and with that, we do expect a lot more of the sort of the intensity really rising towards the top. So with that being said, we also want to check out the updated bracket schedules as well as the players that will be playing up next in the upcoming games. And with that being said, let's have a look into the bracket first to elaborate even further. So Butters, so after that sort of match, of course, we're going to be seeing the likes of 10S Gaming Frost coming in as the first team to come on towards the lower brackets, while we also already have BG versus the side of Bren eventually, and Omega taking on RRQ. So is this the sort of predictions that you had from way early on?
I mean, as expected, Bren and Alter Ego could have gone both ways, but Bren won that with a 2-0. But right now, looking at the lower bracket, 10S Gaming is there, and they're still waiting for the 3 missing pieces of the puzzle. We still have 5 slots, and we will determine who from Unique Devo or Alter Ego will take this second slot for the day.
Well, definitely is going to be a very big question right here, as both sides have already seen some really sort of the aggressive play coming out from their side. They also have suffered defeats before, but let's start off with Unique Devu, because they will be fielding Defender, Sunset Lover, Sawo, One Shot, as well as Lil.
And this team, it really looks like that they wanted to find a certain way of doing things. They tried to mix it up a bit with Sunset Lover playing the Veil, but then again, looking at it, it seems to me that they still have something in the tank to give for this lower bracket slot. Now, Defender looking very stable in whatever it is he's doing, but right now, Alter Ego Esports, they are one of the titans of the M2, a world contender. At that, we have Yam, Leo Murphy, Odil, Celiboy, and Pai.
That's right, and this is the team that has been pretty much hyped up. They went into the grand finals of MPL Indonesia as the grand finalists, but they have been defeated by RRQ Hoshi. But in their respective group, we saw Brent Esports topple them, and Brent Esports would want to make it forward. Now we're going to be looking at the head-to-head, because we are now comparing 2 teams here, Sunset Lover as well as Udale, both really capable players. As you can see, Sunset Lover is a side laner, while Odil, he goes from mage as well as support.
Yeah, but Sunset Lover once did the Veil, as mentioned earlier, and I think for Sunset Lover, that is one of his most notable performances here yet. But for Odil, it's been very consistent. He's been finding the right spots. Fell short a bit in terms of, just getting it on against Bren Esports. But right now, they are planning to go to the lower bracket of the playoffs with this. Pi and Defender, what do you think about this contract?
Well, if we really do compare both sides of the plays, we have seen maybe a little bit of a lower average KDA because Alter Ego did play most of these sort of the games, and of course for the side of Defender, you can still see he has put out quite a substantial damage. Of course, compared to Pi, he gets even more with the 2.6k, but kill participation really matters in every single match because it tells you how involved you are in terms of setting up the plays for a team to get ahead.
And we are going to have our team head-to-head right now. Let's talk about what can they do in terms of statistics. Games played is at 5 for Unique Devo, 4 for Alter Ego Esports, and for Unique Devo, they only won 1 game out of those 5. Well, for Alter Ego, it's been half and half, 2-2. Team damage per minute is at 2,335 here for the side of Unique Devo. And Alter Ego Esports has a bit of an edge, but it's not that much.
Yeah, it's great that they actually remind me of that. So, like, Unique Devo, they did play a little bit more games, but of course, suffered some sort of the defeats as well. But in terms of the Lord Slain per game, it's pretty much about the same with 0.2 over on the side of Unique Devo, as well as 0.3 on the side of Alter Ego. Turtle Slain is slightly higher from the side of Unique, while the turrets are pretty much in an average score of 4 to 6. So heading in towards KDA, this is where you can see a major difference in terms of Alter Ego Esports in the style of play where they are a lot more aggressive.
Now, average kill per game is at 11 for the side of Unique Devo. Alter Ego Esports at 13.5. They've been getting a lot of these kills. Unique heroes pick. There is only like one difference here. I think Unique Devo just picked a Grok, and that's probably it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And of course, we might just actually see a little bit more variety for today because this is where all the cards are being thrown onto a table here when you need to score the best possible points to make it in towards the playoff stage. So Alter Ego, after getting a little bit of the hiccup there facing against Brand Esports, and of course Unique Devo have been suffering the same ill fate as well. I believe that they do have a little bit of a tactics that they've been keeping up for the likes of Alter Ego Esports at the very least.
Speaking of keeping things, I think this is one thing that you would want to keep. Complete task and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for exclusive rewards. That includes the M2 special avatar border, M2 exclusive skin, Clint the Shadow Omen skin, M2 battle emote, and the M2 sacred statue for only 899 diamonds. Make sure to get it before the 24th because after the 24th, it's gone.
That's right. You don't want to miss out on this opportunity. So with that said, you better top up those diamonds and get your hands on that exclusive skin of Clint Shadow Omen. So, of course, we have already seen and witnessed that best of 3 round early on. Do you expect this really on from Unique side to be able to do exactly the same? Of course, with players coming in to play, the side of Alter Ego has not been able to feel Ahmad for reasons, and Yam stepping right in. It's not to say that this player himself is not on the same part, but you can definitely see that they are playing a very different style of play as compared to the usual, and we're already going to be going in towards the pick and bans in a few more seconds.
I had a chance to talk to a member from Alter Ego yesterday, And then he told me that, yes, they might have lost a bit of power, especially when they lost Ahmad. But still, I think Alter Ego just needs to find its groove. They need to find the rhythm. And right now, against an aggressive team like Unique Devo, this is going to be an all-out war. So this is going to be the draft for game number 1 of series number 2.
And starting things off, we have already seen a Matilda ban coming in from Unique Devo, which is something that is pretty interesting to see from time to time, where teams either they allow it to be opened up as their own mage pick, but Unique Devo, they are the ones that get the upper hand in the very first pick itself. Brody immediately from his Alter Ego, while Ishunshin, the most popular marksman that has been played throughout the group stages, is already out of the question.
It somehow gives a certain team that use it to find the right movements on the map.
That's right.
Like if you want to not fight them, then you would just go to another lane with the Mountain Shocker. If you want to fight them, then you just go invade the side that has a lot of heroes and you can force a fight there. So it gives your team the capability to choose your fights. Unique Devo, they go for a show ban, and I think Alter Ego Esports really like to go for this show.
And with that, they're going in with the Natalia ban, which now forces Alter Ego Esports to choose what should they let go of in this upcoming pick, because it's still going to be Benedetta. Esmeralda is still available as well. Or could Alter Ego Esports actually ban off a specific pick to be able to open some power picks onto the entirety of the draft itself? So they're definitely taking their time. There's still 20 over seconds for them to decide. And you can see a little bit of the thinking, and that will be the Sylvana that will be removed from play. So Sylvana, we have to talk about Sylvana for a little bit, because this pick itself is so flexible. You can definitely turn it into a mage, some maybe a tank, and you can even play her in the side lanes in a certain scenario itself.
I think it's one of the safest tanks, to be honest. Like, the range on that stun is high. If you don't clip it on someone, then you can just re-engage or just wait for it to go on cooldown, or go off cooldown rather, and just do it again. If you get that stun, that is enough time for you to jump in with the Imperial Justice. So it's safe, it doesn't really require you to go all in. But Unique Devo, they pick a hero that actually doesn't really need to go in as long as he doesn't hit his arrows. And it is going to be the Selena.
That's right. And speaking of which, here we still have a lot of powerful picks that's still on board. Alter Ego could opt for an Esmeralda. They could also have the U-Zone Benedetta. So a lot of all these sort of picks that can give them a high priority on the offense. And with that being said, it's the Jawhead alongside with the Esmeralda. They've played this before, but can this work against the likes of Unique Devo?
Unique Devo went for a hit or miss hero. While for the side of Alter Ego, they just went straight for 2 power picks on their side. Unique Devo, who are they going to get? Let's see. Sunset Lover here might actually go for the 1-1 once again. I've been seeing him play good 1-1 and good Veil. So it depends on how Unique Devo adjusted their play after that, after the losses that they suffered on day number 1.
That's right. I definitely think that the 1-1 will be pretty much a good pick as well before heading in towards phase 2. And with that, the answered with the Benedetta as well as Boxia. So relatively interesting, just to make sure that, you know, you have somebody who can body block some of all these sort of the aggression coming in from Alter Ego Esports, where they could just turn on the Poissons to be able to just get right in towards the action. But Benedetta will have to be playing in such a way that you can't give too much of a leeway if you were to fight against the Esmeralda. But she could always soak in all damage with all the shields, so it definitely gets annoying from the mid game onwards. Now, phase 2 itself, I really want to see what the bans are coming in, but Yam has yet to pick, so only a final second, and it will be the Roger that will be in the hands of Alter Ego Esports. So let's talk about this Roger. They've done this before in the group stages phase 1, so is this the answer to actually peel off as well as to take down the likes of Baxia or something?
It's good against Baxia just because Baxia has this high HP pool, and in Wolf form, Roger will hurt a lot given that Lil has suffered significant damage. It's good against the Selena as well if you think about it, because if the Roger jumps on the Selena automatically dashes away. And that means you're not giving the time for the Selena to hit an arrow. So that only means they are going to be finding this certain lineup that they can be aggressive and they can deal a lot of damage. Unique Devo here, they've been reacting to whatever Alter Ego is picking. So the Baxia is kind of a counter to the Esmeralda, not giving her the shields that she needs. And it actually counters Leo Murphy as well because of the fast reaction time or the fast respawn time that can be used with his first skill.
That's right, and we already see a couple of events coming through, and this Kaja pick is definitely targeting the side of Unique Devo, and Sao will have to really look for alternatives to what to replace because Kaja is their priority pick as well, hitting it towards the phase 2. So without the Kagura as well as Loyi, they will go down the list of these mages, and Alter Ego Esports look to pick up the Lapu Lapu instead.
And you know what? Alter Ego Esports really likes this mid lane jungle Roger. To be honest, there's a lot of heroes available for the jungler. There's Ling. There's Hayabusa, which is picked up by the side of Unique Devo. You have the Lancelot. But Alter Ego, they opted to go for the Roger.
It's a very interesting pick coming in with the Hayabusa, though. He needs to be activated in the early game where he is going to be putting a lot of all these pressure. So once he does get that OG Shadow kill, he will look for that assassination. But you can definitely tell that the side of Alter Ego Esports has a little bit of everything. Like, they got the sustain as well as the sort of the damage output. If you were to challenge the Lapu Lapu, is also going to be a little bit tough. So they are bringing in the Giant Rock into play, and it will be the Grok to answer back.
So are you telling me that it's G-Rock? Because G stands for Giant Rock.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I
get that. Now,
I never really thought about it that way, but
yeah,
it definitely works.
G-Rock, Giant Rock, okay. But Alter Ego Esports, they lack one thing contra.
What's that?
And that is a way to catch the Hayabusa. I mean, Ejector and Unstoppable Force is good, but you can see it coming from a mile away. And the Quad Shadow is there to just bail the Hayabusa out.
And with the Lunox coming in, it definitely adds a little bit more variety as well. Like, maybe that's how they want to find a way to eventually come in to punish them. And then if the Lunox gets into trouble, you can always get in with the Order of the Brilliance to just walk away out of that alive. And now we've already had our picks coming in for both teams. It's a best of 3 in phase 2, and losers unfortunately will have to hit home empty-handed. But well, we can't really say fully empty-handed because I believe that there's still a little bit of prize on the line, and well, experience to be gained.
It's like you would never come here to not be champion. You would come here to take that trophy, raise it up, and right now, that is what these teams are fighting for. Unique Devo versus Alter Ego Esports, game number 1, and let's head on to the Land of Dawn.
Land of Dawn, we're already seeing a little bit of the push coming in from the side of Alter Ego, forcing members inside of Unique Devo to just sit back and relax for a little bit more, and it's going to be a 1-3-1 for the moment. while the Jawhead waits to scout up on towards the buff. The Murphy might just be trying to disrupt them for a little bit, but he can't really go too aggressive this time around, knowing for the fact that there's 3 members there and backs away.
I like the adjustment that Unique Devo did. Their first setup that Sunset Lover was on the side lane didn't really work. So now they mix it up. They try to punish Leo Murphy here, and Leo Murphy will be the first blood of this game, and the alter ego stickers just come up.
Oh boy. I guess it's a way to just give them a little bit of the appreciation as well, but Unique Devo now with the first blood is going to be having only slight edges in the early game phase, and since Sunset Lover was the one to pick it up, it's good that we actually highlight him early on, and he has been really setting up the pace, but still, he's in trouble right now, getting double pump at the wall. Does block Sunset Lover from pursuing much further. Murphy looking to eject him all the way back, but it's going to be a Grok, so pretty much pointless to do exactly just that. Turtle is going to be coming up in less than 5 seconds from now, but the dive is being set up against Benedetta, and this is not going to be looking all too good. Unique Devo is setting up the trap high. He might just be punished. Flicker already being used up as he knocks Zawo up in the air. Leo Murphy having his health chunk down low, and Zawo will give up his life.
And
first kill for Alter Ego.
Look at this, Alter Ego just going in. They take 2 kills for their side, and Unique Devo, they've been getting the kills as well, but look at the difference in gold. There is a 1k to 800 to 1k gold lead here going to the side of Alter Ego. The turtle has been slain by that Roger, and that means they're gonna dive a lot from now on.
That's right, a little bit of a spike coming in terms of goal for Alter Ego after the turtle right there. And honestly, you have to give it up to Unique Devo for a good plan, but on terms of the execution level, it definitely wasn't what they were expecting it to be like. And Alter Ego, they went in to react towards that situation well enough. Leo Murphy now flings in one shot, he's in trouble, but with the shadows for him to just sidestep, that's going to be A-OK at the moment. So side lanes will eventually be cleared up, but you can definitely see the Jawhead is already on his way down below, and they're looking for Lil. He might just be able to just pull him away, and there we go, playing it back towards the side of Yam, and he's soaking too much of that through shot. Zawo tries to bring in the wall. A little bit of extension coming from Lil, but they are still going right at it. They did take down Udil, and this is not looking good for Alter Ego. 1-for-1 trade up, but Zawo still gives his life away. Decently done, but Leo Murphy will also be knocked out.
Nice reaction there coming out from Unique Devo. They did not give up that lane. They take kills of their own. Celiboy almost going down. He got hit by the arrow. If only Serena was there in the area, a bit closer, they could have gone for the burst. But he will stay alive, and I think it's all about the turtle protection that he has. For the side of Unique Devo, they've been using a lot of these Grok picks, and right now they just want to fight. They just want to go on and on and on in these clashes. And Lil is the next target. They don't want us to take a rest in terms of play-by-play. Lil might fall down, and he will get away.
Great estimation coming from Lil. He tries to catch Shelly Boy, but it will still be him trying to go in for a full push. And with that, Boxa is going to be a little bit of those levels down, but Zawo has already wrapped the same flicker straight towards South Channel Boy, straight in for the powered nature to be able to shut him down. And the rest of Alter Ego, they were a little bit way too late for this one, with all the minions already being cleared up. But Hayabusa spots out Leo Murphy. He injects Zawo. Zawo's in great danger, but he walks out of that one alive. And the turtle also up in the Survey lower side.
Another arrow. Yam, will he go down? Guardian Barrier? It's not there. Rock isn't there in the area. And Yam stays alive. But you know what? Just looking at how this gold lead that happened for the side of Alter Ego happened, I think it's all about Celiboy having the better monster clear on the jungle, and Yam having that avarice.
That's right, and that definitely does matter a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. 4-4 at the moment. Unique Devo is only 2k down in terms of gold as they are trying their best to get towards the turtle, but Leo Murphy absolutely zones them away. Ejector on towards Lil, but that gets him closer towards Odil. Not going to be a much problem here as the rest of Alter Ego will be able to get themselves that turtle. Flicker coming from the side of Leo Murphy to get himself safety. Sample force being used up as well. Defender trying to find the exit, but that will not be enough for him, although there was that abyssal arrow from Sunset Lover.
What do you do as a Selena if everyone is just going in one shot? Doesn't have the quad shadow. Celiboy here with the TPs, almost getting hit by the arrow, but fast reaction time. He gets out of the way. Udil just pushing out that turret. Celiboy here stealing that purple buff from the side here of Unique Devo, and there's another fight happening here.
Yeah, we see Sawo forced to use the Power Nature to just get himself out, and Pai hops right in. He knows that he needs to use everything he can. Then Sawo forced to flicker, but the double kill still goes in the hands of Jelly Boy. With one shot trying to do those damage, Order of Brilliance will be popped away by the Lunox. He just escaped for now, but the side lanes has been absolutely controlled by Alter Ego, as the top side is unmanned by Unique Devo.
Celiboy is doing great, I agree, because thinking about it, they just got that turtle and it all changed. Look at the dive potential that he has. As long as he is in the lane, he's forcing everyone to hug their own turret. Now, Alter Ego Esports, what they're doing is just textbook MLBB. They're trying to find the numbers game. They're trying to use it to their advantage, and as long as they can dive, they will.
Something's happening over the top side here, as we can see Lil trying to protect his teammate, but Leo Murphy still goes into the dive. OG Shadow Kill being expended already as Leo Murphy tries to hit back to safety. Oh, great timing on the element as we see Rock just crashing them up in the air. Yam as well as Udale, they have to find a way to exit, but they have to stay for a little tad longer. One shot is the next one with the focus, but he will be able to juke it all the way back up. Oh, Charlie Boy, he's waiting for this, and it's a monster kill on this Rock.
You know what? They don't have catch, yes, Alter Ego for that Hayabusa, but what they're doing right now is that they're diving for that Hayabusa. If it doesn't have the quad shadow, and look at this Roger going in. Look at the damage output. Celiboy here still alive. Defender trying to make this even. He's trying to go for Celiboy, and he is just forced to go back. He knew that the numbers aren't going to favor him at that point in time, and he just goes away.
Oh boy, just look at how coordinated Alter Ego Esports is. Unique Devu, props to them for trying to go for picks, but they always get punished and they give even more than what they are supposed to get. And for Udil,
Antikiras going to the side of Leo Murphy, a lot of damage output is gonna, be mitigated from that Benedetta and that Hayabusa. Then again, this is the damage output that they have. Like a lot of these main players for the side of Unique Devo, they're just having a bit of bad time. But Celiboy here, there's a lot of action happening right now, and to be honest, we can't really just find the time to explain things.
Exactly. Well, of course, there's still a lot more explanation to be done because the game is far from over, as Unique Devu has been turtling things up. Well, not pointing out the box yet itself that all the way, but this is the problem coming in towards this mid game here, where it's hard to actually burst anybody, even if you do have the Hayabusa at the moment. Pai just challenging at the side, as they can just freely walk around now.
And one of the reasons why they're having a hard time, I want to show the items right now. I think Lapu Lapu went for the Antique Kiras as well, and looking at it, it's the only damage output that they have. I mean, Selena has good damage output, but one of the main problems is that they don't have enough damage with those two only, and right now they're just showing it right here. Defender and one-shot Sunset Lover, they need to defend their turrets. Are they gonna fight Defender just going in? Look at those missiles just hitting people left and right. One-shot here almost getting caught out. Falling Star Gold doesn't really connect. Defender here trying to clear the minions, and that will be the defense, and Selena goes down in the process.
That was great execution coming from Alter Ego. They have set up this dive to perfection, and now Defender does what he can to clear off the wave. He's still trying to save the mid lane turret, but Defender is fighting way too much more than he can chew. He goes back out there and forcing all these Electos. They say, okay, we can stay a little bit longer. There's also going to be the Lord already being up online. Alter Ego Esports now dominating so many of these lanes, and it's very hard for Unique Debut to even go in for the contest. Speaking of items, this is where we have to look, and we can definitely see that they're already close towards the full build on Alter Ego.
Leo Murphy, Pai has the anti-Kiras that will mitigate a lot of damage from the Benedetta and Hayabusa. For Celiboy, he has the Windtalker and the Queen's Wing, so that is somewhat damage mitigation already. Odile has the Clock of Destiny and that Necklace of Endurance, so a lot of the things that, you know, Unique Devo really wants to take advantage of, they're just negating it. They're just countering it with items.
That's right. And I just love that they're playing around with stickers at the moment. Like, understanding not many objectives left on table. The Horde is already making its way past mid lane. Though, do know for a fact that this is not going to be the Luminous Lord, so perhaps Unique, they can still take down the Lord, but they will have to give this mid lane turret away. They're trying to find a way to just find a pickup as Alter Ego goes on fully on the aggression as Defender. He's out of base. He needs to get back right inside, and 2 members go down from Unique. The rest of Alter Ego goes in for the hunt as the minutes are slowly escorted here. Defender still trying to buy a little bit more time for the team to be able to go in for something. And now, with all the minutes on deck, Defender with the Electo here tries to clear everything as he can. How long can he stand though, as Unique Devil will fall? And Alter Ego gets first point.
That is a 12-minute, 41-second game. Alter Ego ending the game fast with a Roger. It's just the capability of Alter Ego to just do things. They don't have to think about it. They have the Roger. They can go for the dives. The Hayabusa was a clear problem if he got his items. But the thing is, from the get-go, Alter Ego was pressuring him outside of his own lane.
That's right. Very textbook plays coming out of the side of Alter Ego. Great discipline to be doing exactly just that. And they have been managing a way to get Shelly Boy so much up ahead. And this is just an Alter Ego special.
There could be this thing that the Selena pick was doing well into the early game. But when Alter Ego was pressuring the side of Unique Devo, it didn't hit anyone. Nobody got punished for overextending. And, you know, Selena could be a hit or miss hero. Like, if you can hit your Abyssal Arrows, it would be great because that is going to be 1 kill on your side. But still, that is going to be 50-50.
In my opinion, I definitely think that the Selena may not need to be the very first pick. Yes, it's a definitely good hero to pick up, but it can still wait for a few other picks to come by to be able to get that advantage to Unique Devu. Still a little bit of the cleaning up to do to tidy up things. And with that being said, of course, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors for our very first game, and we do have Tumi that has been able to supply a safe travel as well as a great one for all the players out there. We'd like to thank Tumi for being the partners in esports for M2 as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gears anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out Tumi's website on tumi.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the MT competition.
And by means of traveling, that means we have to keep our players safe and protected. That's why M2 has partnered with SUTL to ensure the event venue has been coated with SD Pro, an antimicrobial self-disinfecting coating that eliminates bacteria and viruses 24/7 for 180 days. To find out more about what SUTL EnvironTech offers, visit sdst.com.
Of course, congratulations to the side of Alter Ego Esports to be able to get 1 point out of the match against Unique Devo. So with that being said, of course, we thank you guys very much, and we also like to thank Razer as our official gaming gear partner. It's about to make it a whole lot more interesting as you guys are looking to score some great easy loot. You can join the legendary loot hunt. Just go to the Razer as well as the M2 campaign page to get started. And of course, we wish you guys all the best if you guys want to win great stuff. And with that being said, we'll pass it over to our dear analyst to break it down even further. Lafel, take it away.
Hello, the analyst segment is all about the good, the bad, the me is to me. Anyways, my name is Lafel, and on that game, I appreciate that. On that game, we can definitely see that, yes, Alter Ego won, and Silly Boy, he did his best. It almost looked like he was a solo carry, but the situation is, Unique Devo, there were a few things that they could brush up upon. Our casters touched on it a little bit in their draft. They didn't have anyone that can really catch out anyone on the side of Alter Ego, which made Silly Boy using the Roger. He could jump around anywhere, and there's no one that can stop him. And the situation is, I like Unique Devo, the mid, how they play the mid, as well as how they play around Lil's lane, around Baxia's lane. That was really good. However, again, with no one being able to stop Silly Boy, it's a little bit difficult. Right now, let's look at the itemization as well as the hero picks for both of these teams. Speaking of Silly Boy, the itemization, he actually completed his entire itemization in the short game that we had. He has the Demanded Sword, Endless Battle, Wind Tarku, Red Machete, as well a bit of a defense, Queen's Wings. Looking at the side of Unique Devo, the thing is, they have a Hayabusa. The Hayabusa requires an early lead. That's why they have the Grok. That's why they have the Selena. However, that did not happen, especially if you look at Alter Ego's lineup. They're all very, very tanky. They have the Esmeralda, they have the Lapu, and Odile on his Lunox. That's crazy. The Jawhead. And the thing is, Roger is very slippery and very tanky himself. So in this game, it's all Unique Devo. Their draft is all or nothing. And Silly Boy proved that that's just one hold. There's no one to stop him. And then he's just like, all right, no one can stop me. I'm just going to go extra aggressive. He doesn't wait for his tank. He doesn't wait for his mid laner. He just goes in and... Looking at the itemization on Pi as well, not dying, he has the Bloodless Axe. He actually delayed his Blade of Despair and then focuses on his defensive item first with the Queen's Wings as well as the Anti-Grass to make sure that even if the Hayabusa gets his items, it won't hurt him that much. The same with Benedetta. The Benedetta as well couldn't do much to him. So, as we can see, in the next draft, Unique Devo, their draft is very, very one-sided kind of orientation. They have one singular win condition, but before that, we will look at the MVP, and he's going over to the Roger of Silly Boy with a match KDA of 13-1-7, getting his full items very, very quick in the game overall, involved in 20-ish team fights. Now, Roger is really, really strong in the early stages of the game. He is like Isenshin in that kind of way, where they're really strong just overall throughout the match. It's a very, very high climb, and in case you want to let go of a very, very aggressive jungler like this, they need some kind of hero that can punish its over aggression. Maybe even have a Tigra, but even that is very, very risky against a very high-paced team like Alter Ego. Now the thing is, Unique Devo, they still look good. They still look like they have a big chance because their mechanical skills are on point. It's just that they have to play the draft phase a little bit more better and then use the draft correctly in order to win the game, because that draft was a little bit too narrow-minded. It was so, we have to do this in order to win. Once we don't do this, then we can't win. And the thing that they have to do was snowball the game, which they couldn't do because they couldn't get any advantage anywhere except for the Baxia's lane. Now, with that being said, Alter Ego is looking strong, but they do not look invincible. In fact, during M2, all the teams have stepped up. Indonesia doesn't look as invincible as they were before. Perhaps M2, a lot of things will change in the Mobile Legends scene, which is a good way to start off the year. But anyway, that was match 1. We will be going to match 2 soon. And I really hope that Devo they brush up on their draft a little bit more and try to show us more doing a 10-second gaming, maybe getting back with a reverse sweep. We'll just have to see. But Alter Ego is definitely not an easy team for them to do that on. While I still have this, while I still have the stage, I'm still sad that I had to shave, but I shaved with the razor. Yeah, I just did that for the sponsor shout out. Thank you, Razor and Toomey. But either ways, I want to see how Udil plays this matchup as well. I didn't like yesterday that he was using the Matilda, because he's usually using more of a mage that is not really that mobile. You know, things like the Lunox, the Farsas. Yeah, the Farsa is very mobile with his wings, with hers wing by wings. But I definitely like those kind of mages, where right now I'm actually a little bit surprised that there's no voice in my head asking me to wrap things up, because usually this kind of segments is short. I'm actually liking this. I'm having more airtime, which is pretty good. How are you guys doing? Are you guys enjoying M2? I am. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it too. So right now it's probably the players are getting ready, because again, whoever loses this best of 3, they will be eliminated from M2, not being able to pursue the trophy any further. And I've seen the trophy, it's really nice. 300,000 USD is on the line. That is a lot of USD. If I had even a portion of it, I'll be a happy man. I would buy so many things. I would buy Razor stuff, because you know, Razor's awesome, and to me as well, I need bags. The bags are really good. If they're not gonna give me extra pay, just give me stuff. I would really appreciate it. I would love it so much. And in this entire M2 as an analyst, what I saw, Akai, even though he's a really good tank, so far he hasn't looked really that good in M2. And Yisun Shin, the Korean boy, has been performing relatively well. I think he might have the highest win rate overall. Benedetta, now that more teams are picking it up, there is an up and down. Whenever it's good, it always looks good. And even when it's losing, it looks very good. So Benedetta is definitely strong. And Esmeralda hasn't seen much play. Yam played it very well, a little bit better than his Yuzong, but you know, that is for a different time to talk about it. So definitely write in the comments what you guys think about the M2 hero picks. And the voice in my head has spoken. So we'll be going back to our casters to talk about match number 2. So casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much once again, LaFell, for the breakdown. We're getting ready for Game 2. As you can definitely see, Alter Ego is sitting comfortably out there to be looking for another win to advance to the playoffs. Or will Unique Devu come back with a reverse sweep? We'll have to find out. But speaking of comfortable, special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, because they have the world's award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort as well as sitting form. And that's also giving us a great time here casting on the M2 World Championships, available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore as well as around the world. So visit secretlab.co.
If, of course, we haven't forgot to thank our sponsor, our partner in esports, PvP Esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike. Of course, you need a platform to, show your talent, and maybe PvP Esports is it.
That's right, and with that, we definitely want to tell you guys that we got the best news for all of you guys who are currently watching the M2 World Championship itself. Today, we are pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will be officially beginning on January 30th. So with that being said, make sure you mark your calendar, because you can get yourself that free permanent skin. There's a whole lot to be happy about, as there's new upgrading system, blessing, new little commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins, all waiting for you guys.
So you might want to check that out, but right now, let's focus on the second game of Alter Ego versus Unique Devo. Now, Unique Devo, I agree with LaFell. It's a linear concept in terms of whatever they wanted to do. They put all the damage output to the Benedetta and the Hayabusa. Now, with the Antique Cuirass going up for the side of Alter Ego, it just seemed impossible to find that certain burst that Hayabusa wants to deal, that the Benedetta wants to deal. And we did see this yesterday with EVOS SG, that they went for a 4-mage setup. Yes,
Exactly.
it worked in the early game, but when the items came out for the side of RRQ, you knew that the magic resistance was just way too high to burst down Lemon on the Lapu Lapu, and that costed them the game.
Yeah, and of course, bringing back to this sort of scenario, not only that, they have to find a way to answer, to shut down Shelly Boy, because Shelly Boy, he's been there to be able to just get all these free kills after being battered halfway through some of these sort of the small little skirmishes, and he just walks right in unpunished. And they need to draft in such a way that there is somebody to be able to capitalize whenever Alter Ego Esports sends their marksmen to try to just burst down all the frontliners in that sort of sense.
I saw Leo Murphy earlier, and I asked him, "Is your recall button broken?"
What?
And he just laughed.
What's that?
Because he likes to press the recall button, and it always just goes up.
Oh,
When
yeah.
Every single step that his hero takes, the recall button gets pressed.
And even Unique, they did respond like, "Hey, my button's working. Is yours working?"
Yeah. Let's try it. Is your sticker button working? Yeah, mine's working. So let's try it.
Yeah, and we'll see a lot more of that after, of course, either team celebrate their victory. And with this, we're definitely focusing on our draft itself. No Yi Shin, no Brody. Same goes to Esmeralda as well as Matilda. A very mage-focused band coming in from the side of Unique Devu. But on the other hand, of course, the marksmen that we've been seeing quite a lot of, 1-1 or alternatives like even Harif in certain scenarios.
Now, Unique Devo, they banned out the Jawhead. They do not want to give that to Leo Murphy. It just annoyed the hell out of them on game number 1. Alter Ego Esports, they're still sticking with their first 2 bans. The third ban could be a Benedetta, could be the same as last time. It's going to be the Sylvana. So this is the same 3 bans for Alter Ego Esports this game. Unique Devo, they have the choice to get which hero is available on this pool that they like. They could go for the Benedetta.
Natalia.
They will go for the Natalia.
Oh,
And
I love this.
I think the Natalia is a good way to mess up Alter Ego's timings.
Do correct me if I'm wrong. This is the first Natalia that we are seeing in the group stages.
It could be. I think it was picked once during the group stages. Day 2, day 1.
Oh, yeah.
It was let go of. Because if a lot of these teams really just want to, counter out a Farsa, counter out a Chango, the Natalia will certainly come out, or it will be banned. Alter Ego Esports, Leo Murphy, and Pi, those are side lane monsters that they can take advantage of, but it leaves a bit of an assassin or a jungle pool that's widely open for the side of Unique Devo.
Remember, Unique Devo was the first one to be pulling in such a tactic by bringing in the Natalia. This is going to be their lethal strategy that they are pulling out now that they do get the chance, and they're going to be comboing it with the Selena as well. So once that Abyssal Arrow hits onto the target mark, they will have to respond with Sunset Lover coming in for that full burst. So one shot now does have the Roger being snatched away. So Alter Ego is going to be looking for a sort of a different marksman in this sort of sense. And Alter Ego will have to do that right now on this pick or risk having more options being banned away. And they've already banned 2 marksmen out there. It's going to be a little bit of a difficulty for them.
I remember Selena and Natalia getting picked together way back MPL Season 5.
That's right. And it used to be a trend that was going on.
It was a trend.
And Unique Devu is bringing back what was working back in a couple of patches ago. So Yam, they're opting to come right in with the Cho, as you could easily go in with the Shin Post, Wave the Dragon to be able to catch out that Natalia if ever she gets exposed in a certain sort of scenario.
I agree.
No, Alice. I think this is actually great.
They do not want to get caught off guard. As in, Unique Devo here can come from unexpected angles with the Roger, with the Selena, with the Natalia. So another Alice pick would really hurt just because they could not predict, or they can't predict where Unique Devo is gonna come from. Louis is banned here for the side of Unique Devo. And yeah, I get your point. Like, the Cho is a good answer for the Natalia. If you're gonna go for a 1v1, you're definitely not gonna go for that Cho if ever he is going to be the side lane or the tank. Well, I think right now it's almost certain that he's going to be the tank, and in a way it's a good thing that you have that Wave the Dragon to just force engage people into a fight.
And there's not going to be the box coming in for Unique Devo once again. A very good target ban to just remove layers of shield in such a way, and of course for the side Unique Devo, we can still look out for other picks. As said by LaFell, and by observation, a lot of all these Akai picks are honestly not working out anyway, so this is forcing Unique Devo to go down to the vault to see what exactly they can do about this. So one problem heading in towards a scenario in the late game is that if Alter Ego Esports gets something even beefier, it'll be tough for even the Natalia to go into, burst anybody down, but they opt to ban away the Lunox. So this is a smart choice, because if they were to go for the Lunox, at least she can use the Order of the Brilliance to walk away safely.
Yeah. Would it make sense if I tell you that Akai is somewhat of a reaction pick? Because you usually pick the Akai when there are a lot of mechanics that go to the back to your backline. So I'm guessing maybe if you just react with an Akai, then most likely you're on the losing end of the draft.
Yeah, I would say I would agree to an extent. There is more utility on towards the Akai kit as well. Like
that's true.
Whether if you're going offensively or so, but he just doesn't seem to fit in the current atmosphere where you just have
it counters certain heroes.
Exactly. Like at the moment, even if you pin somebody down, it may not necessarily be
the best target.
The best target out there that you're pinning down. Like imagine you pin the Lapu Lapu, right? He can still find a way to still tank it. But I do like what I'm seeing here. They do have the Beleric as well as Ruby to match up in terms of the sustain. But the question is there going to be enough damage? They're going to be relying a whole lot on the Roger and Natalia, especially in the mid game.
For Alter Ego Esports, I kind of get the Beleric pick. Because if you think about it, the ultimate coming out from Beleric will 100% catch out a lot of people for the side of Alter Ego Esports if they don't take care of their positioning.
Now, I love this.
Harley can just go in and out of the fight as long as Alter Ego Esports know where the Beleric is gonna come from. They will have a chance to react, but that ultimate has high range.
That's
in
right.
that circle, as long as you're in there, you're gonna get rooted, and that means bad news for your team. So Alter Ego really just wants to go for the dives once again. Lapu Lapu Benedetta on your lineup. That's really looking strong for your side lanes. But Unique Devo, even with that strong lineup coming out from Alter Ego Esports, they need to find a way to take this to a game number 3. If not, Alter Ego proceeds and they get eliminated.
Now they're really putting all their eggs in the basket, hoping that the Roger that they picked up will be able to snowball out of control and still be able to have layers of peel to be able to secure it for Unique Devo. But Alter Ego, it is having a sort of draft where it has multiple layers where you have a little bit of everything. You want burst damage? Yep, the Harley's going to be doing just that with all the sort of cards to be thrown out at them. And here goes. This is game 2. And day number 3, in phase 2 of the group stages here, one of the teams will make it into the playoffs and the other will be sent home. So with that, now we do focus on both teams here, Unique as well as Alter Ego.
I'm kind of feeling that Lil and Sao here gets forced to use heroes that they're not comfortable with. I mean, Lil could be comfortable with it since it's a tank. And when they came in here, Lil was the tank. Now he is controlling that XP lane.
Yeah.
So this adjustment might be pressuring Unique Devo to become very reactive, but Alter Ego Esports, I think they know about the setup already and they will take this into consideration.
That's right, and the Balric has already been able to pull in a little certain of the wave. The Murphy has already spot out Sao. The missile arrow already thrown right in, and he gets caught out a little bit off of position. Sunset Lover tries to punish him, but Yam is already standing at the side, and Leo Murphy could still make it out alive. So one shot will face a little bit of a tickle, but Leo Murphy might just be punished. Oh, Flicker forced right in, but Leo Murphy survives. While Chad Boy, he will be going right in for the first blood for Alter Ego Esports.
Celiboy just finding the right targets. He takes down Sunset Lover fast. The execute from Sunset Lover is a little higher than the... well, it didn't really take down Leo Murphy. But you know what? At least he tried. And he almost got it, but it was a bit, above threshold.
Right. And that turtle already being contested by Alter Ego Esports. Perfect setup on the 2 minutes mark. Here goes a little bit of the missile arrow, not landing on towards anyone, and they really have to give it all away. And this 2-2 formation coming in from the side of Unique Devo has already been split up since the get-go, so they can't really achieve anything out of that. So Leo Murphy applying a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, I just have to say that it's very important to get the turtle buff at this game, but look at this, Selena gets popped by Celiboy. And yeah, going back, the turtle buff is very important for these two teams, considering the nature of their lineup. Unique Devo really wants to be aggressive, and the Roger has one playstyle, and it's to dive, get the buffs, get the protection from the turtle, and just dive the other team. Celiboy here has the power to do that right now because the turtle buff went to his side. So yeah, I think the next turtle will be a key point into seeing how this game will pan out. Alter Ego Esports definitely won't give that easily.
Oh, fine. Now going in for the dive as Leo Murphy comes right in from the back as well. The Barrack does get one though. And I feel like this is way too much that Alter Ego could possibly soak right in, and Defender has already been able to spot things out. But Sunset! Where did he come from?
That is the threat of having a Selena and a Natalia in one team.
That's right. And
you have these two zoning heroes, two high pressure heroes onto the map that when you don't see them, you feel more pressured because you don't know where they're gonna come from.
That's right. And like they're already being used up by Yam, and he's gonna be looking for a setup here. The Natalia is definitely a great idea to have on the team, especially, that they might just miss the missile arrows walking away alive, but he just went on towards the right spot at the right time to just secure those sort of kills. Now, there is a little bit of the priority coming from Alter Ego on towards the river with the turtle up once again. So Unique, they're applying pressure, but Sunset Lover is looking for a catch. Side point at the back though. Leo Murphy goes in the way of the dragon, in towards the middle of the pit. One shot getting taken out cold, while Lil with the next one to fall. Pi with a little help left. Defender's trying to take him down, and he will go down indeed. Yam's the next one to fall, but the turtle has already been slain. Double kill in favor of Defender.
Udil tried to hold on to people for the longest time, but it doesn't really work that way. Celiboy here getting caught out by the arrow. The Natalia is there. Do they have enough damage? The Cyclone Eye helping. Deadly Magic. Oh my goodness. Will he take one with him? No, he won't. Sao will survive.
He tries to outplay them, but it's a little bit too far from his own territory anyway, so Jelly Boy sort of underestimated what the enemy side could have done. Tries to jack the buff, but here goes. Leo Murphy will spot out one shot. Does not get to lay his hands on the buff that he's been desiring for, but yeah. Just trying to find a little bit more room for the da-da-da-da, and there we go. Murphy already being chunked down. That missile arrow will not land, but Yam tries to provide a little bit of assistance. Now they go back on towards the enemy side, and they have managed to spot out Sunset Lover, taking him down.
Okay. Unique Devo, they've been very determined to get those kills. They've been chasing down people, but the problem is you should know when to stop. Leo Murphy on the show is deadly. Even though he doesn't have the HP anymore, he will still try to go and get that perfect play of the dragon. And as you've seen on the earlier clash on the turtle side, he stayed there even if he had low HP. Sunset Lover here might be the target, and he gets kicked in. Leo Murphy isn't scared of anyone.
That's right, that's what we have been talking about. That Way of the Dragon is so crucial in this fight against that Natalia as well. Defender now going against Pi with a 2-on-1 alongside a one-shot, but Udil has already arrived. Personal blood being used already while Lil tries to catch Lil Murphy. He tries to make an escape, and yes, he will eventually be taken out by one shot. But things are looking all too rowdy here as Defender, he's getting caught out. The rest of Alter Ego committing all the way in, and it leaves only two members on each side. One shot eventually will bleed, but hey, he's trying to make an escape.
Oh,
play this. Oh, he's still alive.
Fast reaction.
But where can he go though?
Well, he's not on his side of the map, that's for sure. If he gets hit by the turret here,
he's still alive.
And Pai just gives up. Sawo will be the next target. Will he go down? Those are the cards here there. Not really connecting. Sawo will stay alive, and Leo Murphy still stays in the area. He knows that he can get kills here, but will he be in time?
No. Then I definitely think that that was some realistic escape coming out of the side of Unique Devo. But that fight could have been a little bit cleaner, but they are really putting a very strong front. You can see from the score, 10-8, and the goal difference is honestly not too far away, but once again being forcing another objective right here. Unique, they're chasing onward Shelly Boy, but it's not working in favor of their side. And two of the members get caught out. One shot as well, so I will try to goes right in, but it's a Mega coming in for Shelly Boy as they still pressure them out. The turtle will be taken by Alter Ego this time around, while Defender looks for the execution, but Leo Murphy, he tries to get a catch with the Way of the Dragon, but it's pretty much under a very healthy turret.
Unique Devo, they figured something out. They're doing great this game. Alter Ego Esports, yes, they do have the advantage, but still, Unique Devo is holding on, and looking at it, they might have a bit of scaling coming into the late game, and that might change the tides of the battle for them.
That's right. And there you go, Way of the Dragon towards Shelly Boy as he will be able to land the final few blows. Defender dropping very low, but this will be it. Oh, he gets caught up by the Abyssal Arrow, but it doesn't matter anyways. Shelly Boy gets assassinated. The Natalia has arrived, and Sunset Lover doing them dirty.
Sunset Lover finding the perfect target. Harley has used his escape mechanic. Arrow will hit. Yam will take it all. No eye for an eye, and he just gets away. The innate dash capability of Shelly Boy is just Yam rather is working wonders for his side. Udil is here near the area. Natalia knows that he has to back out from that. He knows that he doesn't have enough damage to take Udil down.
That's right. Pi has already got another item in the back, while the pressure is still over on the bottom side. Udil now chasing right in for Sunset Lover as Yam could easily dash his way in and out of these sort of fights. So just needs a little bit more pressure to crack down the turret, and then they will be having a little bit more control for Alter Ego Esports. But Defender, yep, he can definitely outlast Yam for the moment. I really do wonder how the itemization is going to be looking like. As the Lord has already spawned, I want to have a look at the items again, maybe in a little while.
Let's check the items in a bit, but right now, as you can see, Unique Devo, slowly but surely, they're trying to equalize the lanes a bit, probably put it more on their favor. Liam Murphy gets hit by an arrow, but there is another fight happening on the top side of the jungle here, and Liam Murphy trying to go in, Sawa with the dash, and there is it! That's Way of the Dragon, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be the collapse happening here for the side of Unique Devo. Sawo really just trying to salvage the fight, but to no avail. He's the only one alive. He's the one that gets away. But Yam here has something in mind. He needs to do something about it. Yam will stop that that hunt for Sawo and make that a 4-for-1 trade, favoring the side of Alter Ego.
So right now, with already the minions heading the turrets, they will be able to actually open up the base itself. Elective to cut the wave as well. Missile arrow does land. Sawo tries to go straight in for the dive. Not enough to take down Jelly Boy. And one shot. He goes in for the hot pursuit. Yam will be able to dash out to safety. But look at what they have. Even the bottom side is slowly deteriorating. I think Alter Ego, they just want to press on the attack. They still have 2 more minutes for Luminous Lot to come right out there, but they're already having a great setup against Unique Devo. All they have to do, find that pig as they try to drive into towards the crystal itself, but Bender goes down. This is looking pretty bad. Unique Devo losing members one after another. Wave of the Dragon coming from the side of Leo Murphy. One shot will be taken back all the way and towards his own base. But this is where Lil is suffering all this assault, and one shot tries to hold him in. No more minutes, but they are trying to open up the map.
Yam is back. Yam is back, and Yam is in the area. 5 members for the side of Alter Ego still alive. One shot getting caught out by that knockoff, and Pai trying to go in. Alter Ego focusing the crystal, and that base will go down. Unique Devo, ladies and gentlemen, they are out of the tournament. Alter Ego advances to the playoffs.
Congratulations, Alter Ego Esports. And not gonna lie, Unique Devo really showed a lot of strength in this. Getting their hands on that Natalia, really finding the right executions, especially trying to hunt out for Teleboy. But after all these survey fights that they have been committing into, slowly they start to commit very small little missteps that have been able to give all the pressure of the map towards the side of Alter Ego Esports, and things didn't really went well for the side of Russia. So unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to another real strong team, but this is the nature of the competition itself. Only the best gets to make it into the playoffs,
and they had chances to make it count. It just didn't really seem to work for them, but still, congratulations for being here in the M2 World Championship. There is some bearing to be here. That means you are part of the best teams in the world.
That's right. They could still keep their heads up high because they have fought really well against another Indonesian powerhouse out there. So we hope to see more of Unique Devo in the future. And with that, of course, there's going to be a lot more to talk about as you guys can catch the live stream of the mega event, Mobile Legends BangBang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from 18th till the 24th of January. A total of 12 teams are playing here in the M2 World Championship from 9 countries. That includes RSG as well as EVO Singapore, and they are competing for a total cash prize of US dollars 300,000. And with that, you guys will definitely want to support your favorite teams out there. Let's head over to LaFell. It's time to break down this matchup here. Congratulations, Alter Ego.
Hello, all the casters are wearing blazers. Don't forget to thank our sponsor, Razer. Anyways, we just saw the match, and what is apparent about Unique Devo is that they have very strong micro skills. However, what they are currently lacking is the macro. The draft is relatively okay. They put the Belleric on the experience lane as well as Ruby on the gold lane, giving them actually a lot of setup in both of those lanes. However, we can see that there was not much attention going towards any of the sides. A lot of the fights we see are either in the mid lane or in the river matchup as well. Speaking of the river matchup, later on in the highlight, we can definitely see a lot of bad team fights happening for Unique Devil. Speaking of which, right now let's look at the highlights of the game to see what really went on throughout this entire phase. Right now we're gonna pause over here. Yes, this spot right here where, again, if you look at the situation where this initiation is actually done by Leo Murphy. He started something, and this is gonna be basically the entire game where Leo Murphy, he is really good with the Cho. Cho is his kind of hero where he likes to bait other people, he likes to taunt, and he does that in spades. But what makes it really special is the level of setup. And the thing is, it seems like Unique Devo, they're not sure how to really defend this kind of onslaught by the team, where their carry or their jungler has been caught out and then they want to join the team fight. They want to help, of course they do, but how do they really help? We will look at this match and we will look at this fight and really see that even they themselves not sure who to target first. It's almost like they just went in and then clicked on some skills and then hope for the best. And as we can see, it didn't really turn out that well, where Alter Ego, they were able to secure basically all the turtles as well as win all the fights. Where in this particular game, Unique Devo, just like what our character said, perhaps they're a little bit not comfortable with certain of its heroes, because we can already see certain decision making was not decisive, where they're like, okay, do we want to go for this kill? Do we not want to go for this kill? Do you want to go in? Do you want to retreat? It seemed like they haven't really gotten to the point where they have telepathic skills in terms of their communication, where I can definitely see in certain pickoffs, certain members of Unique Devil went in and certain went back. But again, going back to Alter Ego Esports, this kind of gameplay, this kind of Cho gameplay made Cho so versatile in terms of being as a tank, where players such as Zorn, Leo Murphy, they really popularize this kind of play where they're going to go in front, they taunt a little bit, they give a little bit of CC, as well as they set up the kill for the team. And the thing about Leo Murphy is that he always kicks the right target. He doesn't accidentally kick the Bellaric. He doesn't accidentally kick the Ruby. He always gets either the Natalia, the Selena, or the Roger, making it a very good situation for his team. Right now, let's look at the itemization for both of the teams. Bellaric, of course, making defensive items. Leo Murphy, he had the Athena shield as well as the immortality. He didn't even have the anti-cuirass to handle Roger's damage. He just needed the Athena shield to make sure that he doesn't die that early on the Selena, because we can see that Sao using the Selena always getting on top of him, trying to kill him off, but he just won't die. And look at itemization on Selly Boy as well. Apparently, Harley Jungle, they really like the Calamity Reaper, they like the Holy Crystal, and they like the Lightning Transhan. And I think just in case the Bellaric or even the Ruby proved to be a little bit too tanky, he had the Divine Glaive as well to make sure that they will die whenever it gets hit by his deadly magic. Either way, Harley Jungle is looking pretty strong in M2 as well. And if anyone wants to steal their itemization, well, here you go. And now let's look at the MVP of the game, the guy that made it all happen, the playmaker, the one that sealed the deal for Unique Devo to not continue their race. And here it is, Leo Murphy with his Chow with a 219 KDA itemization, having the Iron Mask, Athena Shield, as well as Immortality, to make sure that even if he makes some mistakes, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But the thing is, his gameplay, the way that he moves with the Chow, collecting all of the forces of Unique Devo into one specific position to make sure that his team can follow up on his quote-unquote mistake, making them win the team fights, as well as when he is very healthy, using the Way of the Dragon on the perfect target, and always making sure that the initiation is very clean. The initiation is not cancelled by some sort of crowd control, because, you know, after Cho has been nerfed, his Way of the Dragon made it very difficult to play as a tank, but Leo Murphy still makes it work. It's still very deadly in his hands. But either way, again, we want to say congratulations to Alter Ego. They will be moving forward towards the playoff. It is a lower bracket situation, but Alter Ego has been known to be the one going from the bottom all the way to the top. So they're very, very comfortable with this kind of situation. Either ways, that's not the only games we have for you today. We have more after this. And as a Malaysian, I myself am excited for the match after this. But either way, my name is Lofel. You guys are watching M2. We will be back in just a bit.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
Download for free. Mobile Legends BangBang.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about this hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls. However, those thicker ones, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a team fight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those team fights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
po. Wow!
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends BangBang M2 World Championship 2020, powered by Moonton.
This is also supported by the Singapore Tourism Board. Going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow the Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account at visit_Singapore. And don't forget the hashtag PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of SG.
Skoga, a NTUCU associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008, and we would like to thank all of our partners in esports: IMDA, Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, MeWatch, Cafe Cinema, and Razer, M2's official gaming gear, for making this possible.
You guys watching at home, don't forget to share the stream as well and let everyone know that M2 is happening right now. My name is Leo. This right here is Gideon, and we'll be bringing you guys the third playoff slot earning matchup. I'm pretty sure there's a more simple way of putting that, but y'all know what it is. Here today, it's phase 2 of the group stage, and we're about to witness the boys from Brazil, that's DreamHack Gaming, face off against Todak from Malaysia.
Yep, this is going to be a real interesting matchup. Let's throw the bracket up right on screen right now so we can update you guys on exactly what is happening here at the M2 World Championships. Now, we've already got two teams locked in towards the lower bracket. A huge upset over RSG. It's going to be 10 Seconds Gaming, followed up against Alter Ego, which you just saw just now.
Yeah, I can only imagine how frustrated Alter Ego was from yesterday, being defeated in a 2-0 clean sweep by the rivals from the Philippines, Brenny Sports, who, by the way, comfortably sitting in the upper bracket, just waiting to face off against Burmese Ghouls. And then as well, you got your other upper bracket slot holders, Omega Esports and RRQ, just waiting in the wings.
And finally, it's going to be Burmese Ghouls and Beren also sitting up in towards the upper brackets. Two Filipino teams already locked in their spots, one from Myanmar and as well as one Indonesian team. I mean, both Indonesian teams are now in the playoffs, but one in the upper brackets, one in the lower. But now it's time to determine the final two slots, and this is between Todak versus DreamHack. And honestly, how are you feeling about both of these teams? Because we did see DreamHack play a couple of times in the group stages, and they were going sometimes honestly toe-to-toe in terms of that kill score.
I guess that just comes down at what kind of metagame they have over in Brazil. And I gotta say, it's very team fight reliant, right? There is a member missing, though, from their main lineup that didn't get to fly out here to Singapore, so that might affect the way that they perform. But with that being said, I think it's fine. I think Nyx and the rest of the gang will do okay, but not against a very vengeful Todak. The champions from MYSG, we all know them for how well Chiku performs when he does get activated, and how strongly they still believe in the 1-3-1, but it's just a matter of time before we find out who actually gets the playoffs slot. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to meet the first 5 from each side. Here we go. It's gonna be Chiku, X-Ray, Formaze, Ewan, and Moon representing Todak, and this was a question I've had since the first time we saw them. Is it going to be X-Ray? Is it going to be Stu?
Yeah, and this time it's going to be X-Ray coming in to bring it to the Brazilian team. And this is going to be very interesting because this is supposed to be the lineup that we were expecting since day one. But, you know, they put in Stu. They were trying to make sure they were trying different things out, especially since you don't want to give away too many of your strategies early on within the group stage, especially. But now we're to this crunch time, and now they face elimination, especially against a team like DreamHack. It's going to be Nyx, Homus, Cabral, Luis, and Mikey.
This is a lineup that I've been looking forward to seeing, and I've been looking forward to see if they have, now after seeing 10 Seconds Gaming Frost unlock their anime comeback. I wonder if there's such a thing from the boys from Brazil. I wonder what kind of craziness they can pull off, and if it's possible against a team as strong as Todak. Looking really here at Luis Cabral, the jungler and an EXP laner in specifically, because it's the way that they have found their positions, again, because they are missing that original jungler. But right now, here's a player head-to-head. Homies versus Chiku. It's going to be the carries that we're looking at right here. And Chiku, even if they also lost their matches in their groups, still has this 0.6 KDA average up on homies, and he does farm way better at 769. That's what, 250 almost.
Yep, that's a huge disparity. And I mean, looking at damage per minute, of course, obviously it's something I can pretty much disregard it at this point, mainly because that DreamHack hasn't been able to get their full set of games, and every single time it's a very oppressive game from their opponents thus far. And it's not that it's going to be a big issue now, but we just got to keep that in mind.
And the up next player head-to-head, we are looking at the side lanes right now. Again, I did say look out for Luis, and on the other side that he is going to be facing for Maze. Again, this is a huge KDA comparison. It's almost times 2 more than for Maze, but look at this damage per minute. Luis is almost going toe-to-toe.
Exactly, and more importantly, kill participation, the 54% to 48%, where Luis does have a 6% on top of Maze. He's able to join fights a little bit faster, has by that kill participation, really important when it comes to that team play.
And that's what's important. Again, what would you rather have? An XP laner that just wants to isolate, or an XP laner that wants to join fights? That's always most likely going to be the latter. And now going for the team head-to-head stats across the board for each competing team. They played the same amount. They both got swept in their first days. They deal the same amount of damage across, just what, 600 damage per minute deficit. And then, of course, average game score pretty close as well.
I mean, honestly, you would have expected it to be a lot less, but DreamHack, they are fighters. They just keep on going every single time. You want to take a 50-50? No way, Jose. We're going to stop you right in your tracks.
And now looking at it, I was going to say, yo, this is closer than I expected, but now you see the big changes. You see how much more Lord Stodak is able to contest. You see how much more turtles they can go for, and you see how they're able to really call it a close fight and put a dent in their opponent's bases. That's 5 turrets to 1 on average. And then again, the average KDA just doubles, 2.9 to 1.3.
Yeah, and I mean, average KDA is something that I can kind of disregard, but the average kills per game, 13.5 to 9. And that's something extremely notable here, because DreamHack have not been able to win a game since, but it does give us an idea that they're able to fight pretty often, and when they do, at least they're able to pick up their kills. I was expecting, the numbers to be around 6 to 5, but 9, absolutely stellar.
No, I think that number should be something we look out for, because again, if an underdog team was to win, they would have to trade just through the nose. That's exactly what 10S did earlier. To upset RSG, they had to trade. And of course, when it comes to hero pools, it's about the same. Just a 2-hero deficit between DreamHack and Todak, which by the way makes sense because in our studies, Gideon, I actually watched a little bit of the Brazilian National Championships. There is one hero to note from DreamHack. It's the Jungle Alucard. It's not just the thing that they pulled out here at M2. It's something that they actually did to win back at home. So it might make a showing.
Might make it short indeed. But guys, it's almost time. But while these last 2 minutes are going down, remember, we have M2 exclusives to give to you guys. If you log in right now and complete the task to predict the champion to win M2 coins and exchange those M2 coins for exclusive rewards, including special avatar borders, exclusive skins, battle emotes, and as well as a sacred statue, all M2 style themed. And more importantly, the M2 exclusive skin, Clint, the Shadow Omen skin, can be gained directly for 899 diamonds only, and this event is happening right now till the 24th of January.
Get in on it, guys, because if there is only one thing missing from this long list of features and just rewards you can get from this in-game event, it's the M2 recall.
Oh, yeah.
It's the M2 recall. During our break, I did see our analyst man, Wolf, go ahead and ask me, yo, where's the recall? And by the way, guys, check out the shop. It's right there in the lower right corner. Scroll over to it. You might want to check that out as well. But yeah, 899 diamonds gets you a solid skin already. Again, remember, it's up until the 24th of January, and I just can't wait. 45 seconds till the draft begins.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting because, again, Todak didn't exactly have the best time in their group stage, in the group stages itself. Their very first game, they really looked disappointing, not up to form as they usually are. They came back in the next game, and now here we are moving on. They missed out their opportunity to get to that top spot, and they've got to reclaim themselves and make sure they do not drop a game.
This is a champion's journey if I've ever seen one. Again, hard work plus talent plus skill will get you far. And I think for our M1 third placers, ladies and gentlemen, I did not stutter. It's going to be a long journey. So this is this is road number one. There's a fork in the road. Do we go home or do we take it to the Brazilians in just the same? It's a dream come true for DreamHack Gaming. These guys have flown out thousands of miles away from their loved ones, away from their family, to be able to compete at the highest level of MLBB esports.
Yeah, they've got to be homesick for sure, but they aren't going to be dropping too much against Todak here. I mean, they faced them before. They should know the habits and behaviors that Todak are willing to bring. So that's the slight advantage that DreamHack has. Todak, on the other hand, they're just going to have to adapt on the fly, knowing that they've only played them once, but DreamHack has definitely changed in that time.
E1 on your screens right now. I do believe it's Todak's turn to ban out. We see the Natalia and the Brody taken out by DreamHack. That's Todak taking out the Harith alongside the Esmeralda. So nothing too much out of the ordinary here.
Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary. DreamHack just sticking to priority picks, cutting them down one by one by one. And Todak, I think they're going to reply with the exact same thing here. They haven't gone to that level where they're willing to kind of play around with these priority picks, and more so the hyper efficiency of, you know, the Jawhead, for an example.
Oh, speaking of the menace, actually, that's a 2-in-1. There's a little girl inside Jawhead. They're still out there. So Jawhead might be something that DreamHack is forcing out here. Micah does play a decent Jawhead, so that might be something Todak is looking to take a hold of. But think about this. What if they are playing the first pick Gambit? Oh no.
Yeah.
That's a Yusen Shin taken out by Todak. So yeah, it's either someone takes here something they really need, something super important, like a Matilda, or they can just go for the Jawhead here and then just risk it for the other to do it around. Oh, there's the Jawhead.
Yep, Jawhead, absolutely great first pick material here. He does so much into the game, but now Todak has to look for a reply. They need to be able to get some pretty good laners in our own right. Most likely, teams, as we've seen before, naturally want to go for at least one of their off-laners and then look to secure something for one of their members who have the least of their hero pool or something they're very comfortable on.
And right now we do see, there you go, you did mention XP laners, side laners. That's going to be one of the best in the game right now. Yuzhong on X-Ray. Welcome, by the way, King. Welcome to M2. Glad to see X-Ray actually being debuted today. And again, you got to bring out the big guns to be able to make it into the playoffs. And as well, we did mention her, Matilda, being fielded by Moon.
Exactly. And now this is exactly what they want to do. They wanted a team fight mechanic. They could have gone for the Lapu Lapu if they wanted to, but hey, no worries, no worries. We got to use Zong. He also can initiate those fights and get Matilda to bring him in rather than Lapu Lapu, who has to blow a battle spell to make that work. Now, looking over to side DreamHack, they naturally, okay, sure, you got an offlaner, I'm going to get an offlaner, but I'm going to flex one more on you. Here is the 1-1. Make a choice.
Yep, that's going to be Cabral's Lapu Lapu and Homies, the side laner on the 1-1. So that's the gold laner. I'm guessing Todak wants to go toe-to-toe here, unless they're feeling for Chiku. I don't know. We have seen yesterday that there are teams who want to lock their opponents in to odd junglers. Like, okay, make the choice now. You get the Lancelot, you get the Ling, you get the Claude, you get the Roger. If you don't, we're choking him out. But right now, I'm not sure if Todak is ready to play that game. They might want to get something for E1 first, given that the history of Todak dictates that E1 needs a little help when it comes to his hero pool. And there it is. Oh my God. Face check McGee herself, Hilda.
Yeah, now this is going to be interesting here. Knowing E1, he has been a dedicated, hard frontliner tank player. He's been, playing the Atlas. He's been looking to play the Tigreals. He's been looking to play the Kufras when they were in meta. And now that the meta has definitely developed a little bit more, that has definitely forced him out of his comfort zone, forcing him to evolve. Now, looking at the next couple of bans, Todak getting rid of that hardly. DreamHack is going to look at Todak's composition. They don't have anything that really scales into the game, which means Chico's pool is going to be targeted. Do they want to get rid of the Assassins or the Marksmans? Oh, looks like it's the Marksmans here. Claude, going to be the ban.
It's the latter. It's the latter. So yeah, if that is indeed the Claude, I'm expecting a Lancelot up next, or possibly a Roger, and then that leaves Chico to say, okay, I guess I'm going Ling. But we did see him on a Ling already, so it might be beneficial to them. But for Todak, who could they choke out? DreamHack needs a mage here. They need a mid laner as well. They need something for Luis. They need something here for their main man. They need someone to go into the jungle. And again, I think that's why this draft is all the more interesting. It's because they're both missing that very important, that pivotal piece.
Yeah, honestly, one of their pivotal pieces here is that Wan because it poses the question, where exactly is she going here? She's a great flex pick, and she's going in blind, and she does well against the Yuzong, and no matter who they get, they don't have to worry about a Benedetta, which would have been a pretty decent pick in when it comes to just mechanical execution being the only difference in that matchup. So, I don't know. Todak has to answer quite a number of questions. They get rid of the Selena, so hey, now you don't have to worry about that early game aggression, level 2 kill potential from a mage like Selena.
Yep, that's Nyx, essentially. He got nixed right there, ladies and gentlemen. He got nixed. So, Selena out of the formula right now, not something to worry about. Max range, Abyssal Arrows, get out of here. DreamHack, now they have to make the choice. Do we go ahead and put salt in the wound? Do we make sure that Chiku don't have a good day? Because when it comes back around, we get the full 2 picks. We get to finish up our lineup, or will they just attack the other needed position? That's going to be the gold lane. Oh!
Yep, DreamHack has been
That's it?
Yeah, DreamHack has been doing their homework.
Yeah, Lancelot right now or else, or bust. Lancelot or bust.
I mean, they have the Hayabusa. Hayabusa is a pretty good shout as well.
Could be, actually, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Hayabusa's pretty good. Yeah, you gotta stop the crossbow Tang, yeah.
He has plenty of options here. I'd say right now the draft is about 50-50 accordingly. DreamHack, I think, you know, targeting specifically Claude and Ling both have been shown in the group stages itself, so they're just making sure they're forcing Todak on something they haven't seen before or haven't experienced just yet.
Yeah. So far, there's actually a lot for Chiku here. And again, you see now the strength of the last pick that Todak has. And there you go, it's Lancelot indeed. They also want to play it safe. Again, the fact that they put in X-Ray means they're going back to the roots. That means they're not willing to risk it much. So right now, DreamHack, they need to give something to Louise, and they need to figure out who's the best mid laner to complement that.
That's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting because right now, like when you lock in a Lancelot, especially in a meta like right now, where yes, he does get his power spike a lot earlier compared to a lot of the scaling assassins, it's tough because you're going up against a Lapu Lapu, you're going against a Wan, which is naturally hard to catch, you're going up against a Jawhead where you only have 2 abilities to dodge that unstoppable force. The moment you're caught, you're out.
Here's what I'm scared of is DreamHack is the one who picks up on this, and they answer relatively in a subpar manner. They pick up the Hayabusa, but I'm not sure what they're thinking here.
He's gonna get harassed.
Exactly, and Lancelot can just can essentially flash out. He can flash out of the shadow kill, and I don't know, Hilda can just catch all those slashes. Well, Yuzong can go ahead and Black Dragon form and just call it a day. Like, this is almost a non-starter for Luis. He has to farm so much. There's so much he needs to do.
Well, I think it's relatively okay here because according to where his their composition is going on, they have some decent early game. Now that Todak has replied, okay, we just have to make sure we match their early game, and then we can look to do even better. We've got the Hilda, great level 1. We've got the Cho, decent level 1 as well. We've got the Matilda, absolutely ridiculous passive at all levels. So with that in mind, I would expect Todak to get very aggressive, especially towards the purple side on DreamHack to deny Hayabusa the buff. And I think that's going to be something they have to be extremely careful for.
If there's something I'm reading into is that Todak still, as we know them, sticks to the 1-3-1. That's 2 fighters on each side, and then just make sure Chiku pops off. I'm wondering who they are going to call rotations on the side of DreamHack. I do hope that they make the choice of attacking the 1-1, because while the 1-1 only relies on a single Purify in her kit, then that's her most vulnerable state. If you allow her to put a beat on you, if you allow her to activate Crossbow of Tang, and even if you have your flash outs, your iframes, it's still very dangerous. So yeah, make sure you nip that at the bud. All the while you're thinking about the Hayabusa. I think your lineup is just built to take on the Hayabusa anyway. So yeah, I think Todak here is very much at home. Even in the 1-3-1 going into this matchup, I'm just excited to see how they'll execute.
Yes, I think the execution is going to be extremely important, especially for DreamHack's side. I mean, it needs to be spot on here. There's a lot more forgiveness in Todak's lineup because again, oh, you missed the 3 hits of Jikundo, you got the Shrimpo to get you out for free. Moon, it's like, I get my passive, they walk away, like, okay, I'm at no real loss. E1, just walk into every single brush until it's A alright. And now Moon, once again, he's gonna start with the harass.
Now, between Moon and Nyx, I'd give the dueling advantage to Nyx, especially since there's no one with Todak's Moon. The damage on the Kagura is also very much surprising, especially with that flame shot. Now, E1 goes ahead and does the Hayabusa. Oh, the Hilda special, while Hayabusa threatens a kill. That was close, though. Luis almost had him.
No, there was no way he was going to kill him there. As long as E1 still had the flicker, and until Jawhead hits level 2, then he's got some kill pressure. But for now, as long as E1 doesn't, you know, overstay his welcome, he still has the flicker to get out of the tightest of situations. Now, here comes the big question. Now that E1 has been chunked out, what about the purple buff? Are they going to look for those big invades? Are they going to keep harassing him here? Jawhead still hasn't hit his level 2, so it's still possible.
I mean, that's something to note. Flicker already burned. That's as well an extra little chunk of health for E1. Again, if a Hilda is able to dash in and flicker into a bush, then that's fine. She's not going to die. So right now, I think that's something to note. I guess a minute and 30 seconds in, there's so much more time for E1 to get harassed. And here's what I'm wondering. Why did they give X-Ray the killing spree instead of the high and dry if this was their plan all along?
I guess it's the flex. That's literally the only reason I can think about at this point in time, because X-Ray, you wouldn't expect him, especially when he doesn't have execute as well. I mean, naturally with the playmaking capabilities, they can do... Oh no, E1, what you doing, buddy? Buddy, you're getting into some dangerous territory as the OK Shadow Kill comes on out. X-Ray taking a huge risk here, putting himself in danger. Luis is able to get that first blood and get on out of there with the quad shadows, and that's why E1, you got to be so much more careful. Moon trying to... there we go! Chiku finding the perfect execution at the cost of at least 80% of Moon's life, and Cabrera is trying to come in and make the difference, and yes, he does. They trade 1 for 1 for 1, ending the score at 2 for 2.
An eye for an eye gets everyone blind, but the fight continues.
Formaze comes in with the Black Dragon form as the rest of Todak is going to be controlling the mid lane. Dream Max finally decide to say, no, we're done with this.
Alright, it was a alley-oop into a slam dunk to your face. I like how Dream Max kind of pushed the issue of they forced the kill, but then again, Chica was coming up like, alright man, you take my tank, I'm right here, and then there was another big team fight that happened, but again, it was all part of the plan, and nice take on the turtle!
Oh, good steal, but the full fight is coming on. Cabrera is going to be so caught out of position. The OK Shadow just secures one. Matilda is down, and E1 forced the flicker out once more. X-Ray comes in, hits him with the Way of Dragon, but doesn't take it back, because he put it on Mikey again. Ejector, real scary.
So yeah, this is how we read it, man. This is, what, 3 minutes in and already 7 kills on the board. 4 to 3, relatively close gold lead here for DreamHack, but only by, what, 200, 300, still very close. So yeah, this is what we said. A lot of this series games are gonna have almost double-doubles, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, considering that we're slowly going in towards the mid game here, everyone's hitting their level 4s. What should we be expecting here? But before that, let's check out this 1v1 between Formaze and Cabral, because once again, Formaze has his passive online. That's when Lapu Lapu needs to back away, but Luis is here to say, hello, give me that free kill. He's going to take the OK Shadow kill. He goes into his Black Dragon form, gets on out of this. Luis, what you trying to do, buddy? I need to stack up his passive as hard as possible, but Formaze not going to let it happen. Phantom Execution as well, coming up on towards the top side of the map. They trade 1 for nothing.
Off camera, almost missed it. Chiku gets in there, and now they're gonna get a good chunk of this outer turret energy shield. Hom is doing his best. I don't think he's ready just yet. Now, back to the question. What can we expect? One is that whoever doesn't learn fast enough that these fights are not as fruitful, that it's not going to lead to anything unless you can convert, then you're losing the fight already. So, I think so far, Todak is making DreamHack pay, but look at this, a huge rotation. What do they look to gain here?
Not too sure, but X-Ray, he's got to get on out of there. Flickers out as well. With crossbow of Tang getting some good damage onto Chiku. They might have to... Oh, they're not pushing them off of the turret itself. Okay, interesting. Now E1, he's going to be jumping onto Luis this time around. Going to take the full brunt of damage from the OK Shadow kill as he goes over, gets ejected backwards. They're going to secure the kill onto E1. DreamHack finding some profit.
Oh no, I don't think Moon should have waited for the circling eagle. Like, he held it back, as you can see. The ult is still there. So if maybe he did, E1 would survive, but this doesn't cost much to Todak. I mean, if E1 dies, that's fine. He'll be back. He's a tank. It's his job anyways. Save all, especially Chiku. And right now, Moon is saving it, maybe possibly to help Chiku get this, but hold up!
Ichigo using the Black Thorn Rose to get on out of there, but unfortunately he wasn't able to do enough damage to get on out. Maike takes the brunt of it, whereas Iwan is able to secure that execute. Luis, he's just waiting for his cooldowns to come back up into that fight, but Cabral is doing such a good job after after he's going in, allowing Luis to open up into the back line and securing another kill onto Formezi.
This is bloody. 7-5 already, not even 6 minutes in. Still maintaining this very small gap between each other. DreamHack ahead by about 1,000. Oh, now it's growing. 1,000 and change, almost 2,000. And here's what I'm noticing, all right? I do see that Moon seems to be holding back. I guess Moon isn't as ready as X-Ray to go for these play-making moves. And again, Circling Eagle, if he used it, would have been off a cooldown right now.
Yeah.
Maybe could have even saved Chiku.
Yeah, it could just be reaction. One or two things: either miscommunication or just not reacting as fast as he should. X-Ray getting the Blade of Despair ready as the rest are looking for information. I mean, E1, he finds the information, but hopefully he doesn't get caught out again.
I mean, I think there's one job for E1 right now, and act as a enforcer, the muscle for Chiku to make sure that they spot out where the Jawhead is.
Oh, Way of the Dragon securing that kill, locking them down, allowing Chiku to get into the back line. Nyx tries to blow him away with the flame shot, but it's not going to be enough for Mezzi going in with the Dragon's Tail. Now in the Black Dragon form, they're going to force the fight in towards the jungle of DreamHack. DreamHack need to make a choice here as Mike K bringing in and baiting for Cabral, who's going to jump right over the wall from the blue side. However, looking at mid-tier 1 being destroyed and going over into Todak's favor. Now purple buff, a huge place to fight, but E1 is going to sacrifice his life. Crossbow of Tang onto Chiku here. They don't even get the purple buff.
Nice diversion play by Todak, but just the same, they're trading a little too close for comfort, and that's going to be 2 for none for free. But in the end, they do get 2 turrets down bottom and mid. Right now, Louis is very confident. He knows that there's no one who's going to steal it, and Cabral here gets hit by the Circling Eagle, and right now it's a 2v1. How is he doing this? Lapu Lapu have been up to this shenanigans for 3 days now.
Yep, and I mean, that's what happened. It's very similar to how an alpha works. So, you know, that's one of the tooltips they tell you is like, hey, as long as there's a way of use your sweep and you get health, same thing goes for Lapu Lapu. And he has multiple abilities, so he can really stack up the healing super quick off the wave.
But it is a shame to see that he has 5 assists, 2 deaths. Given the Festival of Blood, give this man like 3 or 4 kills, it'll be worse, it'll be harder. So I think that's what Todak is trying to stop.
I mean, it stacks. Oh wait, hold on. The Way of the Dragon getting onto Luis, but he still has that quad shadow already pulled up. Mikey accidentally throwing Nyx backwards here. Okay, they'll take anything at this point, but at the very least, it's still profitable, and Nyx is in a safer position.
I see the problem with DreamHack right now. They have been ahead for the past maybe 3 or 4 minutes. They just can't find a way to make that lead grow. It's so hard, especially against a team like Todak, but they should note something. They should see that, hey, Moon isn't using his ult as often. So maybe we can bait him into actually taking out someone especially when it's too late. And that's how you end up with a situation like in the bottom lane earlier, where it was 2v1, it was Cabral, and if only X-Ray did not have any killer instinct, it would have been a waste. It would have been maybe a 1v2 with Cabral winning.
Potentially. Formaze just purchasing the Bloodlust Axe as well. That could be a significant game changer here. Moon, he's going to get some damage onto Luis. This could be a full dive. Thorn Rose comes through. Way of the Dragon, perfect dive coming in for the side of Todak as they break bot tier 2. However, mirroring on the other side of the map, Holmes as well as Cabral, they're going to be able to take this down. Cabral realizing, okay, they don't need me here. I'm going back to base.
This is dangerous. You're on your own here, Holmes, and right now, Mike, Nyx, and Cabral have to defend because early on this game, 9 minutes, 30 seconds, if they get penetrated here, that's going to be an all the more easier first level Lord away. About 10 seconds from now, and E1 gets ejected. Here comes Moon, the free dashes. Oh, I love it.
Yep, he's doing a really good job, and I mean, I would say E1 has made a couple of mistakes, but now that he has one, at least I'm pretty sure he's got an item list. Pull up that item list real quick, just to double check, because when Hilda gets that first item, at least she becomes a lot more sustainable, so the ejector is less of a problem unless there's 3 people.
And at that point, it's just numbers. It's just math, right? Like, if there's 3 heroes jabbing away at you, you're going to get knocked out sometime soon, all right? Now, I like how DreamHack has gone from, okay, let's defend top, into actually barricading the Lord. And right now, the fight is all about bottom.
Yep. They look to rotate here. E1 now. Oh, no. Oh, he had to blow his flicker there, and now Chiku, he's kind of trapped, but he quickly gets that puncture right over the wall. Yang overturn coming out, as well as Moon trying to start an engagement. It looks like Todak, they're not all about it. They slowly pull away. They don't like these odds as they back away in towards the mid side, knowing that Lord is up for grabs. Nyx purchasing the necklace into Raz.
I love it. If Moon picked anyone but Matilda, I'm pretty sure everyone from Todak would have been at half health. But again, the fact that this hero gives shields, so good. What was E1 doing? This is what we were saying. Just the numbers are against you, my friend. Now Chico getting chased down. Formay's acting as a wall. Just leave my core alone.
Yep, and now they're trying to get on top of Holmes, and they do a really good job. Moon getting that circling eagle, but now Formay has no way out. It's all about Chico trying to make the play with the Thorn Rose as well. He's running out of cooldowns. He has to make something happen. He gets pulled in towards Moon's side. Can he make it out? Cabral on the chase to take Chico out. Moon is safe. Ooh, Justice Blade don't exactly land. Puncture is able to go through, but now Cabral getting it at full charge, getting another Justice Blade once more. Pops the ult, but Chico able to have some quick fingers, pulling himself to Moon into safety.
All right, this is again something I noted yesterday. I'm not sure if it was the backstage or if it was during a cast, but really, I think this metagame incentivizes heroes that have so much mobility that you can extend a team fight and just call it a chase. There seems to be so many chases in this metagame, and that just makes the map all the more smaller. We talked about how heroes are able to respond, and because of the combat mobility, because of the combat mobility, you're able to turn fights into something else, an actual 5v5 into a skirmish, and right now I'm just wondering what happened to Cabral right there as two teams jockey for position right here in the Lord.
Yeah, they are just fighting each other, and I mean, you can see Chico, he's rotating off, but Formay is trying to buy as much time as possible, trying to sustain. Moon is there to cut them off, forcing them back in towards that top side, and Chico is so far away. E1, he needs some help. Can someone save him? Nobody can save him from the OK Shadow Kill, and now Chico finally joining the fight to take out Mike K in the process. Nyx goes down as well.
3-for-1, unfortunate trade here for DreamHack. They do even out the score 13-13, and again, keeps the gold lead at a very minimum. That's what? Barely 1,000, but at the price of what? The first Lord. Todak goes for it. I do believe that was illuminated. So yes, imagine that. It's a stronger Lord, it's a golden Lord, and it is going to enhance your minions. So I'm guessing what's next? Going to be a push. Oh, but wait!
He is so gone right now. The mega kill going over to Luis with the Blade of Despair. Can we, let's have a look at the items. I want to see where Luis is currently at, and I want to know where Chico is currently at.
Endless Battle, Blade of Despair, Raptor Machete. What's Chico looking like?
Chico is Blade of Despair,
ahead
Endless
of
Battle,
one, ahead by one.
Yeah, and Queen's Wing ahead by one. I guess that's okay, but he's already got his core items with the Endless Battle and Blade of Despair. That should be enough work. E1, on the other hand, he's only got his Athena's shield. That's not going to be enough, like especially against people like Holmes and more importantly Luis, who has that physical damage.
I mean, this is what I expected, just the same, because there are two core heroes on the side of DreamHack. You have Holmes on the 1-1 and you have Luis. So yeah, they are kind of sharing the same pool. Henceforth, that's Chico advanced by 1. But yeah, you have to consider Holmes. Look at this, doing so well to defend, and they did not lose any turrets in the process, so that was, I think, a win for DreamHack in the long run.
Oh, for sure, it's a win for DreamHack. And Todak, I'm not entirely sure why they didn't want to, like, at least force a fight or maybe consider something. I guess they know that DreamHack has some pretty good team fighting capabilities in comparison to them, mainly because of the Kagura and as well as Cabral, who really work well together. Yin-Yang overturn, if they're really, really close together, Cabral jumps in for some big, big boy damage.
If anything, there is one more facet of Cabral's kit that he has to use in coordination with Luis, and that is the wave clear. Like, you can't do Oak Shadow Kill when there are so many minions.
Now the fight is almost about to begin, but they back away. I mean, it was a really good attempt from Todak's side, but DreamHack, they are just pulling back saying, hey, they blew their big ticket ultimates. We don't mind.
Let's make sure here that Luis gets his orange, fellas, and indeed he does. Here we go. E1 looks to be in trouble once more. Nope, they're not going to force the issue. And again, turn this fight into a chase, which, by the way, is beneficial for the one who's running away, for the most part.
Absolutely. And you know, the more I look at both DreamHack and Todak, I'm realizing they're kind of like one in the same. Like their play styles, they're looking very fluid, very instinctual when they play this game. You notice that? No set structure. They feel it out a lot of the times. Oh, we can get away with this. Okay, let's try it one more time. And the same thing goes for DreamHack. Okay, we win in this particular way. No worries. Let's see if we can push this a little bit further.
Very tactical, if you'll ask me. But in terms of strategy, I'm not sure exactly what they're going for. For Todak, I guess, yeah, you get the funnel onto Shiku, but hold up.
Oh, man, Moon, he managed to get out with the help of that Winter Truncheon. Now, 4Maze on the... Look at that flank angle coming in through mid lane. Cabral now in some trouble. He quickly drops down his ult as well. But 4Maze, he's caught out by 4. He needs the help. Can he jump to Moon? Yes, he can. Gets it in time. They want to end it. Todak, they can go for it right here, right now. Can somebody please hit that pistol as they pull back? X-Ray going to be going down over to the OK Shadow kill as Shiku hops on up with the puncture. They lose 2 members for nothing. And this is what I was talking about. Todak feeling very instinctual. They let go of a huge opportunity to end this game. Moon is going to get caught out. Circle Eagle ain't going to save him this time.
I'm betting he wishes it was like a rectangle eagle go all the way back.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, he pulled it, and I'm guessing that was like a last minute, last resort. And if anything, Todak did great because they pulled a quick one over DreamHack and even over us. We were talking about all the other team fights that could happen, and they went for the penetrate down bottom.
And now Chiku is going to die here off that OK Shadow kill.
Hold up. Oh, this is looking bad. This is looking bad.
Yeah, Lord's coming up, and Chiku's not going to be there in time. So E1, X-Ray, and 4Maze have to kill time here.
A Lord per side. I don't think they can go for the steal.
I don't think anybody has enough damage besides Moon and Chiku. Okay, maybe X-Ray. X-Ray could try to do something, but it's very unlikely. 4Maze coming in, they have to see he's being bought by X-Ray, but they want to go for this big play. They're trying to stall this for as long as possible. 4Maze, he's got his passive on lock, but that's not going to be much, especially when somebody has Necklace of Grants. Okay, Shadow will comes through. X-Ray, he finds an opportunity to get onto Mikey, but he doesn't get the right target. Louise dashes on out, Circle Eagle coming in from Moon, can't pull his teammates out. E1, what can he do? He is stuck. Cyclone Rune gets right over the wall. Moon is stuck, especially with Open Umbrella coming in from Nyx. They are on a full chase. DMX, they've got the Lord in hand. Moon is on the run.
Oh no.
Wan wants to pull him out of here, and he cuts him off. Gets the... No, he doesn't actually get there, but it is over. Crossbow of Tank procs, and that's going to be the fight.
We appreciate E1's effort. Like, hey, Moon, let me try to get you out of there, but it was just too much. And again, just as we mentioned, a lot of these fights happen as chases, and right now, nice use of the ejector. Gonna try to take E1 down, but at least DreamHack knows it's too much to ask to take down the Hilda. What they're gonna do is they're gonna use the pressure of the Lord. They're gonna try to manage all these waves, make sure bottom is crashing in, push mid, and they're gonna go for the opposite. They're gonna polar push DreamHack. They're gonna take mid, they're gonna take top, and wow, the tables have turned once more.
Yep, 4Maze, he's trying the exact same thing. He goes in, however, the rest of the team don't have enough damage. 4Maze trying to sustain the rest of it as they go for this full-on dive. Cabral getting 2 under his ult. He gets almost getting Chiku in the process. Now E1 tries to go in hard as well, but X-Ray can't really help. Okay, Shadow Kill is there. Moon, he needs to pull him out. X-Ray, he almost gets it, but Chiku puncturing 2. Can't seem to do any more than that. Circle Eagle securing the kill onto Homus, and now it's up to both X-Ray as well as Moon to save this tower, save this inhibitor, and I think this might just be the game unless X-Ray can clear the wave. He does, and he saves it for a little bit longer, but nobody will be able to help him in time.
What an upset. DreamHack takes game number 1. The Malaysian and Singapore MPL champions Todak must be just wondering how did that happen. This game was a slobber knocker from minute 1. They've been going for team fights, they've been trading left and right, but again, if you do continue trading, the underdogs come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, initially, I think Todak is definitely a little surprised with the way that DMX was actually playing, because inevitably what it really came down to was E1 getting a little too cocky. He got picked off 1 or 2 times, and unfortunately DMX, they got a huge lead off of that, especially Louise. And I think itemization, which I'll let Wolf talk about it as well, that Athena Shield first item buy did not help him at all.
That was a misread, and of course we kept mentioning how Moon kept missing moments where Encircle Eagle was the best choice. And we'd always see that little green dot. Like, what's up? How come you did not use your ult? I don't know. It might have been a micro decision. It could have been something that they were trying. There were better things like larger, like big picture plays that they were trying to go for. But in the end, it resulted in a loss game one. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, we should take all this information and pack it all up and just compress it as much as we can, because we would also like to thank Toomey for also being the big part in esports for M2. If we're going to pack into anything, I want to put it in a Toomey luggage bag, because as the journey to become the champions of M2 is going to be perfected, why else would I go for anything else? These guys have luggages. They've got a backpack that you can bring your gear anywhere with you safely. Big word here, safely, without worry. Be sure to check out toomey.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
I hate worrying, and with Toomey, I'm glad that I don't have to anymore. All right? You know what else I worry about, though?
What?
Our safety. All right?
Oh.
And M2 would not be possible, wouldn't be as safe without SUTL. We're so glad that we've partnered with them to ensure that the event venue has been coated with AdPro. All right? It's an antimicrobial self-disinfecting coating that eliminates bacteria and viruses 24/7 for 180 days. To find out more about what SUTL EnvironTech offers, visit sdst.com.
And I know you guys feel like, oh my goodness, 180 days, that's insanely long. Well, don't worry, we're gonna give you some stuff right here, right now. This entire tournament, it's been exciting, but Razer, our official gaming gear partners, has stuff to give you guys. It's about to make it a whole lot more interesting. If you guys look to score some easy loot, right, then join the legendary loot hunt. Just go to Razer XM2 campaign page to get started, and also, good luck.
Right now, let's go ahead and throw it over to our analyst. Wolf is going to try and break down, again, how this underdog team of DreamMax Gaming got one over Todak. Wolf, tell us what's going down.
A combination of a lot of things, for sure. My name is Wolf. I'm going to be analyzing that match number one, or game number one, between DreamMax and Todak, which I must admit, I thought that it will go easily on the way of Todak, seeing as DreamMax did not perform as much as yesterday. But my oh my, that Brazilian juggle at the end, I was actually so surprised. But let's talk about that match and understand how this is such an archetype type of victory coming out of DreamMax. I mean, when I tell about archetype type of victory, it's more about the early game composition of Todak backing onto this funneled carry Lancelot, going up against Tricore from DreamMax, which, you know, if the later the game goes, we know that this will exactly be the same story, right? For DreamMax, it was very important for them to prolong the game and last long enough for the rest of their squad to be great. Like, for example, Homies, he needs the items for sure. And I would say he did had an amazing job up top lane just to farm it all out. You know who did a better job? I think that this is the double core setup from both the side lane and the jungler, which is the Luis Cabral connection. We can see that in this particular match, the Hayabusa as well as the Lapu-Lapu worked wonders with this Kagura so that they can make enough space for Homies to have enough farm. I think that the casters also mentioned about the early Athena shield pickup. I think that it is actually such a, maybe really not the best decision if you think about it. But for Todak, they kind of were too late to the party when it comes to dealing with all the physical damage coming out of DreamMax. The MVP of the match, I think this still is very cliche, but this is such a solid team effort coming out from DreamMax. Whatever they did yesterday that's wrong, they kind of mended it all together so that now they are showing that they are understanding Mobile Legends meta much better than the previous days, particularly on how they are using the Lapu-Lapu. Cabral in the previous games for DreamMax, they weren't making enough space, but today, even with this 3 deaths, Lapu-Lapu was able to just make enough so that he will participate in the team fights and to alleviate some pressure from that top lane. I want to say, however, 1-1, I think that he played so well in this particular game, well enough to not die so much into the top lane and actually amass enough farm. Luis on this Hayabusa, it wasn't the most perfect usage of the Hayabusa, but we saw that when they go together as a team, when they decide to team fight as a team and take the objectives, some parts of the map, we know that they are really stronger when it comes to the team fights. Now, there will always come to a point where they won't have enough firepower particularly in the early stages and the mid stages of the game against a Lancelot type of draft. But the problem that Todak did was they did not capitalize on that kind of power spike. I was wondering half of the time during the early stages and the mid stages, maybe until the 12-minute mark, I was wondering, why are they making the plays? They are very strong with the Yu Zhong as well as this Lancelot combination. If they were the ones who were more aggressive in the map, if they were pressing their own terms, it will be a completely different story for the Todak team. They would have won. But again, archetype differences in the latter stages of the game. A triple core setup will definitely trump a funneled strategy, which is a funneled Lancelot. Well, that has been my analysis of the match. Now, this is as linear as it gets. But what about you, Leo and Gideon? Do you agree with me? I think it was really a draft win.
Thanks, Wolf. A great analysis, and definitely have a lot of things to agree. But before we get into it, we would not want to forget to thank Singtel, our partner in esports, to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. And who doesn't love that? Lag-free, ultra-fast? Come on! So just keep calm and get the edge that you need to your road to Mythic in MLBB with Singtel in the Singaporean's fastest 5G network.
Also, thank you so much to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form, available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these guys are great. We've been sitting on it all day, and after like 3 days, you kind of notice, like, man, I haven't had back issues in a while.
We're fine. We're fine. We can stay here forever. But if there is someone who wants to stay here for much longer, that's going to be Todak. They've been having an interesting week, so to speak, and today it took another turn for the worst. They got upset in Game 1 by DreamMax Gaming, and now they're fighting for tournament life.
Yeah, they are. But you know, while these guys are going to be fighting for tournament life, we have more things to be showing you guys. Because if you guys want to be able to claim your free permanent skin, make sure you are logging in on January the 30th. It is going to be Battle Night. And I mean, we're very pleased to announce this because the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. If you guys are a big Magic Chess fan, don't worry, the new adventure will officially be beginning on January 30th as well. And don't worry, new upgrading system, blessings, new little commander, a map, all synergies revamped. Ooh, that's pretty interesting. And free trial of advanced skins awaits you.
I'm excited. I mean, I was playing Magic Chess during the break.
Oh, yeah, you were.
It's my thing. It's my little thing. And to think that the whole game essentially is turning into something else. It's evolving. It's changing. Definitely something to look out for. It's just a little extra cherry on top, that free skin.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, speaking of cherries on top here, I mean, Todak, they need to be able to kind of like say, no, we don't want our desserts. Get rid of that. We're staying here longer. And if they're going to do that, they're going to have to start taking this really, really seriously, because they gave a lot of leeway over to DreamMax. And if they're going to choke them out, they've got to do it from the get-go.
Yep, they got to put on their big boy pants and stare at that plate and say, I am going to eat my veggies, all right? Game number 2 are your veggies. It's a tough pill to swallow, but you got to get through it to force game number 3 and fight for your slot in the lower bracket, all right? If we want to go into the weekend, that's essentially what's got to go down. But DreamMax if there's one thing I can say, all right, if there's one thing I can give as a little bit of an adage to our friends from Brazil who flew out all the way, by the way, to beautiful Singapore, is don't lose your touch. It's so easy to kind of just revel in your win, right? But they gotta circle it back.
Oh yeah, they know, especially when elimination is literally right on your doorstep. You can't afford to make that mistake. And DreamHack now on the blue side with Torak on the red side once more. It is going to be the Brody bans. I'm expecting around the same kinds of bans here, but I think if DreamHack, if they keep trading Torak like that, if they keep punishing their mistakes like they did in game 1, they have a great opportunity to make it into the playoffs.
If there's anything Torak should also draft towards is, again, take this with a grain of salt. I'm not sure if they're ready for it or if they've practiced to be able to execute as quickly or as smoothly, is try to evolve the 131. They were so adamant on the 131 all throughout M2, and right here, right now, what it might take to be able to get through this hurdle, to make it into the playoffs, is to try and play a double, nay, triple core setup. That's essentially what DreamHack did to win our first game. So I think here, man, put X-Ray, put 4-Maze on heroes that scale much better to the late game. That might be key.
Yeah, we even saw that with, speaking of keys here, it's RR Key as well as EVOS SG were able to go up against each other in that third game. It was literally a battle of cores, mages for a large majority of the game. So take it with a bit of salt and make sure you're integrating it into your game. DreamHack banning out that Natalia, so Torak have to answer that question. Hey, they're getting rid of priority picks. Do we want to give them the Jawhead again? Because DreamHack did pretty well with the Jawhead. No, it's going to be Prio for Prio. Matilda cut off from the table.
Interesting. I don't know how well Nyx is able to play the Matilda anyways, but yeah, as game 1 goes, so too shall the second. That's Jawhead picked up. And again, Mikey did a spectacular job in game number 1. Looking forward to how Torak will answer, because even if Torak did play Hilda on E1, Micah did just short work.
Yeah, he really punished E1's mistakes, and I think doing it again, absolutely fine here, because what is Torak going to be looking to lock in at this point of time? They could be going traditionally as based on the patterns we've seen so far. Most of them would go for the Lapu Lapu and Yi Shin Shin. That's usually the standard that we would have expected if the priority picks were still not up for grabs.
Given that they love the 131. Again, there you go. You called it as is. Because I was going to say at least one of them is going to be a side laner. And of course, who do you go for? Arguably the best side laner in the game right now. Only second maybe to Benedetta. That's going to be Lapu Lapu. And yeah, give Chiku something that works 100% of the time. Has amazing presence wherever he is, whatever stage of the game. As long as you have Mountain Shocker, you're helping. And right now, DreamHack, I'm guessing they should also put their foot down by picking up a solid mid laner. They need a good mid laner, or
I would think I would think Yuzong is almost guaranteed here, considering how DreamHack has been playing. Selena picked up, and you know what? Screw Yuzong. We don't need him. We want to have a laner who will guarantee us a win, since Benedetta ain't here. Wan as well as the Selena.
They did exactly what they did game number 1, man. Like, yeah, instead of picking the Yuzong, we'll go ahead and pick his natural predator. We will kite you. You can go ahead and turn into a Black Dragon. I don't care. I'd be off the map anyways. That's what Holmes here is thinking.
Oh, yeah.
And compared to game number 1, I think Nyx is, I don't know, he's walking very thin ice.
I know, because this is going to be a high execution composition, because Jawhead, naturally, we know Mikey is able to play that Jawhead, but unlike, me slipping my tongue, I don't know whether or not Selena is going to be able to work for this team, especially since we haven't been able to see them get that snowball unless E1 makes that mistake. So it's kind of up to E1 to say, hey, if I get hit by it, will I be able to take the damage? Will I be the one who triggers and starts the crack in the ice?
I do understand, though, why you go for the Selena is because you want to kind of have a foil to the Mountain Shocker. You also want equal information. And what better way to do that? Relatively risk-free with those Abyssal Traps. But right now, E1 goes ahead and picks up the Atlas, who has been here and there. Very here and there. Just odd, I think, to pick him up this early, given that Baksha is still out there, or Akai is still out there, or maybe is this just some, I don't know, Hilda remorse?
it could be a little bit of Hilda remorse. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Atlas, especially when you're looking at a composition like this, how in the world are you going to catch? Half of these guys? 1-1. Almost basically impossible unless you get an initial hard CC, which Todak haven't locked in just yet. So DreamHack is going to consider what supports have some form of hard CC. I mean, Lo Yi may not be the biggest priority, but at the very least, you can see the second biggest problem Todak has, they don't have wave clear.
Yeah, Todak needs good wave clear, but instead, for the offense though, I mean, we're going into the second phase of banning here, closing up with DreamHack as we wait. They plan to choke out once more Luis. Luis did amazing as the Hayabusa earlier, which I will admit did wrong to doubt. But yeah, the past is the past. Right now, Todak, they're not looking to make the same mistake.
I mean, they're paving the way for their future right here. As I mean, Todak haven't really changed their draft in terms of their bans in the draft too much. The only thing they really changed, it was actually, getting rid of the Matilda within the first phase. I think that's generally okay, and I wouldn't have expected them to ban it, but looking over at DreamHack, they're realizing, okay, hey, CC, wave clear, supports, Farsa, she fits the build. This is our culprit. Get rid of her.
Ooh, and I think Todak is regretting now banning Matilda and Harith because those are good, solid substitutions, good alternatives. Who else is left on the table here for easy pickings to give to Moon?
Lunox?
Yeah, I was gonna say Lunox.
Chang'e.
Oh, good range. Good range. I guess keep yourself safe away from the nasty Selena and, of course, the Jawhead. Now, DreamHack, they need someone for Luis, and they need someone for Cabral. Again, the Luis Cabral connection as set forth by our analyst has been super important, and I guess they're saving the best for last.
Best for last. What is it going to be? At this point in time, they're still lacking quite a bit. Looks like they're locking the Lancelot as well as the Yu Song. All right. So their team composition is kind of interesting here, where where they're going to be looking at. They have some pretty decent wave clear all across the board, but it's going to be based off of the initiation and skirmishes of Nyx and Mikey here, because they can combo one with the other. I go ejector here. I just tell where I'm going to throw them. Throw the abyssal arrow. High execution, like I mentioned. And what are you going to expect? The rest of the team comes running and diving through with Cabral on that Black Dragon form, and with the help of the perfect execution from the Lancelot.
Essentially, what this spells out is, I don't know.
Pick and choose.
Yeah, it's a byproduct zoning. Like, it's like you're afraid to be around a certain area.
Yeah.
Like, not like it's a full-on ult that has great AoE, but the mere threat of activation. There you go. It's a very rattlesnake type of lineup, and I guess the only real way Todak can answer back is, well, we'll deal with the Belleric in a bit, but yeah, use Mountain Shocker very smartly. Now, Gideon, I'm gonna need a little help here. What's going on with the Belleric?
Give me a sec. Even I'm trying to think about, because initially when we saw RRQ use the Belleric in the offlane, he has decent wave clear. I wouldn't even say the best wave clear.
This was yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, this was yesterday, game 1 actually.
EVOS versus
EVOS versus RRQ, and Lemon was playing the Belleric in the offlane, not as their frontline tank, which I found kind of interesting. If E1 was using Belleric, it might have made a little bit more sense, but no, it's on for Maze. And I'm trying to piece this together. I'm trying to piece it all together, because Belleric, especially if he goes into that 1-1 lane, it might be a little bit hard, but it's to set up ganks whenever necessary.
Yep, and to hard punish the 1-1 later on.
But she does have a way to just get rid of CC and kind of say, K-Fangs, bye. So I'm not entirely sure. This matchup, I think we're going to have to get Wolf to really look into this, because he's watching this right now. I'm not sure what his opinion is, but after this game, I definitely want to hear this one.
Yep, regardless whether they win or not, ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be an explanation for this Belleric and how it fits into the big picture. Game number 2, here we go. DreamHack at the cusp of making another upset in today's broadcast. Todak holding on for dear life.
Yep, they are. And Todak 1 game away away from getting eliminated here. They need to bring this to a game 3 as soon as possible. But Todak going to be sticking with their 1-3-1 as they usually do. However, just look at the position of Mikey here. He's going to see this. Hello, hello, hello. Ejector throws him out. Bothers Chiku. He probably should have thrown the buff out instead. But the call has been made, and DMX was already making that rotation just in case if a play could be made.
I guess the Belleric here is a smart choice because, again, DreamHack, what they're trying to do is very high execution. It's already a foil to kind of stop the byproduct zoning. But look at this. Mikey, so deep into the orange, used already the flicker. He's in trouble.
Yep, he's going to get caught out here. He doesn't have any more spells at this point in time, and Homus is able to come in time. He gets the pick onto Moon, but Moon's still alive. Wow, Nix, he's doing some good work here. Luis doesn't actually get the catch. He's dead. Moon is going to say goodbye. That's going to be Nix landing those Abyssal Arrows. He's doing really, really good work, and it's only a minute and 40 seconds into the game.
Oh no! He gets caught in the back underneath his own turret. That's 3 seconds. That the Yushin can't do anything, and this is one of the keys to defeating a team like Todak. Their history dictates that if you stop Chiku in the early game, if you make sure Chiku is not comfortable in his own jungle, then you're set for the rest of the game. And right now, Mikey is doing just that. He is just acting like an enforcer inside the jungle of Todak. And look at this, he's still forcing the issue. Look.
I mean, it's okay. As long as Formace is going up against the Yuzong, that's absolutely fine. I mean, X-Ray would have been happy enough to take Yuzong on his own, but I think it's a much better matchup in comparison to the Belleric into 1-1. E1, he's looking for an opportunity, tries to go for the perfect match on someone. Doesn't necessarily land it, but Formace is right in position to drop down his all catches. One, they take out Luis in the process. Cabral wants to cut off their exit points. Chico now in trouble, gets hit by the knockup. They flicker off the wall, but it's just too late. X-Ray now has to make something happen as Nyx is zoning them out. They can't afford to take any more damage.
I like it. Shades of game 1 again, wherein early on, both teams not shy to put the pedal to the metal, take the gloves off, and get straight into a fist fight. That's exactly what DreamHack and Todak are looking to. But real quick, let me remind everyone what happened there. It all started with the Wrath of the Dryad. That's actually the ult on the Belleric. A full immobilization on everyone in a small zone around him. And essentially that's what opened up the fight for Todak, but what they did not count on was everyone in the vicinity, save for Homies, to be part of it, and eventually led to DreamHack scoring 3.
Yeah, I think, you know, DreamHack, they are responding much better to Todak's initial initiations than they would have expected here. And Moon now dropping down his ult towards the mid lane, just cleaning it up. Turtle is the priority.
And Cabral versus Formace. Again, if there's no team fights, this is deadlock. If there's no team fights, they're just making sure to manage the waves upon each other. But right now, Formace just walks.
Oh, they pulled him in. It's going to be a full combo onto Makey here. He gets caught out, and Chiku gets a free kill under his belt as they look to start Turtle. The playmaker is gone. Now Cabral has to come in to try and fill in those big shoes as Luis, he wants to go in on top of Chiku. He goes for the perfect match. Thorn Rose connects 2 times. Cabral secures the kill, but Luis will trade his life for it. This is going to be carry for a carry.
Okay, so far it was weird that Micah walked into nowhere, but the fact that Chiku fell in a trade for Luis makes me think that DreamHack is letting go. I think they're not respecting what Formace is putting on the table.
And E1 finds a catch on to Makey once again, and this time X-Ray in position to capitalize. Nyx, even with the Abyssal Arrow, ain't going to close the distance in time.
4-5 here still. Todak manages to keep the lead, but a very small lead at that. Just barely 1,000, now shrinking once more. Oh, nice. Very key item pickups. X-Ray goes ahead with the Bloodlust Axe, and they're trying to secure this Turtle. Arrow helping out by Nyx.
Yep, and this looks like it's going to be a full-on fight here. Turtle has been secured. E1 forced to flicker away. This is not good. Unstoppable force, as well as the smart missiles able to do a lot of work for Maze, is going to drop the Wrath of the Dryad here. They get Makey. Mountain Shocker turns it around, and now X-Ray is going to try and clean this up. Flickers with a huge raging slash to secure the kill.
a feel for Luis right now. He had to use the Phantom Execution to save himself. No damage was dealt there, but at least he's alive, right? At least he's alive. And now Homis, in he comes. It's been a while since we last saw Homis being part of a team fight, and right now they're threatening X-Ray. I think he's going to get away, though.
Yeah, he is. And E1, he's just kind of zoning him off here. And the rest of the team of Todak is going to be looking to invade the jungle as well. They're trying to get rid of that. Yep, they got the purple in for the process. Romaze drops down the wrap, the moon flickering forward to get closer to Luis. He doesn't die! What? Where did he get the last one? Oh, the fruits! He picked up the fruits along the way!
All right, he picked up the fruits, and yeah, I think at some point, against E1 and against Formaze, they just don't have much reach. If Moon was still around, maybe. Like a single blast from Moon would have been done, but yeah, again, Luis, that's what, 2 for 2 now of close calls.
Oh ho! E1 managing to get a pick onto Meiki once again, but Chiku, he's not able to finish off that kill. Meiki, 1 HP! Crossbow of Tang won't be able to finish off E1, and Formaze is like, hello, hi guys, it's me.
Yo! DreamMax has been surviving on 1 HP and a Dream for the longest time right now. And yeah, Formaze pops the Wrath of the Dryad. In comes Luis from behind.
I mean, perfect execution. Formaze flickers a little bit late, but it's not like Luis did a lot of damage to begin with. I'm surprised how little damage that did, considering how much health was missing.
0, 2, and 1. I'm guessing Luis is hungry right now. And again, there have been so many fights in the past 5 minutes, Gideon. So I'm getting why there's not much farm on Luis. I can't say the same for Chico. Maybe he's doing a little better.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to kind of give it to Cabral here. He is performing out of his mind on this Yuzong. Oh, he's going to get caught out here. Chico right on top of him, forcing that flicker, going into that Black Dragon form. K, thanks, bye. I'm out of here, rotating towards the top side because I'm expecting a Lapu to get dove in a little bit. As Turtle has been slain, that's probably the move, right?
Yep, half dragon form right now for Cabral. Camera up onto X-Ray. Yo, I love how DreamMax is not letting up. The pressure, they've made a decision. We want to push top, all right? So y'all send people up here too, or else we're going to finish.
Yeah, and I think DreamMax is looking almost like an MPL team. They're becoming hyper efficient. Yeah. Oh, this is not happening. Let's move it up the map. There is so much space to play with.
Honestly, it's so impressive. I don't get it. Where did this come from? Where was this DreamMax yesterday? The same thing with 10 Seconds Gaming from earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, they've been holding back here, and now X-Ray, he's got to get on over with the Bravest Warrior as well. He's going to be walking away. Oh, Abyssal Arrow doesn't connect on Chiku. He's able to get out just in time, but scary stuff, scary stuff. Wait, something's happening on towards the top lane. Can we have a look at that as X-Ray gets caught out? Crossbow tank has been used, and no, wait a minute. They've already taken out Meiki in the process. Mountain Shocker as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and I don't think Todak is expecting this much resistance from DreamMax.
I think it's at the point where Cabral wants more. He gets 2. He gets 2. Luis able to put in the final blow. Again, you mentioned earlier Cabral is playing out of his mind. Yo, that is an understatement.
Oh, Cabral is just picking up the pieces. Todak is starting these fights. DreamMax is making the plays, but in the end, DreamMax always trades up. But we can't count Todak out just yet. They've been able to stabilize many times before, but again, Cabral can't seem to break through Formaze, so he wants to play across the map.
Now Cabral again pinning down Formaze. And if anything, in the past 3 or 4 minutes, Formaze has been using Wrath of the Dryad as a defense mechanism, and right now there's another one. And it looks like he's going to use it to try and survive, but unstoppable force throw into the back ejector. Luis gets a kill.
Oh, this is huge. E1 pulls all 3 in, and they manage to take them all out in the fattest Atlas all you have ever seen in your life.
Worth, man. Hashtag worth. Put it on a shirt. Spell it out all in caps. Formaze will do this all day. Sacrifice himself for 4 kills. Oh, Todak is back.
E1 redeems himself from game 1. He makes one of the biggest plays here for his team as they look to take Lord. Just wins all across the board.
That's all they do from here on in if they keep doing things right. And yeah, wow, again, just like you said earlier, DreamMax was playing like an MPL team. Todak's like, let me show y'all how a champion does it. From Lord, jumping straight into the orange. Moon does it. Just 360 no look, meteor shower.
Yeah, I mean, he is able to steal these buffs, and that's extremely important, especially for people like Homis, because that, especially on marksmen in particular, that orange buff is so deadly.
And right now, looking at the gold, 3,000 ahead, Todak is with Lord marching down mid. Oh, that's something to note. Todak held onto mid so well.
Yeah, and I think that could be a point of contention here. Is now Moon, he's going to start sieging using his ultimate, making sure that Meteor Shower is zoning anybody else out. Fine, you want an Abyssal Arrow, we can hide behind Lord. Todak, they have an opportunity to take every single tier 2, and they are going to leave it at that. No Luminous Lord, that's fine. Give me everything else.
That's at least 2 turrets that the Lord did. So Todak is, they're getting dividends paid for them in that investment. Then the 12... approaching 11 minutes in, they've grown their lead to about 5,000. And right now, Chiku's feeling it. Despite this being a very messy KDA, 5, 4, and 6, I think the only one really that's fighting this or that's really contesting this would be E1, man. E1 is just in shape. 0, 3, and 10. And with the help of Formaze, it's interesting that you need 2 tanks to set things up, but if they'll equal at least 3 to 4 kills, by all means, keep it up. Look at this. Moon already has the Glowing Wand, has the Ice Queen Wand, has the Genius Wand. This little girl has not enough hands, man.
Yeah, I mean, you just keep... The more wands you have, the more power he seems to be building at this point in time. And I think, you know, Moon trying to be the secondary carry of the team. This is very reminiscent of their M1 run where, you know, that was Moon's meta, where he was very comfortable with what was in play. But let's see whether DreamHack is going to be able to find that opportunity to catch Todak off guard, because they can't afford to get hit by another one of those Fatal Links from E1.
Yep. Right now, that's going to be Mount Shocker to make sure people are where they think they are, and I think they've gotten to DreamHack's minds, man. I think they've gotten to the point wherein, okay, Formaze, he's never an easy kill. Same for E1. All right, so not even the tanks are free pickings. What more the cores? So DreamHack, they have to play this very, very smart. And right now, Nyx has just fallen off.
Yeah, and at this point in time, I think it's understandable why... Okay, they are running in pretty hard here, and Luis has to run, but he can't get away. He gets absolutely destroyed by the Meteor Shower from Moon. No big deal, but now the Fatal Link's landing on the Mikey. He can't seem to get on out. Can he make it? With no more abilities to catch him off guard, especially where their damage dealers are so far away.
Yep, that was an unfortunate event for Luis. He's not having the best game right here, and I guess he needs Cabral to pick up where he's left off. Sitting at 4, 1, and 2. This is a Yuzhong you don't want to tango with right now, but as it is, it's not enough. It's not enough. We need to wait for Homies, and I'm wondering if Homies is ready at 1, 0, and 2. I'm guessing he's short of 2 items, maybe 1.5.
Jiku just purchasing the Queen's Wings here. The Mountain Chakra's coming out, and they're looking for that big ult. He won! He does it again into the Wrath! Oh my goodness, he catches to it. Cabral manages to survive, able to hit that Black Dragon form in time, but that inhibitor is going to go down, and Todak, knock, knock, knock. DreamHack is at death's door.
Hacker voice, I'm in, says Todak. And right now, I'm guessing with Homies being taken out so quickly, not able to use the Flicker nor the Purify in 1-1's kit, it's looking dangerous. And again, Nyx right now a sitting duck. The best thing that Selena can do in this dire situation is to use wards. Make sure that we're not face checking as bad.
Yep, and she has to use those Abyssal Traps very efficiently. You only get 2 charges of it, and that's the biggest problem, where you're not able to completely fill the map with it and gain all that information you ever want. Chiku, he drops out the Mountain Chakra to give a little bit of security to the rest of his team, giving them that information. They're going to recall, reset, and this is going to be it.
Second Lord called in, going to be marching down bottom. Definitely something that they need to focus on. And yeah, if we're talking about wave clearing potential, again, we got to give it to Todak. They got it in spades, alone in 1 hero. Just 1 hero is capable of defending the base. And talking about Moon, talking about Chang'e. Again, last time we checked, what was that, 2 or 3 minutes ago, he had 3 wands. Reminds me of Roronoa Zoro from One Piece. But right now, I'm guessing with that mystery shop, like, I'm pretty sure Moon is sitting on close to completing his whole set. All 6 complete. All 6 ready to go. And if you're able to take out Luis by just making a small mistake, especially I think it's the Ice Queen one that really put the nail in the coffin, then this is DreamHack just holding on for dear life. This is dangerous. This is scary.
All right, here's the moment we've all been waiting for. Luminous Lord walks on through. Moon is going to be starting off this fight, starting off with the immediate Meteor Shower. Meki looking for an opportunity here, but the backline is going to get stuck. X-Ray forcing out Homies away, but if we look out towards the top side, the Wrath has already, the Wrath has already been dropped, and there they go. They lose 2 of their cores in the process, and Lord is just going to keep knocking away right at the end. Toda clinically end this game, forcing it out on them, pulling it to a game 3.
All right, Todak back in shape here. Not looking so otimo for DMX. I looked up a little bit of Portuguese. That means it's no good. No good, Gideon. No good. DMX, the last, minute of that game, I could feel the despair through the screen. Like, there was nothing they could do.
Yeah, there's literally nothing they can do in that situation. They played it well. They split them into 2, and X-Ray really getting to show his stuff here with the lineup of Todak, and they're doing a great job. Malaysian fans, finally, they're going to be rejoicing. Yes, we're still in it to win it. But the Brazilian fans, they're gritting their teeth. They're holding their fists just like Arthur is in the memes. Oh, they've got to pull through.
We're still in it, says Todak. We are the champions, and we have to prove it right here, right now. It all comes down to one more game. Ladies and gentlemen, it could be either at this point. My predictions are just out the window, all right? I don't even care anymore. But I'd be happy to see either the return of the third placers from M1 or another upset, another worldwide team in DreamHack joining the likes of 10 Seconds Gaming.
Absolutely. And oh boy, this is really stressful because, again, group stages gave us a completely different idea, but coming in when it's crunch time, that's when it's most important. And by the way, speaking about the important things, if you are here to catch the live stream of the mega event, we'd like to welcome people who are watching to the Mobile Legends BangBang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore Shangri-La Hotel. And if you're watching it free on MeWatch from 18 to 24, why hello there. And a total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG from Singapore, competing for 300,000 USD. Support Team SG in the group stages. Unfortunately, one has been knocked off, but there's still one more horse in the running.
EVOS SG needs all the love, all the support that they can get. So yeah, once more, send it out, all right? Manifest, all right? Manifest, send it out into the airwaves, and we'll get it over here at the Shangri-La Hotel. But right now, we're going to go throw it over to our analyst, Wolf. Break it down, tell us exactly what went down in game number 2.
I think whoever watched that particular game will have one conclusion, and it's E1 that really brought back Todak. And my oh my, the back-to-back 3-man fatal links. Oh my goodness, that really brought them. And I think that this is important to take note because it is visible that Todak was already struggling. And you know what? There are also 2 other players who actually struggled this particular game, and that are incidentally, the junglers of both teams. So it is the Yi Shin as well as the Lancelot. Lancelot being the player who struggled even more because this particular game was not. It's just not about the Lancelot. I guess that this is a part because DreamHack prioritized this Lancelot, and Todak really reacted accordingly. Love the fact that they went in for the Atlas. It's their way to peel through the backlines. It made a lot of sense against ranged or at least positional based heroes like that of the Lancelot as well as the 1-1. And Luis, he showed a lot of great escapes, but unfortunately the main reason why you want to be the main reason on how you can judge a good Lancelot player is when the Lancelot actually deals the damage. He knows how to make the most out of the Thorn Rose. And the casters were wondering why there's not much damage coming out from Luis. Apart from the fact that he did not have enough farm, it's also because he did not stack up on his puncture or his dashes before the Thorn Rose, because that's the mechanic, right? And you gotta have to take note, Cabral was doing heavy lifting for this team for this particular game. And there will come a point where it will be not enough. Obviously, in the early stages, Cabral was doing great. He was creating so much farm for himself and supposedly the cores like the 1-1 as well as the Lancelot. But the reaction from Todak to itemize now when it comes to just tanking up. Even this Beleric, like 3 of their members had Antikyras. That is how much anti-physical damage they built up for this. Now, the MVP of this particular match is E1 on this Atlas, and I think that is no question at all the impact of the plays that he did, particularly when the Yi Shin was already struggling. The Yi Shin wasn't having enough farm. In fact, he was getting dove upon by the members of DreamHack so many times, but that the bottom lane 3-man fatal links really just was perfect. And you know what's great about this is the dashes as well as the mountain chakra just makes a lot of sense to combo with the Yi Sin-Shin, and all he had to do was take what's given to him. Now, I also want to take note that Todak really got away with this victory because of the fact that they were able to punish this Lancelot. The idea here is for Luis to have him and Cabral once again make the space for the 1-1. That's what they did in the early stages. But in this particular game, that did not happen because I think Todak really just understood how DreamHack operates after game number 1's victory. Because if you think about it, game number 1 was also a tri-core setup wherein they were trying to make the space for the 1-1. It's kind of similar to game number 2. And they were successful because of the impactful plays coming out from E1, but also because of the fact that they were all Todak were baiting out the position of Cabral. They have understood that Cabral wants to play aggressively and make the space for his team. There were many times in this particular game that they were asking Cabral to go in with the Yu Zhang ultimate, and then they just disperse, then fight afterwards. They always peel through the lineup by inviting this key player, the Cabral Yu Zhang, in their own terms. That's why they were able to win the late game team fights. Of course, the Fatal Links were there. Love the fact that after all of these important clashes for Todak, they were getting the important Lord. The first Lord was under 12 minutes, that's why they weren't able to get as much. But the second Lord obviously is just the dagger to the face of DreamHack. Unfortunately for DreamHack, they didn't have something like a Chang'e that can defend against the massive push or snowball from Todak, while Todak had a perfect lineup to siege through the lineup of DreamHack. That has been my analysis of game number 2. I think that we are going to be taking some more time for both these teams to prepare for their last possible match. It's going to be the match that will decide who will stay in the tournament and who will not make it, who will exit it. That is so exciting. We'll see you after this.
Serve.
Download for free Mobile Legends BangBang.
It's time for the epic conclusion between Todak and DreamHack to see which of the teams will be making it into the playoffs. My name is Getting Q. Here with me on the desk, it's going to be Leo bringing you the conclusion to this story.
I don't know what it's going to take between these two teams. They are just ready to fight tooth and claw to be able to get to the playoffs, and already waiting. They have one underdog in 10 Seconds Gaming Frost from Japan.
Yeah.
And as well, an unexpected turn of events. Alter Ego is also sitting in the lower bracket. So will it be DreamMax Gaming from Brazil, or will it be Todak from Malaysia joining those ranks? Man, it could be either way, to be honest, because, hey, if Belleric and Atlas could win you Game 2, like, what else is impossible?
Yeah, I know. I mean, the meta is changing and evolving within the tournament itself. And now for this last game here, a lot of weight on both sides' shoulders. At least when you make it to the playoff, it's like, okay, I made it to the next stage, made it to the next level every single time. With DreamHack, on the other hand, I mean, these guys, they were able to snag a game off of Todak. Who is to say that they can't do it again?
We're a minute away from the draft, and it'll be interesting to see who chooses to go first. I think it's up to DreamHack this time after losing game number 2. And here's what's interesting. I'm afraid to find out if they're going to respect Band of Belleric. Because Formies on it was ridiculous, but yeah, MVP earlier was E1. But I gotta say, a lot of the craziness, a lot of the shenanigans would be impossible without Wrath of the Dryad. It kinda is the alley to the oop, right? A lot of slam dunk competitions, or a lot of like big plays in sports, you always see who actually scores the field goal, right?
Yeah.
But it's the assist this time that catches my eye. So if you make sure that if 4Mays don't get any heroes that set up things for E1, again, big play-making tanks, then I think you're going to be fine as DreamHack, right?
Yeah,
so as we can see, E1 is evolving. E1 has changed.
He really has. And I mean, especially when E1, like, when he knows, okay, I kind of messed up game 1. That's on me. I got to make up for it, and he needs to start being a lot more consistent. I mean, after this, he's going to have to, he has to really look at it as, I need to be consistent through and through from game 1, no matter what. But it's time to go for the draft here with Todak on the blue side, DreamHack on the red side. The final game to determine who is going to get that 3rd spot in the playoffs.
This is all in, ladies and gentlemen. Todak goes ahead and gets rid of Homies 1-1. Okay, so reactive start for Todak, but I don't think this is anything either team should be worried about, because here's what's happening, I believe. Usually we don't see the 1-1 ban. Like, you should not be so scared of the 1-1, especially after winning game number 2, all right? But now considering, I think Todak is going to be playing off of the fact that, yeah, they only get one ban, or they only get one pick after the phase has begun. But by opening up a few more heroes, like say maybe the Benedetta if they don't ban it here, or maybe the Farsa, or maybe the Jawhead even, if DreamHack don't take it, then all the more. That's why they can afford the 1-1 early on.
Exactly. It's a little bit more ideal here, but DreamHack still focusing on those priority picks here, getting rid of the Brody and the Esmeralda. Todak now getting rid of the hyper-efficient, starting to get rid of the hyper-efficient kinds that go into towards the offlane, Yishin Shin, the Harith, as well as the Wan here. I was about to say Natalia, but DreamHack's banned it out as well, so that means Matilda up for grabs, Benedetta up for grabs as well.
So Todak, they're guessing first pick should never be the odd pick. Like, first pick should always be something that you're just going all in for. So again, you mentioned it already, Benedetta, Lapu-Lapu, since he is open. I'm guessing DreamHack should consider that here as well. Something for Homies or for Nyx. Because a lot of these team fights, actually these teams are just super heavy on just kills, right? I think game 2 even, without a doubt, at least one of them hit the doubles. So looking at the draft, I think they want to invest strongly in mid, and of course something for the side.
Yeah,
one at least.
One at least. It could be Lapu-Lapu Yuzong, either or. It's totally fine here. My big question is whether or not they're going to be able to whether they want to nab Selena, especially after its performance in game 1. The early game actually looked pretty good. I'm not going to lie. DreamHack did a really good job, but Jawhead going to be the next more efficient pick that Torak didn't take up here, and as well as the Matilda from DreamHack's side. This is a really aggressive early game looking composition, but we don't know just yet. Let's see how it shapes up.
I like this. Between the Matilda and the Selena, I'd actually prefer the Matilda. Like, she scales much better than Selena, and she can do more in the late game even if you're losing. Like, you're able to turn fights around a little better with a Matilda. So now let's see if Todak's gambit, again, of just banning out the 1-1 first in the banning phase is going to pay off. What two picks can they trade out against DreamHack? Lapu-Lapu's still on board, so there you go.
Yeah, Lapu-Lapu.
You can go side lane Vendetta and then get a Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah, and they go for the... I mean, Torak is reverting to a super safe, more comfort pick more than anything else, rather than actually looking for the priorities. Because I would have imagined that they wanted to lean a little bit more to getting the Tigreal, and then essentially locking in their support mid laner at that point of time. But now that they've showed their core, now that they've showed their tank as well, this is gonna be interesting because DreamHack, they have a couple of answers to some of them.
Yeah, and if ever they have the answer, they have the last pick here, Gideon. And that being said, up next, it might be a Cabral focused pick, or if not Cabral, something for homies. So yeah, again, Yuzhong still here, Lapu-Lapu still here, and instead they go for the Hayabusa. That Hayabusa is a non-starter against Atlas. But not the first time we're going to be proven wrong with a Hayabusa. So
I suppose. I think it's really difficult to catch Hayabusa, especially when you are the Atlas. But I think Atlas, at the end of the day, you decided to play yourself on this one because Atlas has to deal with the fact that Matilda could easily just pull them out of the situation, pull them out of the perfect
free dash.
Yeah, it's a free dash essentially. So that is a very big game changer here. Then so E1, he's got to go above and beyond to make this work. So I would expect the offlaners to get heavily banned here. Lapu-Lapu, Yuzhong, probably not going to see the light of day.
Or something against Moon, like choke Moon out, given Todak's early priorities. Yeah.
Do they want to ban out? I feel like Selena is kind of like, Low Yi, obviously, a really strong, solid pick here.
Yep.
Definitely agree. And it looks like DreamHack is listening to you, and it's like, hey, Moon, we gotta stop him. Stop him right now.
Yep. Same mindset, because again, you see the Atlas early on. You show your cards like that, and what would be more heartbreaking than a perfect match into the Fatal Links from an angle you don't expect, essentially, right? Bush to bush diversion is essentially the bread and butter of a good Luo Yi, a great Luo Yi. So again, they expected Moon to be thinking the same thing, and they just took that out of the equation. But now, here's what's interesting. Todak bans out the Kaja. I'm guessing they might be on to DreamHack's shenanigans. I don't know how much DreamHack, what are the odds that they were thinking the same thing, that they would go Kaja side lane, tank Jawhead, mid Matilda, and then you have the same lineup that 10 Seconds Gaming pulled earlier. Like, how many stuns you want? Yes. How many CCs you want? All of them.
Honestly, I really don't know. Because
exactly. No, it's more of leaning towards no. It's too crazy. It's too out there.
It's kind of nuts, and I feel like that hurts Torak a lot more than it hurts DreamHack, because if they decided, you know what, I want to leave the Kaja. Oh, you end up picking the Kaja. At this point, I might as well just pick the Diggy, because why not? I'm going to have that early game. I'm going to be able to use use my ultimate to completely shut down all your hard CC, and it's not going to matter at the end of the day. DreamHack, they get rid of the Chang'e. Yeah, they're absolutely chopping down onto Moon. They are forcing him to execute at the highest level with the Selena.
They're trying to ask him to dig deep, man. That's what exactly he's doing. They're saying, hey, bring out your most mechanically sound hero, dig deep into your pool, and show us your arsenal. That's what DreamHack is doing, and they're testing Todak right now. You're Malaysian Singapore champions, all right? Show it to us. Prove it to us, Brazilians, that you deserve the lower bracket slot, because I'm pretty sure Todak is doing the same thing.
Absolutely. And now DreamHack, they're going to get this first pick here. This is going to be a very big opener. They could go for the Lapu-Lapu. They could also go for the Yuzhong. Both very viable, have their own pros, have their own cons here, but remember, Benedetta is on the other side.
Now, one pick. Hold up! DreamHack, they pull the magic cylinder, reverse the situation, and say, it's our turn. Is this Is this the M2 trend? Is this a thing?
It's about to be. I mean, you see it once, people are like, okay, they're on to something. They're on to something. We got to figure it out. And I mean, they probably have been scrimming or actually trying to experiment with it after seeing seeing it for the first time, or even a couple of times within the scrims itself. We don't know. We don't have that kind of information here. But Benedetta against the Belleric, we saw how that matchup plays out for the most time. She's never going to be able to kill him. Belleric is able to hold the lane, and even if you dive him, it's like, it's a Belleric though.
What do you aim to achieve this way?
Exactly.
Right?
It's like, oh, you're gonna break my turret? Oh, sure, go ahead. Wrath. What are you gonna do?
Yep. If anything, Belleric, Kaja, and Johnson. These are the heroes that have always been just bubbling up the surface. But right now, Todak, they're saying you can choke my hero pool as much as you like, but y'all forgot. Veil is still on the board, as well as Ruby. Interesting. Again, a very wham, bam, 1, 2, 3 combo type lineup. And DreamHack's answer is going to be Alice on homies from the gold lane.
This is the fattest wombo combo I'm seeing in from DreamHack. And Hayabusa can play independently from his team. He's waiting for the rest of his team to go get into those fights, does the big boy damage before coming in and just picking up the pieces. And Torak on the other side, they're playing for that hard scaling towards the later stages of the game. X-Ray has to act as that damage sponge.
X-Ray and of course E1, right?
Yeah.
But given the way that the two lineups look, again, we can expect the same high rate of team fights, if not little skirmishes, especially coming in from Todak, given that they did pick up the Benedetta. As soon as she hits level 2, she's ready to go. All the dashes you're going to ask for, maybe save for the Electo final blow, hitting level 4, but oh, man, I'm excited to see what else E1 can put on the table, especially with the help of the hook from Ruby.
This is going to be huge because, again, the hook from the Ruby is going to be a very key. I mean, the I'm Offended is just going to be a very key point because she can lock people down. And if either one, X-Ray or E1, are able to just combo off of each other, that could just break the game in itself and just break the camel's back straight away.
Here we go. Game number 3. This is for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen, and that by means is the lower bracket slot, all right? It's tournament life. Todak versus DreamHack. Here we go. 4 mains. Starting in the mid. Interesting decision here. A Benedetta. Support Benedetta? This is unorthodox laning from Todak.
It's it's definitely unorthodox here. It looks like they want to make sure that E1. I mean, it's unorthodox because we're so used to seeing them 1-3-1, and now they're playing 1-2-2.
Yep, and it's a 1-2-2 that looks very odd. Is because Chiku starts in the bottom lane. That's essentially the gold lane, and then you have E1 babysitting him. And right now they're picking a fight against Homies and Micah.
Yeah, and I think they don't mind this. They want to try and bully Homies to a certain extent because they know for a fact that, you know, Farmace is able to kind of push them out. And more importantly, I think they're making a hard read onto DreamHack here because both Louise and as well as Nyx don't exactly have the greatest capabilities of clearing waves.
Yep.
So I guess that's why they're playing the 1-2-2, right?
Yep, and looking at Cabral, he is rocking the Concussive Blast, so that should help in the early game. And yeah, he's cutting it. He's cutting it. X-Ray gonna answer back. It's a duel.
Yep, it's this is just two sponges
he's level 4. He's level 4.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, X-Ray is just like, okay, this isn't gonna mean too much here. However, it does mean a lot when it comes down. And Luis, he's gonna come in, drops in the Wrath and flickers forward, doesn't get the kill because E1 is able to flicker out of sight. Okay, shadow kill coming out from the side of DreamHack. They can't do too much. Replay comes through. X-Ray in the background, but Chiku comes in, finally stacks up huge, and they take 2 of them out. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Todak. Man, Louise kind of slick on the Hayabusa, though, I have to admit.
Yep, they did lose 2, and luckily enough, it was on Mike and Nick. So those are the 2 most disposable, or I guess most okay heroes to die. Let's put it at that. But right now, a big fight for Turtle.
Oh, Mikey actually ejecting forward. Chiku trying to take it away. I'm not entirely sure who took the turtle at that point in time, but now the rest of the team is looking for a Circle Eagle coming through, lands it on top of X-Ray, and he gets absolutely blown up by the Wisps. Nyx has done it again.
Here comes another one from behind. Louise finds him in an ejector. Moon destroyed.
Oh, all this because of the game. The name of the game is pressure here. DreamHack was able to utilize the pressure that they created. Even though it's only just 2 seconds, it is more than enough to punish. Cabral trying to make the play. Chiku uses Battle Mirror Image 4. He can take it back technically. Nyx is standing right there, able to get him with the Wisps again.
And Micah finishes the job. Interesting turn of events here. DreamHack hit the ground running, not even 3 minutes, 30 seconds in, and already they've built up, what, a solid 1,000 and change gold lead.
Yeah, honestly, I thought when Todak hit level 4, it was going to get a lot easier because DreamHack, yes, they had an early game composition with Nyx, with Mikey on the draw head, and as well, wait, are they going to get a catch? Okay, they don't get the catch here. And as well as the Matilda, both of them doing a really good job, but now they're popping off now, and look at that fat lead.
I'm liking how far Luis is. He is sitting at about 2,200. Chiku sitting at not even 2,000 yet. So that's 500 ahead on Luis Hayabusa. And if there's anything we know, a Claude that has stacks is okay. A Claude that has no stacks can still hurt. But right now, wait up! Homis, he's in trouble.
Yep, he gets punished. The final blow does come through, and Nyx trying to see whether he can salvage the situation. Chiku is kind of low here. He can go for the Circle Eagle, but doesn't get in range. Chiku knows a little bit better. Oh, he sees it coming. He knows what's happening. E1 looking for the punish here. Meiki is coming into the backside to try and turn things around, but before Maze, he's got to get on out of there. Okay, Shadow Kill as well comes out. Eye for an eye ain't going to protect you when you have that many stacks on top of you.
All right, this whole meta game of team fights turning into long chases, it's just, I don't know, it's cultivated by all of these heroes with interesting builds and interesting kits that allow for these to go, extended, and now Moon gets ejected, helped out by Chiku. E1, the muscle, the enforcer, the bouncer, here to stop all these shenanigans in Mikey. Still alive!
Oh, he's able to jump out towards Nyx. Holmes turns it around with a Blood Ode with the help of the OK Shadow Kill. They're getting cut down one by one. Big ultimates. They're going to take Circle Eagle, actually being able to block by the Eye for an Eye, but X-Ray, he's gonna be going down, right? No, X-Ray, he's got the I'm offended in time. Nyx, he takes a little bit of damage, and the Spellbomb from the rest of his abilities is going to be enough. Oh, just a quick peek from Luis.
Let me see. And yeah, all this time, Luis just secures the turtle. I'm loving it, man. Cabral, he's holding it down, but I think it still helps that Beleric has an oddly lethal kit.
Yeah.
It's surprising how much damage can come from him alone, plus maybe another mage or another core.
And now Formé playing with fire here, having to possibly forcing the 2v1 on them, but he's going to clear the wave with the final blow. He's going to be A-okay for now. And I mean, obviously the passive from Beleric is going to be triggering multiple times here, but Todak, they need a lot of help.
And where can you find the help at this point? I mean, Todak, especially Moon. I'm looking out for Moon here. A Veil isn't ready this early on. A Veil is not ready this early on, and if only your bodyguards are E1 and X-Ray, especially since X-Ray has the go doubles on top. But hold up, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
Forme's here, Lone Wolf.
Oh, wait, he actually goes backwards to the OK Shadow Kill. He was able to protect himself from a large majority of that damage. That's going to be 2 huge ults being wasted on him. Not bad, but let's look at the top side here as they're trying to take out Holmes. X-Ray, he doesn't mind getting hit by the Blood Ode for now. Oh, it's starting to stack up. It's already gone up to 3K.
Nice
3.2. Wow, he stands his ground. Holmes thought, okay, this guy is going to try and flicker on another. Little did he know, but they turn around. Circle Eagle going to be on top of Chiku. He still has the Battle Mirror Image. No, he does not. Cabral looking for an opportunity. Goes for the Wrath, and now they're going to be locking in 2 E1. Can't do too much about this. Moon! He manages to get out. Oh, there we go. Luis finds the flank. Good play coming in from DreamHack as they are throwing the jigsaw pieces everywhere to see what fits.
Surprise me, amigo! Forme's here back in the pandemonium that is caused by DreamHack, and there's the Blood Ode. Oh, I don't think there's enough dashes in you, son! Down he goes. Homis gets the kill, and they push mid. That's going to be 2 towers to 0, and the last turtle of the game spawning. so far, so good here. 404, Luis, so smooth. No errors found here. This Hayabusa is flawless.
Yeah, I mean, DreamHack, as of right now, they're playing a very chaotic style here, and I kind of like it because they are just making sure that Todak, no matter what move that they are making, another person is just waiting in the flank, and another, just deeper and deeper into their jungle.
And look at this. Luis going with a duel against X-Ray. There were a few minions there, hence sharing the Ogi Shadow kill. But right now, look at this. It's going to be unstoppable force on the 4-maze.
Yep, really nicely done. He was able to use the eye for an eye to block a lot of that damage, but Turtle up for grabs, and DreamHack in prime position to do just that. Homeless is going to cut the wave, is going to be blowing up the wave straight away, but are they going to force this fight? Chiku looking like he's thinking about it for sure.
And there's some conservative thoughts coming in here for Luis. Again, this is great discipline they're showing, but sometimes you just gotta go for it. Especially when your opponent's thinking twice as well. When they're doubting themselves, Luis, just go for it.
Kind of risky though, I have to admit. I mean, he's all right for now. It looks like DreamHack and Todak are also like kind of playing with each other here because they know that one bad fight, DreamHack is going to lose their entire lead.
Yep, all the more for Todak since they know that all they need is a single good Fatal Link. But right now, Cabral pops the Wrath, and that's what they needed. They were buying time for the Turtle.
Yep, and I mean, they were able to do a pretty good job there. I mean, overall, good plays all around the board, but Todak still are falling. They're falling significantly behind here. Luis is doing a phenomenal job at just splitting up the map. E1 finding the first initial pick onto Meiki. He manages to get on out. Perfect. That's this is huge. The Amphani gets all three, but the Blood gets into the backline. They need to clean this up as soon as possible. Okay, Shadow Kill comes on out. 2-for-1 trade-off, and Todak looked to make a huge play. DreamHack says hello. Blood still a problem.
2-for-1 there, plus a turtle, plus I guess another if there's not enough board wipe here from Todak. And right now, Nyx is looking low. He's about to get deleted. One more from 4-maze, but they trade anyways. That's going to be a double for Homies. And right now, there's only one defender. That's 4-maze. They can make the most of this by picking off this mid lane turret. They're just waiting for Lordman a minute off.
Yeah, I mean, Homies is actually kind of huge here. He's been able to pick up so many kills. Look at his damage. We need to check out the items now.
Mystery Shop obviously gonna increase the rate of how much he's farming, and yeah, that's definitely Talisman, Clock of Destiny, and of course the Lightning Truncheon.
Oh my goodness. You would have think Luis would have like the most amount of gold, but check it. Home is actually the one competing with gold against him.
Neck and neck. Close, barely 10s in the difference.
Man, that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, 3 items so quickly into this game. Man, Todak, they've got to stall this out because Moon will scale, but he needs a lot of time, and now the fight has begun. The Wrath has begun. E1 has been caught. Fatal Links getting 3. This is huge. Blazing duet into the wind blow. Perfect combo. Oki Shadow Kill has been minimized, but Luis is huge. He could still make this happen for Maze. Don't get hit by that last Shuriken. Don't you dare. He's good. X-Ray, he clears it out. That was the wombo combo Todak was looking for.
All right, a breather for the MYSG champions here. A breather that they definitely needed. If that went sideways, if Luis were able to pop just one more Shuriken, then that would have been a double for him. Ladies and gentlemen, check this out once more.
Oh man, just looking at the wombo combos, everybody was able to drop it just in time. Moon, he starts it off with the initial ult, but this just allowed them for a 0.5 seconds of slow. They're able to get an E1. Now in a lot of trouble. He takes quite a bit of damage here, but it's gonna be huge. Moon once again purchasing the Lightning Truncheon up with that free gold. DreamHack just handed to him.
That's exactly where DreamHack needed to be for Moon to make him pay. That's what a Veil does. Call him a glass cannon all you will, but half of the sentence, ladies and gentlemen, is a cannon, and they got blown away. Nyx and Luis, what a shutdown on the Hayabusa.
Oh, that's big. Moon hits level once Moon hits level 12, he is gonna have some nasty, and I'm telling you, some real nasty damage here.
Dirty.
Oh, somebody. I'm not going to say the phrase. I'm going to save it for later. Save it for later.
Oh, boy. When Moon actually goes ahead and performs the deed, if you will. But
I mean, to be fair, for all we know, Luis might be the one who makes this play because, again, it all comes down to whether or not Nyx can foreshadow when this Wombo combo comes out.
If anything, what Todak has going for them right now, even if they are still down about 1,000, oh, nice flicker out by Mike, and that's a failed Fatal Links. This is the best time for DreamHack.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. Did they know that the Fatal Links came out? Oh, yes, they do. The Unstoppable Force comes down. The Wind Blow actually coming to slow them down. And DreamHack, they're walking away thinking, okay, they don't have their ultimates anymore. We can start the Lord. Bait out this fight. And Luis going in pretty hard here. The Iron Fin is going to be going onto him, but unfortunately, it's not going to work. However, the flank angle, E1 looking for an opportunity. They know their cooldowns are going to come up soon. Maybe Meiki is going to be the first to fall. Chiku running out of that Blazing Duet. One key component down, but Holmes gets on top of Formaze. This fight is so split. Nyx, he doesn't need to pull anybody back just yet, but they lose Meiki in the process, unfortunately.
Messy is the fight going for DreamHack. I mean, they lose on Mikey. He does have to pull himself together, so he's fine. He'll be back a little sooner than usual. But I guess what I can say about DreamHack's lineup is they have to make sure that where the fight happens for them is extremely beneficial. Because again, if there are way too many minions, it's going to be hard for Luis, right? If Nyx doesn't allow the dashes to happen properly, like say there was a wall while you were moving, it wouldn't be free dashes anymore. So there's so many factors that DreamHack is holding on to. But for Todak, all they need is one big Fatal Links and they're good to go.
Yeah, and that Fatal Links is going to be super, super important here. And I think it all comes down to Todak just playing around those ultimates. If they don't get those ultimates, it's like, all right, I'm just going to back away. It's not like my auto attacks are going to make too much of a difference unless your name is Chiku, but DreamHack patiently waiting for the opportunity to catch them off guard. Chiku even purchasing an Athena shield to make sure Nyx and Holmes can't just one-shot him out of nowhere. Holmes, the big contender, and he even buys a blade armor just to say, nah, it's either you or me, buddy.
I like it. So yeah, Holmes and Chiku here, revving up for the upcoming and inevitable duel. I would do the same personally if I were in their situation. And right now, because of the recent developments, it's actually now Todak with a very small lead, about 100 gold.
I mean, it's so even, 41 to 41. E1, he's bothering to walk up here. Meiki, he is never wanting to throwing E1 into the back line, ever. He will throw them towards Todak's back line, start an initiation on this line, and look to break them up later.
Yep. Already E1 is doing great. I mean, he did better game number 2, but this time, I think after some warm-up, after some reads on how DreamHack is actually playing, he is just doing great. Nice setup for Chiku and Moon.
Both teams are mirroring each other perfectly here. Yeah. Both are trying to bait out this Lord fight, but look down on bottom side. Both are cutting the waves as well.
So it's a mirror on mirror. I know you know, but what am I?
Exactly, but the rotations are being made. Home is looking for a flank angle here on towards that mid side. Oh, Formaze, don't go anywhere closer. E1, he's not going to get caught just yet. He's going to be able to bail on out of there. And even DreamHack, they're like, okay, do we go bottom side? Do we go rotate mid? It's looking tough, but the mirror matchup here, perfect from both sides. They know exactly what they want to do, and they execute. Formaze, he's going to be starting off this fight a little bit, but that just means that DreamHack just back away.
Yep, they're playing cops and robbers, man, and the pot here is definitely Lord. All right, purple going over to Luis. I think he's going to go for his orange, and then he'll be ready to go. I'm wondering how Chiku is feeling right now, sitting at 4, 4, and 6. Oh, nice passive push by DreamHack, though.
And at this point in time, it really does come to wave control. No way. Holmes isn't going to die to that. No way he's going to die to that unless he decides to take the flowing blood forward again. Then probably he'll die. But Moon, ooh, Winter Truncheon, that is huge.
That's key. X-Ray picking up the Athena's shield. Gonna work hand in hand with the Haas Claws, which just shows that he's here for a brawl. He's here for a fight. He is going to be in the front lines, and right now, Mike has just been living in that Pixel Brush and the left side River Brush. That's home.
This is home base. Oh, Mikey, don't get caught out. He flickers forward, but now he's in a lot of trouble. E1 is going to yoink him right back in. He's going to come back with the immortality, but this is going to be a full-on fight. They wanted Luis dashes out of the way with the quad shadow, and now they picked up. Todak have found the opportunity. Okay, Checo Kill has come. Now Holmes, he wants to make it work. He gets a 3 immobilized, but gets knocked up. The healing not enough. DreamHack make the first mistake, and Todak capitalize.
That was just precise. That was just on point. And right now, underneath the turret, X-Ray and Formaze buying time here for this Lord take. between Cabral and Luis. Yes, call the connection what you will. Nice shutdown by X-Ray underneath the turret. Essentially, the fruit of his labor. I picked up the Husk Claws perfectly. Attack speed is what I need.
Oh, no. I mean, at this point of time, goal doesn't even matter. But let's look at the replay one more time. I mean, Moon, that wind blade, as well as the wind blow, well played. Every single time, Alice wants to be the big person, wants to be able to kind of kite around, make those bigger plays. He gets hit by it one time, and that's all it takes.
Yep, the decision for home is to actually pick up the blade armor instead of something that's magic-based, like let's say an Oracle or an Athena's Shield.
Wait.
Kind of biting him in the behind.
Does he have a Winter Truncheon? Can we check the items real quick to see if Homus actually has that Winter Truncheon?
Gonna be key, and the answer is yes.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. But
he juggled already.
Yeah.
He's already sold the blade armor.
He knew it's a problem, and now Makey gonna get mega killed here by Moon, who has scaled to maximum potential. And now Homus, even though he infinitely scales, Moon has the burst damage as they look to try and break into the inhibitor turrets. Louise on the top side here, mid in trouble. Final blow, and Homus to say hello to the back line. He's trying to get hit, but he gets hit by both Blade Blow and Wind Blade here. Okay, Shadow Kill as well. Getting chucked. The Bloodhound hasn't stopped. Homus runs out of mana. He's moving away, but Chiku, he's on the run. He takes the place. He's away. The Battle Mirror image. Louise, he's in trouble. Chiku, he's got the buff. He's got him covered. Moon, once again, catching him off. That's going to be 2 for nothing, and they don't break a single inhibitor turret. DreamHack, even if they're not winning the fights, they are cutting those waves.
Mission accomplished for DreamHack. They're alive, still keeping all the turrets. But for Todak, frustration has to be building up here. They're still alive. Nice take here. Nice startup. E1 knocked out. That's going to be the Ode still kicking. And that's going to be the Electo final blow. No incentive to stay and keep fighting. Nice shutdown once more onto Nyx. Oh, Mikey. Chiku wants it. He smells blood. They're going to be forcing this push. I wonder if there's enough damage. Oh, nice use of the blade. And the wind blow. That's Homus knocked out by Formaze. Finally penetrating in mid.
Oh, finally. It took them so long to crack this open. 19 minutes into the game. You would expect it sooner, but that's not all. DreamHack just waiting to buy some time here, but the rest of Todak, they can't do Lord. They don't really have an objective. Hopefully, DreamHack makes a mistake and Todak can capitalize on that as well.
Already, I think DreamHack is in a position wherein they can't afford any mistakes. They have been losing team fight on team fight despite trying their best, and that's going to be the Ogi Shadow Kill. But for what? Not much. That's going to be an Immortality Pop, and they're back. Oh, they're going to go for the neck. They're going to try to end right here, and that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Todak secure their playoff spot.
Oh my goodness. What a fight that was. What a play. Coming in, Moon. Big boy, all grown up, ate his veggies in game 2, really scaling in hard. Oh my goodness. DreamHack really pushed him into a corner. You can even see Moon, he is just messing with his hair. He's like, oh my goodness. Woo. Thank God.
Woo-wee. Look, Mom and Dad, I finally did it. I'm at M2. I'm in the top 8. My heart goes out to DreamHack Gaming, though. Definitely heart of a champion they showed here. It's not about how much you play or if you have an MPL. Today that they showed us that they're made of something else. GG, well played.
They were Todak's equals here. They really made them work for this playoff spot. So again, congratulations to Todak, but you gotta give it to DreamHack. They played their hearts out that game.
It was a close one. Going into game 3, it was anybody's game, to be honest, especially after the draft. When they locked in the Belleric, I was like, so it's like that.
So that's the way it's going. Oh my goodness. I mean, that was honestly a crazy, crazy game. I'm really curious to know what exactly Wolf has to say. Let's throw it over to the one, the only, our analyst, our lone wolf. Please take it away and have a look at this game. Really making them work.
I think DreamHack is in a position wherein they can't. It was anybody's game, to be honest, especially after the draft.
episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary.
Way in the desert.
Dạ em chưa hề không đi Apple. Wow.